see them join the family. We have Prisma, division of Palo Alto. I believe Palo in general is first year. Prisma is definitely first year because it's a new product. Corelight, you can thank them for your shirts. They are a first year sponsor and just jumped out the gate. Digital Offense, I can't say enough about these guys. They have been with us since day one. They have also supported all of the Texas B-Sides almost every year. So they are just incredible sponsors, and they are responsible for funding our badges this year. PepsiCo, we talked to them last year, we got them this year. They are providing our lunch, drinks, and snacks. So big hats off to PepsiCo for that. And TCC, again, the team here has been phenomenal, and the space is great. I think everybody will have a lot of fun today. It's been going very smooth so far, knock on wood. So with that, I wanted to introduce Dr. Elva LeBlanc. She is the provost, and just wanted to speak about TCC in general for a minute. Elva?
Good morning. How are you? Yeah, I know you're good because I watched you getting in line and going to great effort to be here. We have 400 individuals that are registered today and a long line of individuals that have to wait till 10 o'clock to get in because they forgot to pre-register. So here we are. Welcome to Tarrant County College. This is 10 years that this organization's been in existence, and the first year that you are at Tarrant County, so in Fort Worth. So thank you for being here. Previously, you've been in Dallas. They are our sister city, and we have a lot of friends there, but we also like for you to be here for multiple reasons. You're way ahead of most of us. So yesterday, there were about 15 top-level administrators from Tarrant County College. And what were we talking about? We were talking about collaboration, cooperation, code of ethics, how do we want to treat each other, and you're already ahead of us, right? You've already discussed it first thing this morning, so I really appreciate that. And we were very interested in staying current with all of what you are doing so that we can prepare others and share some of the knowledge that you have with others. So we are always looking for individuals to teach for us. They're experts, and always looking for future students. And so I appreciate your being here. I do want to thank Zena Jackson. I'm not even sure she's there she is, way at the back. She's always holding the fort for everyone. Zena Jackson is vice president, led the whole cybersecurity program endeavor for Tarrant County College. We have some are in this room. Because, as you say, the minute you've figured something out, you're already obsolete and something new is bubbling up. So we appreciate the opportunity to sponsor, to be here with you today. I also want to thank Bob Pacheco, who is over all of our information technology folks. You make them nervous, I'll tell you that. But I know you had that code of ethics and code of conduct, and so thank you for not hacking us. We have, I think we have people hacking the college actually daily, and it's interesting that we have to hire an entire team to address those issues, and they've been very good about doing that. So again, we are a community college, and as such, we stay connected to the community, to the grassroots folks, and we stay current and relevant that way, and you will help us stay current and relevant in cybersecurity. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. You have an exciting schedule. I was looking at all the things that you were doing today, and I know it's in English. I didn't understand a lot of it, I'll tell you that right now. I've got to do a lot of studying, right? I've got to learn the new language. So thank you again, and I hope you have an excellent day. Oh, I do want to recognize there are two campus presidents here, Dr. Bill Capola and Dr. Zarina Blankenbaker. Both, we have 6 campuses and multiple sites throughout Tarrant County, and the presidents are quite passionate about helping all of these programs progress, and I appreciate that they are here. So thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you again, Dr. LeBlanc. She brought up a couple points that I forgot with my lack of sleep. So yeah, with that, go ahead, get the day started. First talks kick off at 9:30, and we'll see you around the floor. Thank you. Oh, yes, almost forgot. If you need your coffee fix, there is a Starbucks on the second floor. Sure thing. Yeah.
What time were you up this morning?
5:30. That felt horribly rushed, but it's just, yeah.
It's on now.
Check, check. It must be muted back there, which is fine. Check, check, check. Check, check. Test, test, test. Okay, cool.
Just give the two bios and then
just-
let you take it away.
Just say Rick and Charles with Digital Shadows, and then we'll do a
Are you sure?
we'll do a brief introduction for ourselves. That way you don't have to worry about
Okay, sounds good. Make it easy for me.
keep it. Excuse me, keep it brief anyway. Why are we not? Oh, there we go.
There it goes. All right, cool.
Got that. Which water is yours?
That one.
We still got 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll start the timer.
Mike's good.
Seems like it, yeah. Thank you. No.
This button mutes it just in case we want to. When the light's on, it's on.
All right, so it's muted there. Good.
Don't want the mute.
Could be, yeah, that could be painful.
Pronounce Charles Ragland.
It's Ragland, actually.
Ragland.
It's French.
Oh, oui, oui. Wow.
Hey, Charles, catch me if I don't start this. I oftentimes forget to actually start the timer.
Oh, okay.
I'll look over if I see it not running. I'll tap it.
That would be good.
I'm going.
We got a lapel. What else do we have?
I think it's just the two.
We got this one muted.
I think that radio is causing some interference. So we're having some, So we're having some issues with the radios crossing over into our frequencies.
Oh, there's Ashley. I'm gonna go say hi.
Just scrambling. I'm like, I don't even know.
I didn't realize you guys were going all in and sponsoring such a.
Yes,
How are you? Good to see you, man. What are you doing these days?
Still right the on. Yeah, I actually got it offered. I'm probably.
Clicker? Yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah, just press it.
Good morning, everyone. All right. Well, for the first of the day, we have, do you even OSINT, bro? How to get started and stay afloat while conducting OSINT with Charles Ragland and Rick Holland. So let's welcome aboard.
Thank you. All right, I'm just making sure I got my timers going and all that good stuff. Yeah, so my name is Rick Holland. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Digital Shadows. We're not going to go all vendory, but we monitor external footprints of companies, look at their digital footprint. I run the internal security team, but then we also have an intel team, and I run that as well. Mine's on, right? Is it green? Is it muted back there? He says he should be good.
Hello? Ah, all right, there we go. Cool.
Oh, great. Okay.
Awesome.
You want to intro yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Charles Ragland. I'm a security engineer at Digital Shadows. I work on the internal security team under Rick. That's pretty much most of my day-to-day is handling incident response and just monitoring infrastructure, things like that.
Charles has an interesting background. He's only been in cybersecurity for like a year and a half, maybe two.
Yeah, about a year and a half now. I used to be a paramedic for about 10 years before I was decided to change careers, do something that didn't involve carrying people all the time. So
We always kind of joke around, like you think about when we have incident response in our jobs and it's kind of stressful. When you think about incident response for somebody in the medical field, it's kind of like hashtag perspective. Their days can get a lot worse when they lose a patient. Anybody know what this is? Okay, all right. We've got a gaming theme today, so if you're not a gamer, we may have to explain a few things. Actually, this is Geralt of Rivia, most recently from Witcher 3, soon to be and possibly a bad Netflix show released on December 20th, to be determined if Superman can pull this off or not. But believe it or not, Geralt does open source intelligence himself. Geralt basically is a monster hunter, and every time he's going to go and hunt monsters, he has to understand the monster. He has to prepare. He doesn't just go in and fight a vampire without having a game plan ready for him. And what he's looking for is orens, florins, and crowns. So he's trying to get paid. So basically, he's a mercenary. He's actually not dissimilar in some ways. If anybody watches Supernatural, the Winchester brothers, whenever the Winchesters are going after a monster, they also do their research. They have their dad's book. When Bobby was alive in the show, he used to help them out as well. But it's all about preparing for your adversary. And if he's going up against a higher order vampire, which is what this one is, he's going to get a book. He's got his bestiary, so he's going to look in the bestiary. How does he need to fight a higher order vampire? Well, first they're going to start off with black blood. So essentially you take this potion, and then if a vampire bites you, it's going to cause him pain, or her pain. And then also you got to get the appropriate oil for your silver sword, then has additional effects in combat. So he goes in and fights the vampire, and he's ready to go and prepared versus going in and getting owned by the vampire. Now, the open source intelligence definition on Wikipedia. My mom told me never to quote Wikipedia, but how many people, here's a good question, level set. How many people right now do some sort of open source intelligence work? How many people have never done anything in open source intelligence? Okay, so there's a good mix, and we've got a good balance for those that are familiar and those that aren't. But really, it's stuff that's available from a public source. One thing that's important, especially to people that aren't familiar with OSINT, is that it's not related to open source software. I think some people that come in and they're not from an Intel field or something like that might think, oh, this is like Apache. I guess it could be about Apache if you're doing open source intelligence on vulnerable Apache servers that are running a certain version, so it does have a play there. But don't confuse open source software with open source intelligence. And then here's the Department of Defense. I'm an ex-Army guy, so I kind of like this one myself, but it's stuff that I think is important to say that you can lawfully attain, right? We're not breaking laws to acquire this information. One thing that I put in the definition to keep was the manipulation and deception. And I think if you look over, no matter what your political affiliation is, if you look over the past 2 or 3 years, there's definitely been use of open source information to drive opinions in the public. And it's not unique to our country either. I mean, that's the new game in any type of election that's out there.
All right, so this talk's going to be kind of more of a kind of getting your toes in the water a little bit about learning what OSINT is, kind of a brief overview of some of the tools, and if you want to get a little bit more in depth, you want to see some more tools, kind of see a potential scenario where you could use OSINT to recon a company and then maybe get onto their network. Come to our workshop. We're doing 3 of them today. Next one starts at 10:30. There's 2 in the afternoon. We'll walk you through some tools and how to get and have a specific use case in mind when you're doing OSINT to actually do stuff with the information that you find. So, for the workshop, you'll need a Shodan API key and a GitHub API key. There's links there. pretty straightforward. You just make an account, and when you go view your account settings, there it is. And that's you just need those two for some of the tools, and that's it. Everything else will be free and ready to go. So,
We did create a hashtag for the talk today as well as the workshops, and we have operators standing by if you want to go ahead and start setting up any of the gear, get VirtualBox sorted, VMware sorted. If you just tag that, we've got folks on the team that could give you some guidance and stuff if you want to prep ahead of the workshop. We do have time built into the workshop to get stuff set up as well.
classic. Anybody see these movies? Familiar with sneakers?
Kind of dates you a little bit, right?
How about a nice game of thermonuclear war? So this is OSINT sources from kind of a little bit of an older perspective. You know, maybe before we could use Wikipedia or Shodan or something like that. But you know, in war games, he used open source intelligence gathering to find phone numbers to be able to war dial, to be able to find information and get access to Whopper and be able to log into the Department of Defense computers. And in sneakers, those guys conducted OSINT to be able to, you know, infiltrate their buildings and anything that they were doing. It was a lot of just reconnaissance work, and that's what a lot of open source intelligence is basically just kind of a modern take on reconnaissance, whether it's going to be on infrastructure or people on social media or news sources, things like that. It's going to be a lot of simple reconnaissance work that you can kind of start to compile and accomplish your intelligence requirements with.
Now, you said you recently watched Sneakers with your wife, right?
Yeah.
What was her feedback on it?
She said she was really glad that I enjoyed the movie. So.
Yeah, especially since it's so old, too.
Yeah.
It's a great movie. If you haven't seen Sneakers, it's an awesome
It's
movie.
a fantastic movie.
Sidney Poitier. So, does anybody know who this is? If you've heard me talk at like a SANS Threat Intelligence Summit, you will have seen this. But this is Wild Bill Donovan. Does that ring a bell for anyone? Wild Bill Donovan basically established the CIA. He started the Office of Strategic Services, which ran for 3 years in World War II, and then ultimately became the CIA several years later. The US did not have an intelligence function at the start of World War II, a centralized intelligence function. The Department of State had a little bit of capability, but this was his push to have the first actual intelligence capability at a national level for the US, and actually worked a lot with the Brits. The Brits are really good at intelligence in general. I love this guy so much. When we were in our office naming office conference rooms, we actually have a conference room called Wild Bill. He's a fascinating guy. If you're actually interested in World War II history or whatever, hit me up, because I've done a whole talk on cyber threat intelligence related to World War II and stuff that Wild Bill has done. So a little bit of a plug there. But Wild Bill used open source intelligence in World War II. Like, open source intelligence is nothing new. Here he's talking about reading newspapers. Just like anyone else, like today, well, obviously you're not going to read a newspaper. You'll use Google and those sorts of things. But this is nothing new. And this open source intelligence goes back, you know, intelligence, tradecraft is the second oldest profession in the world. Here's some classics, which probably a lot of you guys will be familiar with this, especially in the cybersecurity space. But right, this kind of talks about the balance between OPSEC and OSINT. This would be bad OPSEC. Having your RSA, well, first of all, I feel bad for anyone that actually has to carry a token around. That's kind of a beating in general, but I would prefer a soft token. But a hard token that you can see generating in a live stream, it's probably not a good thing, especially in a world where you're trying to multi-factor all the things to stop credential stuffing and things along those lines. And then, of course, this one here that's got the password in a news report, right? Those things you hear like every couple of weeks. It seems like you'll see some kind of fail. We actually try to scrub, and we've done training at Digital Shadows with our marketing team about our Instagram account and what we want on there and what we don't. Because it wouldn't be very good if the CISO of a cybersecurity company had something like this. That would not be a good move. So, is anybody familiar with this Strava? It was from 2 years ago, almost to the date. So basically, Strava is a fitness app that was tracking people's runs or movements, and essentially they had a community. Well, it turns out that you could go in there and you could find troop movements as people were in Afghanistan moving. You could see the patterns of life from patrols that were patrolling. You could also see concentrations of US forces where it wasn't publicly known that they were deployed. So this is all kinds of fail. It actually, does anybody, little green men mean anything to anyone in the room? That's what Russian troops in Ukraine, right? They wear green uniforms, no Russian flags. I mean, they're rolling around in the same BMPs that they always do, but they just have the flags off. And it's basically their way of, fighting the Ukraine government and having some plausible deniability, I guess. But there's a big thing with the little green men and posting on Instagram. And then you could see a map of the Ukraine, and you could see clearly they were in the Ukraine and not in Russia. So that's a big time fail, but it is this balance between OPSEC and OSINT, and there's opportunities and challenges with both.
So I'm assuming everybody here gets on Reddit, right? Yeah, all right. I mean, everybody gets on Reddit. So I don't know if you used it a few years ago after the Boston bomber thing happened. I think this was probably one of the biggest OSINT fails. Reddit decided to hive mind, figure out who the bombers were, and then identified a whole string of wrong people and ruined their lives by calling the police and getting them swatted and all kinds of other nightmare scenarios that I think it would really suck to just be some normal dude hanging out and all of a sudden be accused of being a terrorist. They actually ended up making a whole documentary about that, and this kind of goes into the analytical aspect. This kind of shows whenever you find information, you've got to take a step back and objectively look at it. No matter how much you trust that source, no matter how reliable you think it is, you do have to kind of still do source validation, still make sure that the stuff you have is trustworthy, appropriate information, and that it's going to be reliable moving forward. You can't just jump to conclusions when you're doing OSINT, because once you do that, then the rest of your intelligence requirements are going to fall apart. So.
You could do a whole talk on intelligence analysis. In the Department of Defense or in militaries, OSINT is just another capability that they have from SIGINT and HUMINT, and they'll take all source intelligence to paint a picture. We, on the defender side, we don't have as much. I mean, we're much more agile than anybody that comes from the military. We have good technical collection, endpoint collection, network telemetry, and things like that, but we don't have as many sources, so you have to always be careful. There's another example that's a local one. If you remember, was it 3 years ago when we had the shootings in downtown Dallas and the 5 police officers died? There was an individual who chose the wrong day to exercise his right for open carry with an AR-15, and social media blew up and was saying it was this dude as well. So it's very similar to that Reddit example. You got to be, with open source work, there's a lot of responsibility for the analysis that you do.
And this one, this would be an OSINT win. Anybody here familiar with Bellingcat? Any of the work they do? If you're not, I would recommend checking them out.
Yeah, if you don't know them, 100% follow them. They do amazing work.
They're fantastic. So in this particular instance with this story, I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the Skripal poisoning that happened in Salisbury, UK. And Russia kind of said, no, it wasn't us. It's just some people that were, happened to be Russian tourists or whatever. So Bellingcat actually did a whole bunch of resource-intensive research. And what they were doing was they scoured leaked databases online that were Russian. They were able to translate that. They took previous knowledge of the fact that people who got cover identities working for the GRU would have their first name and their middle name stay the same, and sometimes use the same date of birth and just change their last name and their address. So they started cross-referencing people who had the same first name and date of birth as the tourist, and they found an address that linked back to being a resident of known GRU operatives. And they started trying to figure out more stuff about that guy, found a leaked passport database, started finding border crossing databases that had been leaked online, and were able to corroborate that this cover identity had crossed in and out of Ukraine, had been awarded a state hero award from Putin. And we're able to start finding a few pictures online of this guy, and we're able to successfully identify his actual real name and where he's from, and interview people that knew him and his family when he was a kid, and we're able to basically point out, from this guy being a traveler under an assumed identity in the UK, they were able to completely backwards search back to his point of origin where he was born under his real identity. Just using leaked information that they found online, we're able to ID this guy with a pretty, I would say, high level of certainty. If you look at the pictures across from his birth identity to on the right there is his cover identity, ID photos. And they were able to basically just, using just material available on the internet, and lots and lots of time to sift through all of that and come up with ways to cross-reference that data, they were able to identify who he was. So
There's also, I don't know that tradecraft has really evolved in some intelligence organizations to deal with how difficult it is now when there's cameras everywhere and everything's documented. But GRU is Russian military intelligence, and there's inter-service rivalries. This was not good for the GRU, and people have been forced out of the GRU for a lot of the failures that they have had over the past 2 or 3 years. And I don't think I would want to I don't think I would want to piss off Putin. That typically doesn't go well for people.
All right, so that kind of covers the beginning part of what is OSINT, and now we're going to get into a little bit more of the technical side of things. So let's get going. First and foremost, again, back to the Witcher stuff. If you've never done OSINT before, as we were just talking about all of the different tools, everything that's out there, it's just like cranking the difficult setting up to Death March. It's going to be an uphill battle the entire time. It's going to be hard, especially if you don't know what you're trying to do. You can find so much information, it easily becomes overwhelming. If you just look at the amount of tools that are available, you could do an entire presentation just going over the tools on this slide.
Or even like one section
Yep.
of which kind of we're going to focus on network infrastructure a little bit towards the end. But yeah, this can be quite overwhelming.
Absolutely, and there's just, from that, just it really depends on the category of stuff you're looking for. Are you looking to try and track a person? Are you trying to find network infrastructure vulnerabilities? Are you trying to find, service vulnerabilities? Or what information are you trying to find? What are you trying to accomplish? And there's just no end of tools, and this is where we're going to start kind of getting into how to narrow your focus and begin to establish requirements and figure out what you're looking for and what to do with the information that you do find.
One thing on the tools section, which will come up in the lab that we do, is tools go up, tools go out of favor. Vendors change their license terms, API access changes. If you look at social media over the past several years, what you can do with LinkedIn, what you can do with Twitter, Instagram has changed. So your tool set's going to always, and we'll talk more about tools as we go on, it's going to need to evolve. So one of the other things out here, does anyone know what game this one's from? I'm sure a lot of people started playing it about last Thursday night. This would be the new Call of Duty game. The digital footprints are blowing up right now. Digital footprints of like the high value targets in the organizations that you're trying to protect, or the high value targets in the organizations that you're trying to compromise as part of a red team type of assessment. So our own digital footprint as individuals are proliferating, especially if you have someone that's very active on social media like I am, whereas I have other people on my team that don't want pictures, don't want to have anything in public. That sort of thing, may or may not be referring to people in the room. So that's blowing up, but then you also have just the infrastructure is blowing up. Everybody is clouding everything that they have. Like for us at Digital Shadows, we're like SaaS app first, we're cloud first, building zero trust network and things like that. So everything is external. So that makes it challenging for a defender. It gives you a lot of attack surface if you can find the right components that you want to do. And then if you think about cloud too, we had some recent incident response we were doing where we're looking at some infrastructure, and it was supposed to be something vulnerable, and it turned out it was something in Azure that somebody else now was running off that IP address. So just the dynamic nature of digital transformation and all the buzzwords that, businesses really are doing digital transformation. It is a buzzword. That makes it an opportunity, but also a challenge to do open source intelligence work. And I think one of the other, anyone got this one? Yeah, Red Dead. I think a lot of times, this doesn't apply to OSINT, it applies to a lot of things in our programs in cybersecurity, is people are just shooting, they're not aiming, right? You're coming right out of the gates, they don't have a plan, a project, an approach. And OSINT needs to be deliberate and with purpose, just like Arthur Morgan. Sorry, I almost gave a spoiler there, but I won't, in case anyone's still looking to play Red Dead 2. It just came out on PC recently for all the PC gamers. So there's a couple things, and we've highlighted a little bit about this, but I think the first thing is understand what your objectives are. Just like any project or an implementation of a new technology we do in security, you've got to have something that I think is planned out, and I also think you need to have like realistic expectations up front. Like, it's the first time you're going to start doing OSINT work. Maybe have a small little component of a program and then grow. And as you get better at doing social media OSINT, you start adding to your tools and stuff like that. Especially if you're trying to build budget for your programs and stuff like that. You're going to be doing it off open source stuff. You need to have some quick wins and things along those lines. We kind of divided it up into 3 general types of OSINT. There's obviously more, but it may be an organizational, you're doing pen testing or you're trying to do some social engineering, and you want to know about the organization. Maybe you're doing a physical pen and you want to know what the badges look like and try to clone a badge to get on site, something along those lines. Has anybody follow the coal fire thing in Iowa? That's kind of two pen testers that had their get out of jail free card. The local police were cool with it, but then the county sheriff came in and wasn't cool with it, and now they're facing, originally it was felony trespass. I think it's been downgraded, but still ridiculous. Side note, nothing to do with OSINT. I guess if you're doing physical pen, that's probably something you should follow. Hopefully, don't do assessments in that county in Iowa. I think one of the ones that, and we find, we worry a lot about this is what are the documents that are being leaked out of an organization. Because then you can use them to craft social engineering attempts and stuff like that. But then people are leaking their IP left and right. And then sometimes you'll see a case where a threat actor or a criminal finds something that's leaked. The people don't know that it's already public, and then they try to extort them off something that's already public. But because the people don't know that it's public, because they can't manage their digital footprint, they may consider paying an extortionist. So that's a fun one. The technology and infrastructure, this is one that we're going to kind of focus on a little bit, but you want to find out the controls that they have. I put ERP in here because maybe you're going to try to do a business email compromise and you want to know what ERP system they're using for doing their accounting and accounts payable activities. So you may have a whole exercise. I mean, that would actually be a really good red team thing. I buddy up with my CFO on this, and this is how me and the CFO are very tight because we've done a lot of business email compromise stuff. There, SaaS services, what are people using? I get worried, not the big SaaS services like an Okta or a Salesforce or Marketo, but like the little ones that are out there, which is a small company, those ones worry me, and then what kind of data do they hold for me? So understanding the SaaS footprint, and then the people. Like for me, what are the interests? If you want to socially engineer me, just do something related to barbecue, and I'll click on it in a second, which you'll see a little example of in a little bit. But you got to have an objective and try to do, have some success, show some wins inside your organization, and then you can kind of grow the program. And you need the right tools for the job, right? And go back to that landscape slide. There's all those tools that are out there. I mean, you can't use a Switch controller on an Xbox or a PlayStation, or insert your gaming analogy there. You got to have the right tools. I am pretty excited about Black Friday and some of the discounts that will be coming on some of this stuff. I save up a lot of money for the year for Black Friday. New Sonos. See, there's my digital footprint. I run Sonos at home. That's not good.
OSINT tools or gaming tools?
Gaming tools.
Yes.
Yeah, 100% gaming. Although we have found, funny that you kind of mentioned that, we have found on the dark web in some of the criminal marketplaces and stuff, they will do deals on, Ashley knows what I'm talking about, on like weed. They're like, here's your Black Friday deal for your drugs and stuff like that. So that's always, they get in on that action too.
I mean, sometimes you need stuff if you're going to have to hang out with your family the whole time.
So, oh yeah, that's right. Shodan has.
That's my membership, the one.
That's so what we're going to do. Actually, VPNs. Well, these days getting a VPN could be a problem if you look at some of the news recently. But what we wanted to do kind of now, and Charles will kind of take us through this, is we wanted to show you some of the tools. There's so many tools out there, but some of these are like the OGs, like Shodan, right? And then we'll walk through some other tools. Some of these tools will be in the lab that we're doing. Some of the tools will not be in the lab.
Yeah, as we were just talking about, like Shodan is probably one of the bigger, more popular, well-known ones. You could do so much on there for infrastructure. It presents CPEs, CVEs that people are vulnerable to, ports that are open, potential geographic locations of physical infrastructure, who owns the infrastructure. You can get some WHOIS records sometimes. Obviously, like I said, the particular service versions are running on the open ports. And you can also, the great thing about Shodan is you can filter when you do have the account. So if you just wanted to filter by port 3389 and look at everybody who has RDP exposed to the internet, you can do that.
Don't suggest that, by the way.
And then you can look at the 4,800,000 computers that are still with RDP open to the internet and just look at the login page. I'm not advertising that you should do anything with that, but it's there. You can do the same thing with printers that are just open to the internet, Chromecasts, a lot of things. There's a ton of stuff. And the great thing about Shodan is you can just index all of that stuff. You can find industrial control systems. You can find webcams and look at the webcams and see what's on there. If anybody's ever played a game called Shodan Safari, that's one of the more popular pastimes, I think, in the community. Just getting on Shodan and finding what's there and seeing what's just open to the public that you can get on and look at. So
it kind of goes back to the slide I had with the blowing up in digital footprints. Sure, some people are being negligent, right, by having these services running. But if you look, let's say you're a financial services company or a company that grows by M&A, you're acquiring companies, you acquire all that infrastructure. It's why the digital footprints are so difficult to manage. That's why we do need to be doing this sort of work to make sure that, because how many people that work in cybersecurity are given a heads up that that you're going to acquire someone? It's probably not going to happen. It's often very sensitive in an organization, so you're going to find out after the fact. So yeah, a lot of people are doing the wrong things and should be criticized, but also it speaks to just how hard it really is to try to defend a modern network with that infrastructure and people expanding everywhere. We had one thing with Shodan we found once was a ICS, basically a controller to a pool in Vegas. And this would be like, you go to a certain hotel on a Sunday for their big dance party in the pool kind of thing, and you could completely control the temperatures of the water, and that was just through Shodan. I mean, it wasn't leet or anything to find it. It was quite easy. So yeah, you can find quite interesting stuff with this.
Yep. Next one here, Recon NG. Anybody that's ever played around with any of the more popular OSINT and Recon tools in like Kali Linux. This is a big one. We've got modules for everything. You can get API keys for a lot of these different services, but it'll brute force subdomains. It'll also import Shodan results. You can scrape Twitter. You can scrape GitHub. You can scrape LinkedIn.
It's got Have I Been Pwned you can plug into as well for credentials.
Yep, you can find if the accounts have been breached, popped or not, and then if they have, you can pivot from that and maybe try and go find those databases if you're trying to, pen test an organization or something. And so that's another tool that has just got a wide variety of uses. It's very flexible, and again, it's one of those things where you need to figure out what you're going to do because you can find so much information. You need to be able to funnel it down to a targeted goal to be able to find exactly what you've got going on.
It's also, if you use Metasploit, it'll be a familiar kind of user experience there, so that's nice as well.
Yep. This one here is just another shot of Recon NG if you run it against. Like for this one, it's specifically going to be Digital Shadows public GitHub, so you could scrape GitHub, it lists the results, it tells you what the repo names are, it gives you URLs to those repos, it'll tell you exactly what's there. And I mean, that's just pretty much all of the modules will present data in this format. So if you're scraping Twitter as well, it'll list out tweets. If you're scraping LinkedIn, it'll list profile names and links to the profiles. Have I been pwned? It'll start listing account names that you put in that you feed to it, if they've been pwned or not. So it's a great format for just keeping data organized, being able to stay on top of everything when you start finding all of that information. The next one here is Trufflehog. I don't know if anyone's ever played with this one.
Yeah, has anybody used Trufflehog before?
All right, a couple people here. So I love Trufflehog. It's great. You can point it at a Git repo. You just Trufflehog and then the URL. And if you don't do any of the additional configuration requirements, it'll just search for like high entropy strings, and it'll start returning any kind of API tokens or like access keys to AWS or anything that people will leave in their Git repos when they make commits. I mean, maybe they encoded it as an environmental variable in a script or something and just made the commit and didn't think anything of it, which is surprisingly something that we see at Digital Shadows all the time. It pops up in our incidents. I mean, it's kind of scary the amount of stuff that's out
not
there.
Our internal security program,
Correct,
just to clarify.
I mean, as
the customers that we service.
Yes, customers that we service.
Is it people know what GitHub is? Is there basically software in the cloud might be a really simple way to describe it. Software library in the cloud.
You just commit your code to it, and then it's available wherever you need it. You can call it back down to your local machine and start working on it again, or run the program. But yeah, so this tool basically almost a one-trick pony. If you don't do any of the really advanced configuration settings, if you just install it and then start pointing it at stuff, it'll find all kinds of interesting things, and that kind of pivots into another tool that we're going to talk about in a little bit, which is Shgit. I don't know if anybody's played with this one either, but this has got a nice GUI front end for people that don't like looking at a terminal. But you can just filter by different API tokens, and this will basically just crawl all of the public repos that are available constantly, just nonstop. And you just go to this URL and set your filters to what you're interested in, and just give it a few minutes and watch the results just trickle in. And it is, again, mind-boggling the amount of results. I left it up for like 10 minutes the other day and came back and had like 220 results to filter through of just like hard-coded credentials in code. So
it's ridiculous. I joke around like GitHub's a new pastebin. You know, many years ago, pastebin was so hot, H-A-W-T hot, for people leaking stuff out there. But now GitHub, it's insane. And also kind of like for me as a system, when I think about third-party risk, anybody that offshores code development or outsources code development will oftentimes find their code snippets and stuff like that on a repo that's public they think is private. We will see RSA, SSH private, not public keys, right? So the private key is not a good thing. It wasn't in the open source, but if you remember the Uber, actually there's some litigation going on this week, but Uber got popped. And if you'll recall, they didn't do a notification on it, and then it finally came out later. But in the Uber, basically they used GitHub to get AWS credentials that then they pivoted into the AWS environment. Now that one was more, they used social engineering. It wasn't because it was public, but it just speaks about all the stuff that's out here. So if you're doing red team work, if you're doing pen test work, you should absolutely look for anything that's related to GitHub for your company or your customer. And then likewise on the Defender side, on the blue side, this one here, you know, when we were brainstorming on stuff, I was like, we have to talk about GitHub because it is just, and I see some heads nodding in the room too. So this place is toxic, and hopefully it's not toxic with your data, your employees' data, or your customers' data.
And it can just be as simple as, you know, you hire people. Anybody in here do any dev work on a regular basis? All right, so, you know, I mean, you want to have easily accessible, repeatable builds. You're going to commit all your dot files so you can just pull it down, have your workstation set up exactly how you want it. Yeah, and you accidentally, you know, committed like your .ssh folder and all your keys are in it. Oops. Yeah, so I mean, it's little things, you know, people are looking for convenience, they're looking for what's normal, what they're used to, and the ability, and people are used to that in the cloud, like the ability to just get their information anywhere, and they don't always kind of think about the implications, or not gonna lie, sometimes, especially if you're trying to use the web browser interface for GitHub, it's not always the easiest thing to like figure out how to change things from private to public if you're not used to it. And so you might just accidentally make something public that shouldn't be public.
It's not too dissimilar from S3 buckets.
Yeah.
I mean, the default config from Amazon is that they're disabled, but S3 buckets are, you know, you probably don't go more than a month before you hear somebody that's made a mistake with an S3 bucket. We didn't include any S3 bucket stuff on here, but that's also something that you should be looking at for your company or the targets of any assessment work you do. So anybody use this for, this would be like in your social media toolkit. There's a lot of commands that you can do there. We actually took an example, but if you're trying to, you know, target an exec, or maybe it's someone that you know has domain admin rights or something like that, and you just want to start working on a social engineering, crafting social engineering, you can use this for it. We ran it against me, so we did, you know, my profile, Rick H. Holland, and then anything that had barbecue in it. And as you can see, actually, it seems like sometimes I tweet more about barbecue than I do about cybersecurity stuff. I did my first barbecue competition at my daughter's elementary school 2 weeks ago. And then the ironic thing is I'm mostly vegan as well, so that always throws people off for a loop too.
But the barbecue is great.
But
even
I
for
only eat
mostly
my own
vegan.
barbecue, which is kind of what this is. So we did a barbecue at my house last Sunday, right? Yeah, and
Yeah.
we had about 30 people from the local Digital Shadows and some travelers. And so I did brisket, pork belly, burnt ends, and then this is the first time I ever did it, but I did smoked blueberry bread pudding, and that was the best. So good. Yeah, and there's me putting some powdered sugar on it. So yeah, so if you want to target me, you know, put something on here, reference like some new hot Panther Island barbecue or Heim barbecues, burnt ends out here for those that are local, or those that drive out here from barbecue, like me and we'll do from Dallas. So yeah, it's just a great tool for understanding a target, what their interests are, what they talk about. Be really useful for your, you know, building your sock puppets to start interacting with people.
Coming up next, we've got Google Dorks. If anyone's familiar with those, it's just specific ways to search things on Google to filter results. You can specify by like things that are in the URL or in the title or in the text of the page. You can use Boolean operators so that you can look for things that are in the URL and the text of the page. And it's a good way to limit your results. That way you can find specific things. There's a ton of them. You can can find massive lists of them on Pastebin and GitHub and stuff of different things you can search for to look for different things. I mean, you can look for like specific strings to find like auto login pages for admin portals, things like that. I mean, it's just one of the examples on top of, you know, URLs that might be vulnerable to like SQL injection, or again, you know, just limiting things to a specific search result. If you don't want to have to filter out a whole bunch of results, you can look for very specific things, which kind of goes to the next slide. There was a CVE for Ghidra that came out over the summer, and it was mostly for like path traversal by sending like crafted templates to the server, but it was always for portals that were exposed, like for publicly facing that shouldn't have been. And
It's a bad move if you're using your Ghidra and it's public facing. That's
so I
no bueno.
just
And with no multi-factor auth as well.
was reading through this. I had some work assigned to me regarding some of this stuff, and kind of was able, they didn't disclose how they found those portals, but I kind of was able to reverse engineer based on what was a common theme there of probably what Google Dork they were using to find that. And when I did it, there was like 25,000 Ghidra portals. Just
And just to
indexed on
clarify,
Google.
Digital Shadows was not one of those 25,000
No.
as well?
Yeah, but just exposed, and a lot of them, when you started looking, were running that vulnerable version of Ghidra, hadn't updated, and still had that portal just up and login portal exposed to the internet. So not a good
Yeah, I mean,
look.
just like everybody knows, especially people that do vulnerability and patch management, like that long tail of how long it takes for people, especially you think now anybody that's in retail, right? You're probably on lockdown already, getting ready for, well, it's this month now, right? It's November 2nd now. So it can be a problem to take care of some of this stuff. You should know about this sort of thing though.
All right, that leads us into a little bit more of the technical stuff. Anybody ready for Cyberpunk to come out? Yeah, all right.
My wife is not. She is not ready for me to have another game.
Yeah, my wife's not either. But yeah, so we're gonna get into a little bit more technical stuff. This is gonna be a tool called Orca that we built in-house at Digital Shadows. It's a OSINT tool. It's mostly for network infrastructure, domain information, CVEs, things like that. It's written in Python. All you need is a Shodan API key, and everything else does the rest. It's pretty much all CLI based. It's on GitHub. It's publicly available. You guys can download it, poke around, play with it, submit pull requests. If you think it sucks or something, let us know.
And we'll be part of the lab exercises that
Yes.
we do in the workshops as well.
So basically, what we did for a sample scenario, because the whole reason we did the tool is we thought it's really hard. Like you have a lot of different sources for network results and for domain information. Let's build a tool that is able to consolidate that into nice tables. So you can gather Shodan information, you can use DNS dumpster, you can use the DNS database enumeration, you can use a CVE database. Let's take all of that information, and you can just add assets to it from the command line, and then it'll populate those with results, and you can export those results into like Excel files or CSVs if you want to move them into over, do anything else. Look at the data you have in a nice, neat format. That way, it's not just overwhelming tabs in your browser. I'm guilty of that, having like 80 tabs open sometimes. So it's a nice way to just have all of your information in a nice, concise format. But so, like for example, just for the screenshots that we have here, like let's say you're targeted with your tasked with infiltrating PayPal. How are we going to do it? We're going to find vulnerable systems. How are we going to find those vulnerable systems? We're going to start researching the company. We're going to start figuring things out about them. And that kind of tells us, all right, so we've got a domain name for paypal.com. What's next? And so that's basically where we go into from there. So here's the help menu for every one of those commands as well. Additionally, below that for add, discover, enum, explore, there's also a help menu for that. So you just, every time you add a command, there's another help menu layer there. It's pretty thoroughly documented for anybody that has any questions or anything. That's how you add everything. You can export things. That's how you discover more modules, subdomains, things like that. So with Orca, you can start with 3 different kinds of information. All you need is one. And it could be the organization's name, and it'll basically scrape Google and let you look at Google results to import into your database that you're building. You could add the domain name and specifically start with that domain name, or the CIDR prefix if you just kind of know generally what their network CIDR prefix is. So, as I was saying, that's kind of how it works at a very simple graphical overview there. You can use the search engine, and it'll search PayPal, and it'll start listing all of the domains that it finds that are related to PayPal through Google when it searches. And so you can just choose to enumerate those, add them into the database, or not. It'll also start enumerating all the subdomains associated with that it can find through like DNS Dumpster, and you can start. That's when you start to find payflow.paypal.com. You can start to find MX records, mail servers, things like that. When you start to go through all the DNS stuff,
SaaS applications that they're using, that they have the saasapp.paypal.com as well.
Yeah, like perfect example, Jira.paypal.com, like we were just saying, to be able to get into that. And then also, if you happen to have any infrastructure, if again, like their CIDR prefix, you can put that in there and it'll start to enumerate, just searching through the numbers and iterating through that. And basically, when we built this tool out, we used the 4DNS data set and certificate transparency logs. And we use that just for being able to show, to tracking domain ownership, and it's very useful for a lot of the DNS enumeration that we do.
Does anybody use Sonar? And I'm sure there's probably a fair amount of people. Sonar is a good source from Rapid7. It's great that Rapid7 shares that with the community.
And so when you start to combine that data set, and you can start to track assets, because that's again, kind of, from a Defender perspective, it is difficult sometimes to track all of that information. And when you are doing reconnaissance on something, this is a great way to, again, be able to track that history and see exactly what's been going on with domains and infrastructure. It also, again, enumerates those DNS records. So here's an example for the DNS records for PayPal, but you can find all of the SPF information. If they don't have SPF or anything set up, might be a little bit easier to start getting phishing emails in there. You can also start to find out exactly what domains they allow stuff from.
Yeah, just from an email authentication perspective, SPF, DKIM, DMARC, these are all things that make it harder to spoof addresses. So if someone's not running something like that, then it'll be much easier to craft a phishing attempt against them.
And so that's, again, helpful information if you're trying to do recon on a company. You can kind of start to see this really starts to allow very fine-toothed information, like fine-grained detail about the company that you're finding. They might have all their records proxied through like Cloudflare, but then maybe one record is not, and that reveals a source IP address of something. And,
Remember that.
All of a sudden, that just doesn't, that leads you to be able to find their actual IP address and not just the IP address that it says it is, and you can start finding other information. And DNS is just a great way to enumerate infrastructure about a company. So again, it doesn't support the discovery of the CIDR prefixes, but when you find out those, if you find the whois information and you find the block that they do have, it will support the enumeration of that. And so it uses Shodan to support the enumeration part, but that also will, again, when you find that whois information for that CIDR prefix, that stuff is extremely valuable as well to see who the network ownership is. You might be able to see for example, eBay owns this part of PayPal. So you kind of know, okay, there's a parent company now. We could start to add that to our data set potentially and look at, is there a potential there for, reconning that third party now? What more information can we find to be able to maybe pivot back to PayPal? It's just another way to gather more information. Again, this basically pulls in using the Shodan CLI, but it presents the information that's there. It tells you exactly what ports are open. It gives you their net blocks. It gives you all of the information about location, the IP address, and then CPEs, which are a really handy way of disclosing exactly what services, operating systems and versions are there. And as we see on the next slide, the CPEs are able to be mapped to a CVE. And that database we incorporated in there is managed by MITRE. And so you can also, when you run this information through Orca and you start to enumerate all those CPEs, it will automatically start to map those for you. So when you go to look at your data in the table format or export it to a spreadsheet, it's going to come out and have those mapped. So it'll show you like, oh, so okay, so this specific version of the operating system or the specific version of the software that's on there is vulnerable to these specific vulnerabilities, and it maps it like that so you can look at the CVEs for that stuff.
I'm trying to add as much data from disparate tool sets into one to just kind of give you a bigger picture.
And so that's, again, as I was saying, it provides that. Shodan provides that as well, and then we can map that stuff. If Shodan doesn't have those results, then the MITRE database that we have in there will be able to map that and put it in there as well. And so, again, theoretical vulnerability stuff that Shodan shows, like, oh, you're running Apache and it's vulnerable to, you know, these 27 CVEs on your website. Like, realistically, it's not always. And so that's the other thing is you can, with the CVE search that we have built in, it'll run through the exploit database and it'll map known CVEs and known publicly available exploits to those CVEs that it finds. So then you can kind of, again, when you print things out, if there is a known public working exploit for that, it'll link to it versus just saying like, oh, it's vulnerable to CVE 2019, whatever. It'll actually say like, here's the exploit DB, here's the public exploit that's available for that specific software.
I think that's a big thing for like the blue team. I think about us running our own vulnerability management. I mean, who here has solved vulnerability and patch management and can triage and prioritize their endpoint fixes and server fixes? Nobody, right? I used to be an analyst at Forrester Research, and I covered vulnerability management for 4.5 years. And then when I came to Digital Shadows and I was a practitioner again, I was like, man, this still sucks. It's actually like maybe I should go back to be an analyst where I can just talk about stuff instead of actually having to do it. So anything that helps you triage, you know, the exploits in the wild. There's a proof of concept that a white hat is written. The stuff that comes into exploit.d is exploit.db or -db is just super helpful to prioritize the limited resources that we all have.
Yep. So this one again, this is just kind of the output. Again, how I was saying, it lays things out in a nice, neat table instead of just like rows of command line output for you to have to sift through. We tried to structure it to make sure it was nice, neat, easy to read, organized. And so this is like what the Shodan output would be for a particularly vulnerable system potentially. All right, and again, so we kind of just, that was a brief overview into what Orca does and can do. We'll be getting into using it a little bit more for some potentially malicious purposes in our workshop, kind of showing you what the OSINT walkthrough is going to be in that workshop that we're planning to put on here. First one starts in about 15 minutes, and we're putting 2 more on this afternoon. What we're going to do is basically walk you through from start to finish, researching a company that has poor OPSEC, their employees, and being able to pivot into getting onto their infrastructure from their poor OPSEC. So if that's something you're interested in, we're looking forward to seeing you. All you need to do is be ready to run a VM with VirtualBox or VMware, and that's going to be it. It's going to be pretty fun.
We're not going to run every one of the tools that we mentioned, but the majority of the ones we will, including Orca as well.
Yep.
We did put together just kind of a quick cheat sheet. I mean, again, you go back to that landscape slide that I had that has all these different things out here. We put links to some of the tools that we talked about. Bellingcat is up there. Again, I highly recommend Bellingcat. Intel Techniques is a great site. OSINT Framework is kind of cool, interactive web page where you click on what you're going after, and then it'll pop out. Here's a bunch of tools that you can use for that particular bit. We'll share the deck from whatever means. Maybe I'll put it on a slide share, something like that. Harvester is one of, we didn't go over it in this, but that's another tool that, as long as you don't get busted by Google, it can be useful for some enumeration. And then Trufflehog being, again, the GitHub. Like, for me, a big takeaway, especially as like running a security program, is the GitHub. If there's one thing that you guys add to assessments that you're doing is to look at the GitHub for yourself or your targets. And we kind of built it in, so we have probably, 10 minutes or so? Yeah, just 11. I don't know if anyone has any questions. Or I'll also like to have people share. If there's something that you use really well, please share it with the group.
Which room again is the workshop in?
It is in Win. Yep. Glad I remembered that.
What about tools like Maltego and stuff like that?
Maltego, I think, personally, has some scalability challenges with it, but Maltego is nice for mapping out. Actually, when we do presentations and stuff on a target, Or if it's a threat actor we're tracking, Maltego is not a bad way to kind of show here's their infrastructure, here's their social media, things like that. So yeah, Maltego is a nice, and then you can get transforms for a bunch of the different, actually for a lot of stuff we mentioned in here. So Maltego will give you a nice front end for a lot of the work, but I think once you start to get like enterprise scale on Maltego, it starts to have a little bit of challenges. So yeah, Maltego.
Yeah, there is a free community edition available. It should run, I think, like 12 searches on it if you download it. So.
And it's not expensive. I think it's like under $2,000 to actually buy it for commercial purposes. Question in the back?
How do you guys recommend organizing all this data that we find?
So the question, sorry, I'll repeat the question. Okay. How do you recommend organizing all the data that you find?
So for me personally, I found like I just typically will have a text file or Word document open, and I'll, again, the categories. So if I'm looking for people, infrastructure, things like that, like under those categories, the information I find. Infrastructure stuff, I find like a spreadsheet can be pretty helpful as a good way to keep things organized. But again, for me, I'm probably the wrong person to ask. The other day I checked Chrome and had 84 tabs open on my work laptop. So Rick might be able to.
Well, if you've got, it kind of depends on what your skills are too. Like if you got Python skills and you can transform data, can mess around with JSON and stuff like that, that'll make it a little bit more scalable for you. I actually think it's a good point. Like, I think everybody that does cybersecurity, especially if we have any students in the room, needs to have some level of development capability, be able to write shell scripts, especially if you start to look at AWS and things like that. There's so much that you need to do on the command line for it. I think whenever I talk at schools or to people that are aspiring, I'm like, dev skills are super important. They're only going to become more important.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I would say one thing to consider is phishing attacks. Don't rule out open source sources. Using that Spokio, things like that.
Was it Spokio?
Yeah, Spokio, things like that. I actually did a phishing campaign a while ago, and I looked at someone on there, and I got some information off them. Their profiles were kind of locked down, so I found, family. Their family profiles were all locked down. They shared some information, and I used that to phish them and got access that way.
The family is, we kind of do with our execs, just part of our cybersecurity training, right? Because the families will be targeted for our high value targets and stuff like that. So what's their digital footprint? When you get to large like Fortune companies, they'll actually have like physical security teams go on site and they'll do a physical assessment of an exec CEO's home, and then they'll also do a digital footprint assessment as well. So yeah, Spokio is a good tool for that stuff as well. Anything else? All right, well, thank you all for the time, and look forward to those that are going to come to the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see you at one of the sessions.
Need to leave this here. And that stays. That comes with me.
audio slide or anything, so I just jump straight into it.
All right. So let's see, 45 minutes, and then I'll give you a 5-minute and a 2-minute warning.
Okay.
And then there'll be Q&A, and then the last 10 minutes will be for the next speaker to set up.
Okay.
Or it might be lunch. Do a quick mic check. Just check.
Check, check, check. This is Michael.
Here, let me see that back.
Sure. It's muted.
It might be off. I'm gonna have to pull it. Sorry.
No worries. Now it's on. Oh, and I can hear myself. Perfect.
I think we are ready to go. So.
Got a couple minutes. 10:30, so.
Moving about, or are you going to speak from the podium?
I'll move about a little bit, but not too much. And the thing with like the high-altitude balloons is essentially I have too many hobbies and not enough time. And one of those hobbies for the past year has been cultivating my paranoia. So I'm not paranoid, I promise. They're just all out to get me. That's exactly how it works. So I guess I've chosen to kind of be a public figure. Maybe I have delusions of grandeur, and that's why I think that. But I like to at least pretend like people actually care about maybe attacking me or doing something with my information or doxing me. Because, well, I present with my real name and my real company. I'm using my real name today. We're going to talk about data breach things that could get me in hot water. I'm using all this real information, and I have several reasons to hide my address. So, of course, there's the obvious things like someone could dox you. They could target you personally. This is what I like to call people getting mad. You make somebody mad, they decide, oh, this is my personal vendetta. I'm going to attack this guy. I'm going to dox his information. I'm going to send him pizzas, whatever it is. I mentioned upsetting companies. So if I upset a company by talking about a data breach or by talking about some vulnerability or presenting something they don't like about their product, well, they might try and sue me. They might try and send a cease and desist. Well, if they don't have my address, that's going to be difficult. Of course, property theft. If you guys don't know, I love barcode scanners, and so I have a giant collection of barcode scanners, and that stuff is precious to me. And what if someone were to come and burgle my precious barcode scanners? I can't have that. And then the obvious things of identity theft and fraud and data breach, the things that aren't personally targeted at me, but necessarily might be targeted at a group of people. And I mentioned people getting mad. This is a concern in the InfoSec community. That's why I bring these talks to BSides, because I'm trying to teach people who maybe hack computers for a living that use that same methodology, that same hacker mindset, the same threat modeling, and apply it to your own personal life. So the problem is that addresses tend to be leaky as fuck. This is I actually did this with a utility here in DFW area, unrelated to the one we're going to talk about in a little bit. But essentially, you call them, they look up your caller ID, and then they read out your address to you over the phone. So if you can imagine, you can just spoof that caller ID for dollars or cents, and you can just call them up, and if you give them my phone number, you'll get my address. And well, that comes into a lot of problems, especially with utilities. So you probably use Encore for your electricity if you live in DFW. That map up there, the green, is Encore, and they cover Dallas County and Denton County almost entirely, Tarrant County. They cover a little bit of Denton, a lot of Collin, a lot of South Dallas. They cover roughly 3.5 million people. Well, they have an information leak in one of their endpoints. So this is an unauthenticated endpoint that essentially lets you not only bulk download data about their customers, but you can also look them up by phone number, because might as well make it super convenient. So not only can you just pull down every single database entry, but you can also pull down individual people. This affects all of Encore's customers, about 3.5 million Texas homes and businesses. Apologies, in the abstract I put 10 million, but that's people who live in houses. This is 3.5 million accounts. And it exposes the full address, the account phone numbers, the energy company and account number, and also some metadata like your meter ID. Now, just to let you all know that I did disclose this to the vendor back in August. This is not an issue in Encore themselves, but in a vendor that they use that is essentially put out this API that they didn't really think about securing. I disclosed it to the vendor. They got back really quickly to me, and it's still live last night when I checked. So even though we've reported it, talked about it, it's been months at this point, it's still live. That's why we're not going into technical details about what it is. We're just saying this is out there. But what I really want to use that as an example to illustrate is what I call the privacy iceberg. So we can control the stuff on the top, the entities that we share data with intentionally. What we can't control are the people below. So this is the companies that you give data to that have a contractor that they then give some data to. They have a consultant. Well, the consultant comes in, looks at their reports, looks at their data, makes changes. They're managed service providers, the people who actually run their IT environments. And then recursively, because each of those companies has other consultants, other vendors. I myself work at a vendor. It's turtles all the way down. if we keep following this chain, you don't know where any data can go. And so the idea here is the only real defense against this is an active defense. So this is what I say is passive defense is no defense. So I think that you could spend, you could go through all this and be really careful about where you give your address out. You could never give out your home address except to a couple utilities, which is what I've done. And still, I found that Encore unauthenticated web point in like 30 minutes. It didn't take me long at all to find that. It didn't actually take any hacking per se. It's literally just exposed. So the only way to really protect your data is to take what I call an active defense. And it sounds really simple, just don't give out your real address. But that, of course, is kind of difficult. There's lots of things that need our address. The reason why we're doing this is because unlike a password, unlike a credit card, unlike an email address, you can't easily change your address. You generally have to physically move, and moving sucks. So what I want to tell you with is you don't have to be a crazy tinfoil hat wearing person. It's actually not that hard. And we're going to go into the details of how we actually did this. So first thing with this is that, remember that the address alone isn't really sensitive. So this is 1500 Maria Street in Dallas. That address is public records. Like, there's county registers that say, this has a tax address here, this is the property number, this is the lot number, this is who owns it. We'll show a little bit of that later. It doesn't matter that the address exists, because that's public information. Anyone who drives by your house can see the street address. What's really the sensitive thing is the combination of your name and your address. So really, when I say hiding your address, that's what this talk is all about. It's hiding where your name is attached to your address, putting some obfuscation in there to make it more difficult to track. Because on the left, we've got Michael West at Marilla Street. That is uniquely identifiable information. Someone can take that, come to my house, and steal my barcode scanner collection. But if they see John Doe, or they just see resident, it really doesn't give someone any information that they don't already know, or it gives someone information of someone else, subterfuge. So I got to give props to J.J. Luna, who made a really great book about this that I read about a year ago and kind of inspired me for this. This is really the hardcore guide to becoming invisible. He goes through some strategies that I think are way over the top and way unnecessary for most people, but it's really good inspiration. It really gets you thinking of what you can do. And here's my current progress. So these are all the current entities that know my address. It's down to a fairly short list. Essentially, these are the ones that I just really couldn't get around any other way. So obviously landlord, they're gonna know where I live because I rent, because I'm a millennial, it's hard to get a house. Renter's insurance, they kind of need to know where you live. Car insurance, they need to know where your car is. It really doesn't make sense to hide that. Electric company, that should be an obvious one. Gas company, of course, and municipalities and the ISPs. That's it. There are no other companies except maybe a handful of apps that can see your location that maybe know where my address is. The real thing is we're trying to prevent any database entries that have your name and your address near each other. Now, there's a whole lot of things we could talk about involving like actual location privacy and apps and location tracking. That's a whole other conversation. We can't really go into too much details on that, but there's a lot with that. Yeah?
What about like DMV and governmental agencies?
We will get to that. Great question, though. So we're going to start off with what I think are the easy and cheap, or at least free, techniques. And so these ones are essentially all about masking your address, giving fake info, using an address that works, as well as just making it easier so you don't have to actually provide an address when you need to. So the first one here is virtual PO boxes. So if you're familiar with a PO box, it's a mailbox. You get mail at it. You use your address there. Again, we're using a different address. We're hiding our real physical address by giving a fake address that we'll still get mail on. We can still receive mail at. This is a company that I'm not affiliated with. I'm just giving this as an example so you can see the prices. I don't actually use this service, so not an endorsement here. But you can see that the prices for these services are reasonable. $10 a month. It's a Netflix subscription, essentially. What these services do is, well, they send you pictures. they scan the envelopes for you. So this is my actual vehicle registration, which is 420 next year. It's amazing. And I got this envelope sent to me from the Texas DMV, sent to my mailing address. So the company actually scanned the envelope, sent me an email with it saying, do you want this mail? Do you want us to scan it, shred it, mail it to you, archive it for later? And so that's what I did. It went to my address in another state, and it came back here eventually through when I reshipped it. And this is actually, not only is this a privacy-enhancing service, it's really convenient. So here is my tax form for my 1095B, which is just your simple, I had health insurance last year. And you can see that I just got a scan of it. Cool, I can type this in my taxes, I'm ready to go. Of course, taxes, social security numbers are gonna be on this information, so you have to trust the company involved. So where I use my virtual PO box? Well, essentially everywhere I freaking can. I use this for my bank. I use this for my credit card. Whenever I buy something online, even if I ship it to my house, I use this as a billing address. If I have a membership or some kind of club, a church, I give my virtual PO box for that. It's led to some awkward conversations where people ask me, oh, you're from so-and-so? I'm like, no, I've never been there. What? Just don't worry, it's just my address, don't worry about it. And this does work with doctors and dentists who are very good about accidentally giving out your info. If you call up a doctor's office, they'll essentially tell you an address if you give them a name and a birth date. Some insurance will work. I mentioned car insurance, renter's insurance. Those, you won't get away with this. But you can do things like liability insurance, anything where you just need to get a mail address. And health insurance, of course. And then finally at my work. So I'm actually using this at my work address. My work doesn't know where I live. I'm a remote employee too, which they're just like, we think he's in Texas somewhere. And if you are concerned, I mentioned, having your social security number and other private information going through this service. These are federally regulated. They're what's called CMRAs, Commercial Mail Receiving Agent. And this is not something that you can just go and sign up online and they start receiving your mail. You actually have to take this form, take it to the post office, get it notarized, get it signed. Basically, this goes through the federal process of the US Postal Service. And so it has some of the protections. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I can't give you advice on what the penalties are, but tampering with mail is a felony both for these guys and for the normal post office. So in general, you have some confidence that they're not reading your mail and actually taking your info because there's some serious penalties for doing that. I will say I don't really recommend normal PO boxes. There's a lot of private companies that do not only this CMRA, where they're doing it online, but there's also ones that do it, UPS store, FedEx store, they've got mailboxes too. I'd highly recommend picking a private company over a USPS postal box. First of all, you can't receive private carriers. You kind of can, there's some things with street addressing. It's complicated. Generally, you can't receive like UPS packages at a PO box. The customer service is obviously not quite as good as the Postal Service. It's a federal agency. And there is more explicit privacy protections, though, because you're not involving a third-party company. You're working directly with the government. For some people, that might actually be a downside. We're not trying to say this is the threat model that you exactly have to follow, but this is just to give you some ideas about what to think about when you're choosing a provider, how to actually choose these kind of services. And if you look at it, it's really not that much more expensive to use the online services. That website I posted, or showed earlier with whatever that site was, it was only $3 more a year to use that site over a normal PO box. And that site will actually mail you everything. You don't have to actually ever go to the post office. They'll just do it all for you. I will say, though, if you do get in the habit of using these virtual PO boxes, when I had that DMV registration sticker sent to my PO box, I had to pay like $1.50 to have it remailed back here to my home, again, without using my real name on there. There's a small charge for that, but every time I look at that and just think, okay, I'm spending $1.50 to basically protect my address from anyone. And you can do this kind of a little more advanced. So we talk about segmentation, about like network segmentation, credential segmentation when we're hacking. Why don't we do that for our addresses as well? you can get multiple PO boxes. You can get ones from the same company. You can go to different companies and diversify. You can get multiple box numbers. I wouldn't recommend multiple box numbers because if you don't know data processing, a lot of times they just ignore the address field 2, so you'll still kind of be matched up based on the address field 1 and your name. But if you use a different address, you can segment them. So the idea here is we'd have like a tier 0. That's kind of like where we put our most important servers, our domain controllers, and things like that. Well, we'll use only that address only for financial institutions, for your credit reports, and that's it. If you ever have a risk of identity theft, that'd be a really good one, because you can use this address that's only ever going to show up on your credit report and your banks. You never use it anywhere else. You never tell anybody about it. It's essentially just kind of out there floating, and you can use it as kind of like a second factor almost to your accounts. Because even if someone compromises, say, one of your credit cards, one of your online-only cards, or they compromise some website that you ordered product from, they won't actually get your bank address. And then, of course, you can do things like have one set up for just domain who is, spam, stuff you don't really care about, maybe a non-sensitive address that you make public if you ever need to receive mail. And the important thing with this is you can rotate this address whenever you want. You know, we can rotate our passwords whenever a breach happens. I hope you use a password manager, but we can't rotate our address whenever a breach happens. We can't rotate our identity. We can't rotate our biometrics. We can't change our fingerprint when those kind of things get leaked. Normally, we can't change an address. Well, with these services, you just cancel one and start up another. It's as simple as making a Netflix subscription. One more strategy on the easy stuff is, of course, the just plain old lying and fake information. If you think about every single place where you put an address, every single place you put a zip code, think about the ways that you can just put something close but not truthful. For example, if you get an Uber ride to your house from the airport, like I travel a lot for work and I have to do that sometimes, I will use an address down the street and I'll just tell the driver, go to that house, see the garage is already open because I've got smartphone apps and all that. And like, oh, okay, no big deal. But just that little bit of subterfuge means that now Uber doesn't know where I live, they know the street that I live on. They also don't have my exact address tied with my name in their system. And of course, we talked about that privacy iceberg. Well, there's a lot of marketing companies, like, I won't name names, but there are large marketing companies that essentially have large databases where they're kind of correlating this information, taking this data and saying, okay, Michael West lives at this address over here, and he has this phone number and this email. So we're going to tie that into a single profile and start connecting, okay, we see this address over here being used. We're going to connect that to this information. By using fake info, you just basically throw some wrenches in that process, just make it more difficult. Oh, and you'll notice that that 1500 Merlot Street was Dallas City Hall. City Hall is a very good example. If you just need an address in your city, just use City Hall, whatever city you live in, it'll work. Oh, and I love the using the South Pole zip code whenever I need to give a zip code. Really messes with people's analytics. One sec. So let's talk a little bit about burner cards. And these aren't really known as burner cards, but I figured that'd be the best way to explain them. So these are, I know of two services, privacy.com, which I've used, and Blur, who has a terrible website that doesn't explain what they do. So these essentially allow you to create a debit card or a credit card on demand. Usually they'll go straight to your bank account in the form of an ACH transaction. You can set these usually to single use or add some limits like $10 a month. It's kind of nice if you ever want to sign up for a service, a subscription service, and you want to make sure they only charge you like the $10 a month that they say they're going to. But the crucial thing with these cards, I mean, they're great and all for privacy and just you having those limits, but you don't actually have to use a real billing name or address. They're just checking if the card number is valid and that there is an address. They don't actually require you to use their real info. So the example I give, if you want to get pizza delivery at your house, is use a fake name, use your real address, and a burner card online. Go create a Pizza Hut profile and just put that information in there. You'll get pizzas delivered to your house under like John Doe or something. You don't really care. They have your phone number if they need it. They can call you. But you'll actually get that information. You'll actually get that pizza sent to your actual house, and you don't really have to do anything. You don't have to deal with a cash, using cash everywhere. Again, bit of a millennial or something. I don't really want to carry cash at all. I want to use my card, I use my phone, I want to pay with that stuff, and this makes it so much easier. One thing that maybe people don't know about, unless you spend time reading the USPS specifications and formal documents like I do, is general delivery. So instead of having, say, a P.O. box, which you have a key for, you unlock, you show up at the post office and grab your mail, you can mail essentially any post office box with this format, or any post office, excuse me. So we have John Doe name up there, we have general delivery for line 2, and then you'll notice for the zip +4, we have the zip of, I looked up a post office in downtown, and I took that zip code, and then I put D999 at the end. So that means delivered to post office, essentially. That's the special general delivery zip +4. I have heard, and essentially what will happen is they'll hold this mail for you kind of in the back behind the counter. You show up, you give your ID or some kind of identifying information, you say, I'm picking up this letter. Now, this will only work if you're using a small volume of mail, because if the post office kind of catches on that you're using this to get around a P.O. box, they're going to try and charge you fees. I've heard of this happening, especially in big cities where they just don't have a lot of resources to hold a bunch of mail. So I would call some post offices and check, but we'll actually use this a little bit later as some ideas to get around when we can't use an address, or we can't use a mailbox. And of course, if you ever get something shipped, instead of having it shipped to your UPS or your actual address, you can ship it to, I love you guys are actually reading what's on there. Don't worry, I saved that for later. You can actually order things to Amazon lockers, to UPS or FedEx stores, especially if you use Amazon. There's Amazon lockers all over the place. If you don't want to give Amazon your address, you don't have to. So let's go into some pitfalls about where all this can fail, because let me tell you, that's the main thing. This all kind of sounds easy. Just put in a couple addresses, use a virtual mailbox over here, tell this person fake information. But there's some places where it's really difficult to get around this. And there's things that just trip you up. So change of address. I highly recommend never doing a change of address if you care about this. The reason why is if you do a permanent change of address, essentially USPS takes your old address and your new address and your name, and they put it in a database file that they give out to basically hundreds of marketing companies. That says, and that's how they use that to, that's how your mail follows you, that's how your magazines, whatever those are, those actually follow you to your new house without you having to change everything. If you ever notice on a mail it says return service requested, they're getting that digital information back about where these addresses are being moved to. And so if you do that, this is kind of pointless, this whole hiding thing, if you use a change of address, because you're telling them where you moved to. So you're just telling everybody, here's my new address. And while the USPS does have some restrictions on how they can use that data, they say you can't use this as like a source, you can only use it to correct the information you have. They are giving this database file out to a lot of companies. They can't really control what they do with it. And of course, these CMRA addresses are well known. They're formally defined. USPS has some database file where you can download all of them along with all the addresses. And so you may run into some providers, like this was a credit card company that essentially said, nah, we're not going to take this address because of the CMRA. We need your primary residence address. And we'll talk about some strategies to get around that. But this is something just to watch out for. This isn't really something you can figure out until you try it and start changing addresses. I've had it happen where if I go online and I update my address, it gives me an error. So then I'll just call customer support and be like, hey, I need to update my address. I was getting an error online. Okay, great. And they'll just do it for me on the phone, and somehow that bypasses the checks. And it works. Another thing, HR can get confused. So I mentioned I was using this as my work address. Well, I wasn't really thinking when I bought my service that I use, and they have the address for my mailbox is actually in another state. I didn't really think about the problems of doing that at the time. And unfortunately, taxes. The state that I chose has income tax. Texas does not. So I went to HR and said, here's my new address. Okay, great, we're going to start charging income tax. Well, I'm a resident of Texas. And that just, I actually failed the first time trying to get HR to do it. And so I just waited around like 3 or so months. And then I did it again. I talked to somebody else, and they were able to do it. So do take heart with that. Essentially, I also talked with other managers and stuff and kind of got support, like there's a reason to do this. You can talk about the reasons from earlier about keeping your address safe. one of the reasons to do that is, I don't know all the details about this, but there are some databases that I think the US Labor Department or something puts together of new hires. So sometimes those addresses do leave, they do get sent to all those other contractors and vendors. There's a lot of exposure there. Voter registration. So I wanted to show off that, voter registration records are public. I didn't know who to dox, and so I picked the mayor of Dallas because I figured he's a public figure. I just looked up his Wikipedia page, grabbed his date of birth, went to Dallas County collections, and I just typed that information in. This is the page I got. So if you're not aware, voter registration rolls not only what being registered, but the actual record of when you voted, what elections you voted in and what primaries you voted in. That's all public information. It should be to have a functional democracy. The downside, of course, is that if you try and be a civic citizen and register to vote, you're giving out your address, like Mr. Johnson. So there isn't a great solution for this yet. And that's because, well, there's some solutions. So first of all, you can have this mailed to a different address than where you actually live. So you can have this mailed. I had my voter registration mailed to my address in another state, and then for my actual address, I put something else. So they're not necessarily checking that address, but it's supposed to match. I've had issues where I show up to vote, and they look at my ID, and they look at the voter registration and start trying to change it. I say, no, it's fine. Whatever address is on there, keep that. You might be able to get away with using general delivery for these, because this is actually a service that they offer for people who are homeless. They can have their voter registration card sent to a post office. Downside is, if you're not homeless, they might ask some questions if they figure it out. I've known people who essentially just lie about this. They'll put down an address that's messed up. So it's a different street, it's a different house number, but it kind of vaguely fits the same area, so they're in the same precinct, they're not really breaking the law. That is something to watch out for. If you do use another address, make sure it's in the same precinct as where you're actually living, because to not do that is voter fraud, and that's a whole other story. Let's not get into that. Home ownership, don't know what that is. So that is, if you have a if you have a home in essentially any city, your information about your property taxes are essentially public, especially with the bigger counties like Dallas and Tarrant. And so I looked up Eric Johnson's, I just searched Eric Johnson in Dallas County's appraisal district, and here's his information. Now, of course, this is going to differ depending on your threat model. If you're not really worried about someone actively targeting you, this probably isn't a big deal. There are things like this. If you've ever bought a car and then you start getting, or even if you just own a car, you start getting email or mailing letters about your warranty's expired, you're getting phone calls, that's coming from these public databases. So Dragnet kind of like pulling down lots of information. This may be a concern. Maybe if you're not being personally targeted, this isn't something to go for first. But of course, this is public information, and it's really difficult to get around. We'll talk about how. If you have most driver's licenses, if you look on the back, there's a barcode. Yes, I will put barcodes in essentially every presentation until the end of time. Right there in the back of your Texas driver's license is a PDF 417 barcode. You can see an example there. I think this one's from Illinois. Those barcodes contain most of the information on the front. If you get a barcode scanner app, you can scan it yourself and see. It'll say, like, you have these brown eyes, this height, this address. And normally not a big deal. Well, have you ever gone to, like, a bar where they make you stop at the front and they swipe your ID or they scan it? Well, if you ever notice, a lot of times they print out a receipt with all of your personal information on it. So they pull down your address from either the barcode or the stripe. And so if you think about, what are they doing with that afterwards? If you have your real address on your driver's license and they're storing that, maybe it's going to a database, maybe it's going to marketing. Again, you don't know what's going to happen with it. So you have to be actively defensive. Now, I don't want to encourage anyone to break the law too much, but there really isn't a legal loophole for this. In case anyone doesn't know, if you don't read the Texas Transportation Code, you're supposed to update your address within 30 days of moving. And they say specify residential address. So your driver's license is supposed to have the address that you live at. Of course, there's a handful of exceptions for cases of family violence, assault, trafficking, stalking, where essentially the state will give you a P.O. box. that you can actually use in your driver's license. They'll also give you a new driver's license number if you need it. But for the rest of us who just live boring lives, don't update, there's not really a lot of options there. You can, of course, do what a lot of people do and just not update your address when you move. That's simple enough. You'll probably get by with that for a long time until someone eventually figures it out. Using a private mailbox in your state might work. I know Texas in particular doesn't actually check whether it's a CMRA before they use that as your address. But if they ever find that out, it's really easy to see this random address is not that person's house. It's a business that handles mail. A ghost address, which we'll talk about in a couple slides, or you can just lie. So I mentioned again that you can specify a mailing address separate from your real address. So as long as you specify some address on there and just have it mailed to you at your private mailbox, which can be in another state, you'll essentially get around this, and you can just do that as many times as you need to. Again, that's illegal, but, you know, laws are meant to be broken, right? We're hackers. So now I want to get through, that's kind of the basic stuff, the easy things. So those are the things that I think everyone can reasonably do with very little effort, very little time, maybe just like $10 a month, or even just thinking about maybe putting down some fake info whenever you can. So what are the advanced techniques? And I have to, again, give props to J.J. Luna and his book. He literally wrote the book on this, because that's where these ideas came from. So the idea behind a ghost address is you want an address that doesn't show up in a database as that CMRA. You don't want them to show up as a P.O. box provider. So generally, you'll find some small local business. This is the Better Call Saul, the nail salon idea, where essentially you pick a random business and you work out of the back, except you don't actually have to work there, you just have to pay them to receive mail for you. Co-working spaces will do this. Maybe don't choose WeWork just in case they go out of business, but if you go to any co-working space and you tell them, I own a business and I need to receive mail, most of them will actually do this. Sometimes they require you to be a member, sometimes they just charge a small fee. You can tell them that you just need an address, I'm not gonna receive a lot of mail there. In fact, maybe you'll even have them throw away the mail if they don't need it. This is essentially when you can't use a mailbox. You know, I'd much rather personally, of course, there's some issues with using those CMRAs and having your data kind of exposed, and my tax documents are being uploaded to ABS and they're S3. And it's like, that's probably okay. Most of our data's in the cloud anyways. But if you don't want to do that, this is the totally physical solution. You can just get all your mail sent to, you know, the Chinese restaurant down the street that you convince the owner, give them $20 a month. Of course, it requires talking to people, so that's basically a no-go. And this is kind of this sounds absurd to create an LLC in Wyoming and transfer all your assets to it. But hear me out, it's actually not too bad. So the idea here is you create a limited liability company specifically in Wyoming. So essentially what you're doing is creating a business that kind of shields your assets. This sounds like a tax evasion scheme or something. It's not, I promise. The idea is we've got this LLC, and say I have my house or my car. I transfer the ownership of those assets to the LLC. Well, it's my LLC. I own the LLC. I can choose whatever name I want for that. Well, in Wyoming, it used to be the case in, I think, New Mexico, but they changed it a little bit, so now they've moved to Wyoming, there's no legal requirement to actually disclose the owners of an LLC. So you can essentially have these papers saying you own this LLC, you can give it whatever name you want, ideally something that's not your real name, and no one knows who owns this actual car. The car just shows up as registered to some LLC in Wyoming. You can do your registration with that, you can do your property taxes with that. So of course, there is some little bit of legal technicalities with that as any LLC. You do need a registered agent. So if someone wants to sue that company, they have to have an address that they can serve. Doesn't have to be your address. There are companies that do it where essentially they'll just, if you're not familiar, there's like this one company in Delaware that's the registered agent for like 50,000 businesses because of how many companies are incorporated in Delaware. There's companies that do this as well. You can also use those mailboxes. So my mailbox provider actually gives registered agent service. So I could give my mailbox and they can receive, you know, any kind of serving justice things. There is a filing fee for these, but it's not too bad. If you want to do this yourself, $52 a year, you submit a form, I think, once a year to do that. And I mentioned various companies will help. That is JJ Luna. Again, no affiliation, no endorsement here, but he literally wrote the book on this, and I think his service is like $200 a year to make those LLCs. Not too bad when you consider how much protection it gives you. All those companies that I mentioned earlier where I couldn't get rid of that information, if I transfer the assets to the LLC, now I'm really kind of shielding a lot of that. I'm saying my car insurance is registered to this LLC over here. I'm just maintaining it. So you can call me, but this LLC owns it. And you just have to tell them where essentially your car is. So I know that was fairly short, but I'd love to hear any thoughts you guys have, any questions y'all have, because I know this is a really interesting topic. This covers a lot of things, and it covers a lot of domains. So yeah.
In order to even start this process, would you not have to relocate? Because it's already stored in databases online.
So that's the great question about, can you start this even today, even if you don't move? So moving is a really good opportunity to make a clean break, but you also have to remember that a lot of this data will kind of degrade over time. So those databases that are storing, those marketing databases that store hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of addresses, they do keep timestamps on them. So over time, they can see that the data is getting older and less valuable, and if you start inserting that fake data in there, now they're seeing different names showing up at this address. So I rent a townhome, and I constantly get mail for other people who lived here 10 years ago. So that address, I don't know because I don't have visibility into that side of things, but I know that marketing companies can see that there's different addresses there, different people there, different time frames, and so if they see all this kind of conflicting data, they think, okay, probably a rental house. It makes it less confident that they can kind of track your address down to you. Now, for like those targeted scenarios, it'll be difficult to kind of wipe everything past, but moving forward, at least it's a good option. Good question. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the question was, if someone, say, like a higher profile individual like that Eric Johnson, if he wanted to hide his address, for example, or a big celebrity, that's kind of where that whole LLC comes into play, because you can say this property is owned by random LLC in Wyoming. No one knows who actually owns that LLC. So that makes it more difficult, and that will actually show up in the property tax records. The key thing there, of course, is you never want to associate that LLC with your name. So you don't want to put that on your website saying, this is my LLC, because then it's just, you're bridging the gap. But good question. Yeah?
On the LLC route, does that start messing with your loans, like having to get commercial loans and mortgages, that kind of thing?
So whether the LLCs will kind of mess with mortgages and things like that. I will say this is probably this is going to be generally better for when you own an asset that doesn't have a lien on it, so you don't have a loan on that. You can probably still get away with getting some loans for these. It's just going to be more work, more paperwork. You might say, you can say LLCs are used as pass-throughs. People will set up LLCs and I guess they'll set up trusts to do this kind of exact same thing, but more for retirement. So it's not totally unfamiliar to a bank. You can just say, I put all my assets over here for retirement purposes. Probably don't go in the whole paranoia thing. People seem to be weirded out when you talk to them. I went to a hotel, a Marriott, and they saw my address from another state, and they're like, oh, have you been there before? Oh, you're from so-and-so? No, I'm from Texas. Oh, do we have the right address? Oh, that's the right address. Looks at my driver's license, looks at my address. Like, don't worry, I just don't give out my real address. Oh, here's your key. Please go away. That was really an awkward situation, but it does happen. So I just usually don't go into too much detail with the privacy thing, because people get kind of confused and think you have something to hide. Go for the route of this is for my retirement, this is for life insurance, this is for my family. If I die or something, I can get my assets transferred to them easily. I would go that route if you do have that. I think I saw a question over there. Yeah?
So actually, can I answer your question about LLCs? When you form an LLC, you'll actually get a separate EIN, like Social Security number, and you'll track it a certain way, and that's gonna add a whole extra layer of complexity. Appearance of corporate veil, that's what it's all to.
And especially with those LLCs, they do generally tend to make it fairly easy in terms of the pass-through taxes. So you don't have to like file a whole separate income tax. You do have to just do some special forms. That's why I put that in advanced techniques. That's something that's, if it's really a concern, it's totally possible. It's not that hard, but it does have some ramifications. Probably want to talk to the lawyer, use like that JJ Luna guy who actually has experience doing this. I personally have not gotten around to the ghost address or the LLC route. I've done everything else, and you can see with that list of entities, which I think I'll just pull right back up, that so far it's been fairly effective. Pull that up. So you can see that that list is, if you get that LLC, you can take out, hopefully you'd own the house at that point. You could take out the landlord. You could take out maybe the car insurance. You might still have to tell them where it's garaged. Electric company, you can just have your utilities sent to the LLC in your name and just have the mailing address sent to your private mailbox. Gas company that covers it. Municipal waste and water that covers it. ISPs would cover it as well. So really the only, if you could get that LLC set up, the only exceptions left over would be stuff like property insurance, where they have to know your address, your car insurance, where they need to know where your car is stored to give you the right rates, or else, you know, there's like insurance fraud involved in there.
They also may want to know who the principal agent is too, who's got authority to sign off. You may have to put your name on that.
And I guess one of the things with that is, at least with like buying a house and stuff, you can use the mailing address for another address. So for your private mailbox and your name. So you can give that, you know, as kind of the guarantor, like here's how you contact me, here's my information, just not associated with this real address. Call it investment property or something. Don't call it investment property, there's different mortgage stuff. If you do that, there's like higher payments, complicated stuff. Cool. Yeah. So I would say the biggest time sucks for me were figuring out things like the voter registration and trying to come up with ways to do that. In general, this is really easy day to day. When I sign up for a website, I use my mailbox. When I use my billing address for a credit card, I use my mailbox. That's fairly easy, and honestly, it saves me time in the long run because I love getting the mail on my phone. Like, I spent a couple weeks in Europe earlier this year, and I was just I was looking at my mail in my email. I'm like, oh, yep, I need that, scan that, ship that, shred that. So it can actually save you some time. I never check my mailbox because I don't get mail at home. The biggest thing will actually just be the actual changing address. So logging into every single site and changing the web address properties. I lost a battery. But, so yeah, that's a big time suck. Yeah?
On changing the address, you mentioned there's a failure to give out a new address. What if you give a fake new one, you get pointed to the wrong direction, and then you just set up all the things? I mean, it's going to help you to even put another layer of obscurity on that.
So the idea was putting a different address instead of, well, I guess that comes down to the lying and fake info stuff. Were you thinking of using a fake address and then switching it to the CMRA, or just giving a fake address?
Well, just create another one that is fake in the sense that you are paying for that, but it's just at the end, you give it the USPS new address, and then if you don't use it, I mean, you still have control of it. You just don't use it, keep it there as a burner, and then you use it all the other.
So I guess kind of similar to that, I actually rented a P.O. box, and then I discovered I didn't like P.O. boxes. Working the Postal Service is not super fun. And, but I still actually use that address for some things, like my domain registration, stuff like that I don't really care about. I don't really need to actually receive mail for that. So using that does work. For the examples where we showed that I couldn't give my real address, that was for like a credit card company, and that goes to your credit report, so you want to make sure that that data is valid, or it'll impact you negatively if you try to buy a house or something or get a mortgage. So consider where that data is going, especially with credit reports. You don't want the data to be bad. You can correct it fairly easily, but if you're trying to get a mortgage and they're looking through your report and they see like 5 different addresses, then like they'll be suspicious. Yeah.
So I haven't done the, one of the things I've done is for the line 2 of the address, put in some sort of unique token. So, you know, like AWS spam or something like that, if I'm signing up with AWS
Good idea. So that was essentially use the line 2 field as a trigger, a tell. So you say you gave it to Amazon, you put Amazon in that line 2. They're not going to look at it. The Postal Service isn't going to look at it, but you know where that address actually went. Cool.
You mentioned about forwarding. So I say I move in 6 months. Could I forward the mail to a CMRA?
See, you can, and that's probably fine if you don't mind that your address is really being public for that CMRA. So the idea is that you would forward the mail from your current address to that CMRA, and essentially you'd be telling all the marketing companies what your new address is. But maybe that's not a big concern for you. Maybe you just want to get the mail. You can do that. It's fine. You can also do, so the permanent mailing list has a database, but there are temporary change of addresses. So those, you can only go up to 6 months with those, but those don't actually go in the databases sent to the marketing companies. So there's a little bit of leeway there. You could just do that every 6 months, or at least the first 6 months while you get things changed.
Now, how about getting your names off of these lists? Is there a way to do it, or is that just kind of, it's in the wild and there's nothing you can do?
That is a huge time suck. I've done that. Essentially, you can go to all the big marketing companies, and most of them have opt-out procedures buried deep within their privacy policies and having to email different teams and provide different information, different verification. A lot of times you have to provide like every single address you've ever lived at. You can get that information removed from their databases and basically put on like their do not track list. It just takes a lot of work. There are companies that do that for you though. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Intel Techniques? Mike Gazelle, he does a lot of privacy stuff, so a lot of the stuff we're talking about. He actually has a 36-page guide on his website for free that actually walks you through all of that. He gives you all the links for everything, and then you can systematically go through it. So very similar, just like JD.
Perfect, thanks.
Where's that? Inteltechniques.com.
Inteltechniques.com.
He wrote a book. He wrote a couple books. He wrote one, an OSINT book, and then the other one he did is a privacy book. So his latest book is Extreme Privacy, where he talks about, buying houses, transferring.
Oh, Extreme Privacy. I saw that book. I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, so he's a former FBI agent who used to track down child predators, and then so he was using the OSINT stuff to do his work, and then he said, wait a minute, I don't like being able to find this, so then he wrote the corresponding privacy book to basically remove yourself from the internet. So a lot of the same stuff you talked about are in his book, so it's awesome.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, OSINT Privacy Podcast.
So as a closing note, I want to wrap up so we've got time for lunch, but I would highly recommend if this interests you to reach out and look out in the community because there are a lot of resources. There are people who kind of put this information out there, those guides. It's so much easier just having someone's guide to know about, I looked up the state driver's licenses on, I think I mentioned a couple on a website down there, that swipe toolkit. That toolkit actually had a database list of like all of the different, and it's like 10 years out of date, so it's not perfectly up to date, but had a list of the states and what they put on their driver's licenses. So some states put your social security numbers in the barcode because why the fuck not? So that that's so great that there's a lot of resources out there that will really help with this, help answer questions, help find like what actually is in there. And definitely reach out to people like me. We're usually willing to help. So thanks, guys. Hope you have a good B-Sides.
there is evidence that, at least technically, they could have access to mass domestic call information.
How can she produce African children? She's a Jamaican.
African. We are African. Our must multiply. So just say.
Persian Farsi. Worked at the NSA Red Team and was a member of the elite international team operating in conjunction with coalition forces to aid in the ongoing efforts in the Middle East. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce David, who's presenting Hackers and PTSD, Hunting Terrorists, and Always, Roses and Sunshine.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I know that there's another purple packets going on right now, which is I'm actually sad to be missing that. So I appreciate you guys being here. This is actually going to turn itself more into of a discussion as opposed to me just standing up here and presenting to you guys. Does anyone mind if I move this out of the way really quickly? I'm going to probably destroy its capability of standing here because it's one of my skills. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm going to stand over here and not going to be able to see me. But so as you said, we're going to go through a little bit of an introduction of who I am, and then what led me to the Middle East, hunting terrorists, kind of that particular process and what was born out of that. This is actually a continuation of a Darknet Diaries episode number 47 about how my time over there turned into something terrible. Our management went astray, ended up having us gain access to other foreign intelligence organizations within the Middle East, and sort of deviated from what the State Department and NSA told them that we were allowed to be doing. So sort of a who am I? I'm a Christian. I'm a husband, father, son, hacker, and hunter. We had our first kid when we lived in Abu Dhabi. Our son Wolfgang was born in Dubai, and kind of through this presentation, it's fairly unconventional of what I would normally present, but because it's a very personal subject. There actually are no children in here. I have another slide coming up soon. This presentation may not be suitable for everyone, but we'll get to that as we go there. So what I do now is I track foreign intelligence activity and US-based critical infrastructure. That's what I do for a full-time job. I do it for an ISP on a program for DHS and FBI. And again, this may not be suitable for everybody. I only have one slide with images on it that are not that graphic, but you get the picture, no pun intended. And I'll let you guys know before that actually comes up. So moving here. So what I'm going to walk you guys through is actually a learning tree or a learning process of how I learned to do what I do, where I learned it at, and to the end part of that, actually how I learned how to survive some of the different things that I was introduced to along the way. So learning to learn, I actually grew up in a household that was, that I heard, you're dumb, you're stupid, why do you do these things all the time? That was my upbringing. So when I got to university, I thought to myself, I actually don't know anything, I don't know how to learn. And it wasn't until I learned how to learn that I knew that I probably wasn't dumb. When you surround yourself with people that uplift you and encourage you, you actually start to believe in yourself. And that's going to kind of be this inclusion mindset of how do you recover and how do you survive from something like PTSD in a hacking community or in any community, surrounding yourself with people that believe in you and uplift you. I did study exegetical theology. If you guys actually have questions about that, we can talk about that later, but that's not really right now. When I graduated university, I joined the service, and I was attached to a SEAL team. I learned Persian Farsi, and I spent 42 10-hour, 6-day weeks learning Persian Farsi. I graduated at a 2+3 level and being able to speak. If you know things about linguistics, you kind of understand the scale of how to speak, how to present yourself, how to discuss different concepts in a particular language. The average English speaker is a 3+ on a 5 scale. So as you can imagine, getting to intro to university level in 42 weeks was really difficult, and it's complete full immersion. I actually rotated out of that position and into the cybersecurity or offensive security, more focusedly the offensive intelligence space. If you guys don't know the difference between offensive security and offensive intelligence, we can talk about that offline as well. But just more kind of what I had to learn. That was 6 months of full immersion into the cybersecurity space. Before I entered this space in 2010, just put you in time frame, how you guys learn, where you guys learn cybersecurity from, and what your capabilities are now. I didn't start doing this. I can log into Facebook in 2010, and so post 2010, that's where I learned everything about computers. Every single thing from how they operate, how they run, how electricity processes through them, to assembly language, to coding languages, to application layers, the entire OSI model, how to manipulate code in order to process exploits, how to identify exploits, how to use debug. every single aspect of that in the last 9 years. So, as you can imagine, my head exploded. And so I rotated out of that space into the NSA, where I operated in a white space, and then I operated in, I think they kind of call it a gray space. And that gray space really is doing things that might be illegal in any other aspect if you didn't have the right authority. And so, and then focused while I was still in the Navy in SCADA and industrial control platforms. So at that point, I spent a while up there. That's where I reconnected with my wife, who we met in university, but we didn't actually start dating for another 8 or 9 years. Got married while we were up there, exited that space, got a job with Booz Allen. They basically said, hey, we want you to do stuff with your linguistics and offensive intelligence capabilities. And she said, actually, I want to travel. So I got this really cool gig with Cyberpoint to go overseas. So we went overseas. And we ended up in Abu Dhabi. And from this base, the Learning to Hunt platform. This is kind of where we'll spend most of the time on. We're going to be done really early, by the way. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for questions and lunch, but because this isn't going to take a whole hour. But what we'll focus on mostly at the end of this is how you can actually recover from different types of mental situations. I mean, this is really going to be more like the emotional side. We are going to talk about some really cool stuff of how to track, how to monitor, and how to hunt. And that's kind of what we're going to get into right now. Our operational authority there from the State Department was to monitor regional terrorists and regional threats, teaching the local government how to defend itself. Fundamentally against ISIS and Al-Qaeda operatives. And we did that using open source techniques. We weren't allowed to use open source tools and platforms and ingest our data in there because you say, like, for instance, like the average ISIS or terrorist, their online names will have Abu star, something like that. So you can actually start to monitor and track that if you're using some kind of third-party application in order to do that. And you're adding in all these regex and all these strings. Whoever owns that online cloud-based platform is going to immediately know what these people are doing. So we had to develop all of our own internal platforms in order to do the same stuff that they're doing externally. So it was kind of a learning curve for us. This image is actually not our operational space. This is just my space at home as I was like kind of learning how to do it. Every time that I've done something at an operational space somewhere, because my learning curve is so small, I haven't done it for very long at all, I go immediately home, stand up something else, and learn it all over again. I mean, if I just do whatever I'm doing at work and I go home and leave it there, I'm not going to be able to do it. I can't pick it up that fast. They kind of say the average person will not remember something unless they hear it 7 times. Well, you can multiply that by 2, and so I have to do that at home. It's going to take me 14 times before I really remember how to do this. So you can imagine linguistics was a nightmare. In that space, this is from an article by Reuters, where my friend Lori Stroud gave a lot of information from there about kind of what we were doing over there. I worked kind of between the targeting division and the operations division, and developing targets, developing our way forward operationally. We're going to not get in there. Is everybody kind of familiar with the life cycle of targeting and infrastructure and exploit dev and the entire process? Great. So one of the processes we did was link analysis for accounts. And these accounts can be social media accounts. These accounts can be forum accounts. They could be any type of account that somebody is using. They could be phone numbers, IP addresses, anything you might be considered as like an account. I mean, I know an IP address or a phone number may not be an account, but if you just set your mind in that process and then be able to do link analysis from there, that's kind of how we did it. So being able to collect, categorize, and clean data. Clean data really just means to organize it in a way that makes sense to you and that you can actually use it. Any questions there for like data analytics or machine learning or data science? It's not really machine learning at this point, it's just data science.
Could you give an example
of how you would do this? Yep.
What a good landscape would look like.
Okay. You mean a platform for doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, perfect. So, actually, I'll get into that in a second, but let's just, for an example, terrorist organizations use different type of forms. They'll go onto this forum, they'll have somebody that will stand it up, they'll log into it, they'll chat with each other back and forth. You may not know where it's at, you may not know how to get it, but you know at some point, it's kind of like the island of the Pirates of the Caribbean. You don't know how to get there unless you know exactly where it's at. So you get to it, you log into it, and that's where they're able to share information back and forth. If you know what those targets are, you know what they look like, you can then take their open source form, you can deploy it on your own platform, and then identify a vulnerability to it, and then gain access to their platform, and then start to steal all of their usernames and passwords. And then you start doing password spraying on different types of forms that look exactly like that. Or you stand up your own form that looks exactly like theirs, and then broadcast it out to everybody and say, we've stood up a new form. Or gain access to one of their previously used accounts, and then broadcast it as like, here's your new form. And then you're just collecting information, you're collecting geographical locations, you're just doing whatever you want. Taking that information for those user accounts, identifying user accounts with names that look similar to that on other platforms, and then performing link analysis for people who use those. We're gonna get into this next step, what our operational authorities are in the United States on link analysis, and how they're kind of restrictive, rightfully so. We're not gonna step into the collection of information in the whole Edward Snowden conversation, but it made it more strict for sure. So this right here is called OVSC 1203. This has been unclassified. I pull this off of the internet. This is not a classified document, just FYI. And this essentially what it does is it tells you that you can only pull information, and I mean it's like a 300-page document, but you can only pull information based on a 2-account integrity. So if you have an identified target, that target has friends, that friends has friends, you can only pull information on friends of friends of friends. You can't pull information on friends of friends of friends of friends, if you get the idea. Sorry about that, it's a little confusing, but I have an image that makes it a little easier because I'm a picture person. So it also identifies what that means. What is a US person? There's different types of things that kind of pushed out recently. There's like an IP address is not a US person. When you identify like what a US person is, if it's owned by a US citizen, if it's in the United States, if it's owned by a US citizen and overseas, if a US foreign national comes inside the United States, they're identified at that point as a US person and then protected by US person regulations. You can't capture on this person, you can't do that. Essentially where those authorities lie from the NSA to the FBI. It's like, oh, you have to hand this over to the FBI. Kind of again, where the whole 9/11 conversation came through. We're not sharing the information with us, or the United States, we're not allowed to capture on them, we should have handed them over to the FBI. We didn't, because, anyways, we're not gonna get into that. So if you guys are familiar with the Broadcom conversation, I don't know, Symantec was just sold to Broadcom, and now they're like, okay, Symantec is now owned by the Chinese, because Broadcom is owned by a Chinese foreign national. And so it's sort of enhancing that conversation of are we gonna be allowed to continue to use Symantec in different types of operating authorities, DHS and FBI, workspaces, subcontractors, so on and so forth, FYI. So here's tracking terrorists via link analysis via various accounts to account integrity. There's different words for account here that might be used in different tracking platforms, so we'll just use account because you can kind of understand that. These are not account names, these are just IOCs that I just use an image because I don't want to be broadcasting out accounts because I can't remember if they're still active or not. I don't want to like throw information out accidentally. So as you can kind of tell, what you can track on all the way to what you can't track on, and then like what you, I mean, when I say track, I mean collect on. So you're collecting on this information, and if it has geographical location endpoints on there, what you're allowed to like collect, reorganize or clean, and then identify geographical locations, where now you're starting to pull down images from these accounts, videos from these accounts, so you can start to do like object orientation recognition of geographical spaces. It may not have any metadata in it, but you can see an image. One of the ways that they're starting to use this type of technology now is in the human trafficking era, where if you go into a hotel room, you can take a picture of your hotel room and you can post it to this platform, and if there's child sex trafficking, human trafficking of any kind, they'll actually can use those images to do object-oriented recognition or room, picture recognition to say, this child was being filmed in this hotel room. Because we can see that because it's the exact same space. So it's very similar what you're able to pull down and how you're able to use that stuff. So in similar way, whenever you're pulling that information down, again, this is an image I stole from the NPR article. These aren't mine. You're actually able to start pulling specific data, and if they do start using your form, or if you are able to take over their form, you can start to inject things into users' endpoints and users' phones to get more additional information, geographically as well. So this is just kind of a different example of being able to track and what your area of jurisdiction are. As soon as they moved out of the space within the Middle East, we handed them off to a different operational authority. Up to this point, any questions at all? Okay, so it's kind of the part where it gets like a little bit difficult to talk about. But so in this time period, what we're basically doing is we're sitting on a desk, and I would say that my time in WW is broken up into like 3 parts. The part when I got there and started learning how to do this, the part of actually doing this, and then the part after doing this. The part after doing this from, I would say, March time period until December was that 3rd time period, which if you guys want to hear about that, that's what episode 47 of Darknet Diaries is about. This is from the time period prior to that, whenever I got on, which only takes place for about 6 months. But as you can imagine, 6 months of doing this work, of pulling down data, pulling down images of people being slaughtered, and doing that for 6 solid months destroys your brain. I would come home and I would see my beautiful new kid hanging out, and all I would see was kids I just watched for the last 8-10 hours. I would come home and I would see a kid riding a bike, and all I would see is the kid I just saw riding a bike that just died. I would come home and I would see men with their wives. The only thing I would see is men who just had to sit down and watch while their wives were being raped. Like this is, it was just impossible for me to even function. And I didn't understand what was happening. Actually, let's kind of get through this real quick. So these are some of the different images and different things that they're posting and they're talking about. Having kids kill and torture other kids in order to raise them up and teach them how to be part of their crew. Doing things and broadcasting that out to show the rest of the world this is who we are and this is how we operate. Kind of get that away. So now we can talk about that. I really don't want that up there for very long. If we have other questions about that or anything, I'm not really happy to talk about it, but if you really are interested and that's something that doesn't bother you and you want to do that for work, I can put you in contact with people. But so what basically happened was I would come home, I would have a conversation with my wife, I would be doing something, and I don't know, there would be like a kid screaming, for instance. And average screaming growing up, it's like, fine, you know what, I don't really care, it's okay, it's a baby crying, it happens. Except after this time period, things, I keep doing this because this is how I felt. Things started to get dark and started to get hazy, and I couldn't see very well. And I'm sweating right now talking about it, but I would start to sweat. And I was just so intense and so frustrated all the time, and I didn't understand why. It's because your body is in control of you subconsciously, even if you don't know about it. There's things going on in your life, things that you've done in your life that actually have control of you. So when I go back to my time period as a linguist, whenever I was not operational back in the United States, I played video games. I played video games a lot. I have an addictive personality, and if I do something, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get all in. I'm going to become the best that I can do at it. And I worked for 8 hours, worked for 10 hours, and I would play video games for 12. Solid. If I went to the bathroom 3 or 4 times in that period, I would order some pizza, wouldn't leave the room, and that's what I did. June 2nd of 2010, when I went on my last deployment, functioned out of that into learning about cybersecurity. That's my date. June 2nd of 2010 is the last video game I played. And I just can't. I know that if I get back into that, it's going to control me. So now I build capture the flags. Now I learn about hacking. It's no different, except this pays better. So, I can just learn a lot more and actually turn that into something that is helpful for my family. So we're going to kind of get into a little bit more discussion here. That process of what I was doing, it was a continuous conversation with my wife that we did not understand what was happening, because I can't just go home and tell her what I'm doing at work. Not only that, if this is something that you're doing at work, I would encourage you to talk to someone about it, But don't talk to, like, if your spouse is like mine and very sensitive and has, you know, if she ever joined the military would collapse. Like, she's like that really nice person who would never hurt another living soul. She doesn't need to know about this stuff. She never needs to know about it. And so not understanding, she doesn't know. Why are you acting this way? Why are you sweating so much? Why is this who you are? Why are you getting so irritated so quickly? And it was this process of learning, like, who I am, learning what's happening to me, learning how to survive with PTSD, to be honest. A lot of people don't understand what it is and not willing to seek help, and that's where suicide comes into play. That's where harming other people come into play. Well, when you understand what it is and you understand where you're at, you understand what your threat model is and what your family's threat model is. Yes, PTSD does have a threat model, and it is you, like you, as a human being, and the people around you. And so, you know, really coming to that conclusion of, I'm not always okay, and that's okay. Like, you just have to be willing to discuss that. At our church, it's, you know, it's okay to not be okay, but it's not okay to hide it. Like, if you think that something's wrong, you need to, like, go get help. You need to talk to someone about it. You know, these underlying portions of this is kind of the things that I dealt with. You know, agitation, irritability, hypersensitive. You know, even today, I'll see a kid doing something. I'll watch something in a movie. You know, you guys have never seen Game of Thrones. I tried to watch Game of Thrones, wiped that crap out quick. I was like, I can't do this. Like, I mean, there's all kinds of aspects of social isolation. I mean, that was one of those things that I had to get over, was going out and talking to people and understanding why it's okay to be around people, even if you're a little bit awkward because of things that, you know, about your past. Like, you don't know how to talk to people, you don't know how to interact with people anymore. You know, flashbacks are a huge thing. If something happens and you're like flashing back, don't think that you have to get away from that aspect. Like, I don't have to like turn my mind off in order so I can be okay. Separate yourself from that space. Go over, process that, understand it, get a little bit of emotional and intellectual relief, and then step back into being social with people. Guilt is a huge thing. I sort of made a joke earlier about how my wife was like, no, actually I want to move overseas, so let's go over there. And that aspect of that is like, okay, well actually you're the one who wanted to go over there. Us being in this situation is kind of your fault. Well, no, it's not. It's not anybody's fault. No one knows that anything was going to happen. Like, but in the same aspect of that, if I would have never went over there, you know, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. You know, sort of that topic of that, having to leave the country as quick as we did because of the situation we got into and where I'm at now with that country. My son was born in Dubai. If I ever go back to Dubai, you think I'm leaving Dubai? Probably not. But I can never show my son where he was born. Like, I can never go back to that space. That's another aspect of that too. Like, if I would have never been in that spot, I would be able to. Loneliness is something that did happen out of this aspect, but is also something that I've dealt with for a long time. You know, people feel lonely, and if you're not around other people, you feel lonely. So, so emotional detachment, and if you deal with other things like severe anxiety or fear, mistrust of people when you work in the intelligence community, that's not a form of PTSD, that's a form of training in the intelligence community, so just sort of understand your threat model. So surviving it, my focus on that is cognitive reframing. Understanding that you know, you might be sitting in a specific spot, you might be thinking something, you might have different aspects of that, but separate yourself from that. Like, understand, this is, you know, I am here now, I'm in a specific space. I'm kind of giving tips and pointers on this just because of the things that have helped me. I'm not a psychologist. You know, don't go home and say, well, this guy said this. Like, no, you need to, like, if you're dealing with something like this, you need to go get real help. Talk, listen, meditate, pray, be silent, seek help, seek friends. So that aspect, like, I remember when we got back from Abu Dhabi, it probably took a year. And I remember my sister talking to my wife, we were like, came to a Christmas, and she said, David, it's so good to see you smile again. I mean, 18 months, not smiled for 18 solid months. Like, just it's so difficult to process and even be okay with who you are. So this is my family. These are like things that we've done in the past 18 months now, you know, now that it being just shy of 3 years since we've been back. and really starting to be able to get into being normal again. And let's define normal in a different time, not right now. But so again, get help. Know that you belong here. This is your community. Engage with the community. Believe in yourself. Surround yourself with people that choose you and that support you. I'm a firm believer that love is a choice every single day when I wake up. It's so easy to be frustrated at your spouse, to be frustrated with your family, and love is absolutely a choice. After a certain point, after that honeymoon stage, love is no longer really a feeling. It is sometimes. Don't. If my wife watches this, I love you. I feel that. Okay. So, any questions at all? Again, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be about PTSD, recovering from PTSD. I'm happy to answer any questions about any aspect of that, or if you happen to have questions in red to me. Yes, sir.
So something you mentioned earlier was the difference between offensive security and offensive intelligence.
Yeah. So offensive security might be, this is a network, identify vulnerabilities in this network, help recover what that is. Offensive intelligence is somebody who outranks you, says, I need this information, please go get it and come back. Yep. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question, but I've had PTSD. From the time I was about 3 or 4 years old, I was raised by a family member. I didn't know you could get PTSD that young, but they told me I probably had PTSD my whole entire life. I got treatment at about 45 years of age, about 5 years ago, by a neuropsychologist who specializes in PTSD only. She's in Plano.
Okay.
And one, if anybody wants her number or email, I can give it to you. She completely cured me. It was cognitive processing therapy.
Perfect.
Completely cured of it, a whole new life. And two, she said that if you experience a trauma and you don't talk about it for 30 days, you will have PTSD.
Oh, yeah.
That the main thing to do when you experience a trauma is to talk about it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's so difficult when you're working on a program that has a classification level to know who to talk to about that. And so it's phenomenal that you're able to bring that up and be able to provide a resource. So if anybody does want that, or you want it because you know people, grab that resource from her. You're not going to want to use my resource because they're like a government psychologist. Yes. Yeah, I was actually, in order to maintain a clearance, I was required to. Yeah, which I'm grateful that that's true. But had I not had that requirement, I may have not done that. So I may, I kind of jokingly joke around, my best friend is a 65-year-old retired Quaker pastor who now teaches music. And my other best friend is my wife. Had I not had them in my life and not been forced to go get like psychological help, there probably wouldn't be a David today. Like totally and honestly. So you guys want that resource, reach out to her. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your honesty with the talk. Hindsight's kind of 20/20 here. While you were serving and while you were in the NSA, looking back, do you think there's things you could have done kind of during your time there to make the kind of effects of what you were doing less? Does the question make sense? Like what you could do more proactively, recognizing everything?
Yeah. I may have not actually described this perfectly, but my time at the NSA, it ended at a specific time, and I transitioned out of that to go overseas as a subcontractor. And it was at that time while I was a subcontractor overseas that I was processing these different types of things and having to deal with it. So in the military, I would say that if you're dealing with something like that, you're around the people that you're working with every day, they're going to see it and they're going to report you. And it's not report you like you're bad. They're like lean on me. I'm going to go tell someone you need to get some help. We're here to help you. Like the community building capabilities of the military is phenomenal, and especially at the NSA. Like they're there to help you. So had I been there, in fact, the answer to the question to reframe that is, had I been at the NSA, I would have not had that problem. I would have been like, okay, I'm having a problem. So I would have seen it and be like, you need to get out of this space. You're done doing this job. There, it was like, we have a job to do. Someone has to do it. Continue doing your job. And so there just was not a support system. So now, if I ever find myself in that situation again, and I know that going into it, okay, you know what is the support system for this? We don't have one. That everyone stops work today, develop a support system, and we're not going to start doing this again until we have one, because people are going to need it. Any other questions? Anything at all? Hacking, red teaming? Yes, sir.
So as a veteran living like yourself, re-enter the workforce, what can civilians do to help?
Yeah, so you're saying from that space, what can you help people who have experienced PTSD?
Right, so when you exit military, go back into civilian life, how can the civilians around you help you in your job and be a support?
Yeah, that's a great question. How can the people around you and a civilian life help and support you with somebody who might operate with PTSD? The answer to that question is it doesn't have to be military. It doesn't have to be transitioning out somewhere. If you see something, say something to the person, give them space maybe. Say, hey, you know what? You're doing okay? Like talk to them, communication. Give them space. And, it's in reality, just be there for them. Not necessarily engage and want to talk about, have a conversation with what they're dealing with. In fact, if you have a conversation with what they're dealing with, you're going to make it worse. So just being there, hey man, I'm going out for a cup of coffee, I'm going out for lunch, you want to go hang out with me, anything like that, providing that aspect for people. People will open up and start talking to you about it, and then you're going to be in a conversation and be like, okay, wait a minute, I was not ready for this conversation, I just invited you to lunch. But you being there and being willing to have those types of difficult conversations is actually what's going to be the most helpful. That's a great question, though. Just being supportive. Any other questions at all? Yes, ma'am. I would say that the capability. Okay, so this is a great question. The particular capabilities have advanced some, and so now instead of just having to go through every single image, like in every single video, like we were doing, tracking, pulling out metadata, looking at it, now there's an algorithm to be able to identify geographical locations, images, aspects, what's happening, and if it triggers on something where it might know where something's at, then you have to go through and take a look at that and find out what it is. So the answer to the question is yes. And since having this conversation with other people, there are other aspects in other teams, like at the FBI, Secret Service, who are tracking and monitoring videos of like child pornography, for instance. And that's all they have to do all day long. And those, they have rotating schedules. They might be there for 3 months, they might be there for 6 months, and they have to rotate out and then you go back in. So it's not cost effective for them because there's a lot of training that goes into it, and then they only get 6 months out of them. But then you rotate back out, and then you take 6 months somewhere else, and you have to go back for 6 months, and then 6 months everywhere else. So yes, but they're doing their best to sort of mitigate that risk. Yeah. Yes, sir.
What was the hardest thing when you came back interacting with people?
So interacting with my wider family or my personal family. Being a good dad and a good father. And my wife not always understanding why why are you such an asshole? The truth of the matter, yes, if anybody, even today, if you look at our household, you'd be like, your husband doesn't do jack shit. It was like, why not? It's like, because he can't be around our kids while they're screaming for longer than 10 minutes. Because he starts to lose it. He'll start to break down. I just can't. I try to, and I do the best that I possibly can, but that's our threat mitigation, life cycle, is I cannot do this. I want to, but everything starts to close down. Everything starts to become, I've tried multiple times. But inside of our own household, having those conversations, defining roles, we'll do this, you'll do that, we'll do this together, and then understanding what those processes are. So I have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and I think she's 11-week-old now. So she'll be 11-week-old on Tuesday, I think. And so, I don't, every time we have a new kid, or another kid, I'm going to say a new kid. I think it was our last kid, sorry. It's hard to say those phrases like that on the fly. But, I don't spend a whole lot of time with them on myself in the first 8 weeks probably, because there's a lot of crying and a lot of that process is going on. Also, so my wife takes a lot of that process there. It's like if she goes somewhere, she'll take the baby, yada, 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 because if the baby starts crying for any reason and I can't get her to stop, there's no threat to the baby at all. I know the hostility is not in my capability there, but what happens if I pass out? What happens if I just like, I can't do this, I have to go outside? It's like, I don't have the capability to like do this. I can carry her around, I can go outside. Chances are I'll just load up and we'll go meet my wife somewhere. But that's whatever, that's what that looks like. So understanding, like being a team, you know, developing a team, like, I mean, we're like a close-knit team, and she'll know, okay, and she's on it. Like this also would not work if I didn't have the wife that I have. She's God's honest, she's like a saint. But I mean, being married to me in general, but being married to me with PTSD is like phenomenal. But, and then also sort of dealing with that model of how other people view us. It's like, well, why does your husband not do this? Like, why does he not participate? It's like, we understand each other, and she'll defend me. She's like, well, you know what, there's just things you don't understand, and it's completely fine. And so, sure, I take like heat with her friends maybe, but we don't care about it. So, yes, sir.
Can we go back to you had a map of the threat landscape that you were navigating?
This one? Okay. Again, these are fake like accounts. These aren't real. But go ahead and ask your question.
So you given an example of hijacking the forum earlier, and then doing link analysis by finding like usernames across different networks.
Okay, sure.
So if you had an intelligence extraction, say, I don't know, I need to know al-Baghdadi's home address.
Sure.
Something like that. How does this landscape fit into that example?
Yeah. That's a good question. And really the answer to that depends on what your resources are. So if you're just doing this as an open source person and you don't have any like classified databases with a ton of stuff in them, it may be a little bit more difficult for you. But in reality, the data that you're able to collect from different forums is pretty phenomenal. The information that you can collect from just a regular web browser is pretty phenomenal. And just kind of knowing what those capabilities are, knowing how to inject different iframes to pull different types of data to give you a whole slew of information, and then doing link analysis from that information, like registration email addresses, registration IDs, things like that for connectors. Like if you have a web browser that comes on and you can actually, from that configuration, pull that data back, you can pull what type of Microsoft Office platform is installed, what the registration ID is, what the registration, I mean, there's tons of information you could do. From that data, now I perform link analysis for other platforms. What's the Adobe platform? Is Adobe required you to give an address? Yes, okay, now I have the same email address registered for Microsoft and for Adobe, and I have an address for this Adobe platform. Okay, well, this address was also used on these other 15 accounts. Now pull all this information back together, and now you have a ton of intelligence just based on being able to pull a little bit of data. Yeah, so that's kind of just, that's oversimplifying it, because there's a crap ton of data. So knowing how to use it, knowing how to clean it, and leverage it for your use case is a long process.
How do you manage your own personal data?
I don't. I mean, you know, just because of, I mean, I know who I am, I know who has my data. I mean, the Chinese already have it. I know that. The Russians already have it. It's like, what difference does it make? Like, if you want to go online, you can register for information, you can steal other people's stuff, you can know my home address. You can get whatever you want. I mean, you can get it. So there is a specific aspect of how do I protect my financial assets. And in reality, those are, you know, actually, I'm not going to say how I do that, but just because I think as soon as you do that, I think that's kind of where you start exposing additional risk to your livelihood. But that's probably one of the main aspects that I focus on. I mean, of course, a close access threat model from foreign intelligence orgs, because of my willingness to talk out about what they're doing, is a little bit difficult. I mean, my wife and I have discussed that, but we have, you know, risk and threat mitigation models for that as well. So, any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So you just talked about the Russians having your address in China. Is it because of the work you did, or you just think everybody here?
No, I would say I would say specifically because of the work I did. Yeah. I would say whenever you go in for clearance, whenever your information is passed to OPM, Whenever your information is passed to OPM, Russians and Chinese get it, for sure. Yeah. I love you, OPM, but you kind of failed us. Yeah. Kind of. Yes, sir.
So would you say that when you signed in for that contract, they told you the full story? Or they
No.
told you Rossi one and then you just...
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, they sort of, they skipped over a lot of that part, yeah, for sure. Yes, sir. Actually, I do. I have a lot of social media accounts. That's exactly right. I just do. You just have to own it. Just say, I'm just going to go out there and just participate in life. And, just don't click on every link people send you. So. Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, 5 minutes. Oh, we actually made it. We made it like a long time. I'm very surprised. I was expecting it to go this like really fast and be done. Okay, so lunch is at 12:30. Any other last questions? I appreciate you guys coming out. Thanks a lot.
Your feet hurt and your head hurts, but you're having the time of your life. Keep the day going on DEF CON Radio featuring Beats by Conf on Soma FM.
They implemented RSA and they implemented RC4 in JavaScript. Holy crap.
hack, 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 drink, hack, hack, drink, 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 hack, drink, drink, hack.
All of the information from OnStar goes across Verizon's network, so the FBI already has access to it.
it may be harder to exploit things, it has become easier to exploit people.
This is a public service announcement from Soma FM and DEF CON Radio. Remember your 3-2-1. 3 hours of sleep per night, 2 hot meals, and 1 shower.
It's a computer-controlled plane. You can't just take off on a runway somewhere because, you know, it's a beach. So, of course, you have to launch it by a rocket.
Yeah, rocket. Rubber bands won't do.
I said it's been a while. Need peace. All the things I'm supposed to be said. It's been a while. I need peace. All the things I'm supposed to be said. La 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 la. I said it's been a while. I need peace from all the things I'm supposed to be said. It's been a while. I need peace from all the things I'm supposed to be said. La 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 no no. La 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 no no.
Your feet hurt and your head hurts, but you're having the time of your life. Keep the day going on DEF CON Radio featuring Beats by Conf on Soma FM.
I bet that sucked. I'm so sorry. I didn't know this was live. Sorry. Test. Is it good? Okay, cool. Oh, we still got 3 minutes. Yeah.
It's cool if it's not. We can do it off this. Oh, it is?
Oh, it's live now. Oh. Off, and that's what turns it on.
All right, welcome to the Power of Community Hacking. This is going to be WhiskeyNeon, and in it 3, WhiskeyNeon has won the Teen Choice Awards in the Social Media Influence category. Really?
Yeah.
Awesome. And as cybersecurity editor for Team Vogue. Whiskey assists with local security groups and co-organizes the Dallas Hackers Association. Author of the 18 bestseller, Chasing the Dragon in C#. In it 6, is an InfoSec thought leader, encrypts with 7D encryption, is a hardware, web app, and mobile application exploit researcher. So, here you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Keep that switch.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you for that introduction. We have our own little introductions as well.
I'm in at 6. In at 3 is just on Twitter. You got taken. I'm a journalist. I hack all the things. I talk regularly at DHA and DC214. Been hacking forever, and I'm a VP of Security Services at Hawk Network Defense.
And I'm WhiskeyNeon. I'm co-organizer of the Dallas Hackers Association. The Shadow Systems, you may have seen the logo. Founder of that, it's not really a thing, so it's just, you know, a BS title. I do a lot of fun stuff with Piracy is Art. That's kind of my AV, you know, video, music kind of stuff that I like to do. And yeah, that's pretty much me in a nutshell. So why don't we get into the actual talk here. So we're talking about the power of community hacking. When we look at what our overall, I guess, goal here is with this project, is looking at you know, some things that I feel are needed in our community. And if you look at the voids that are present in our community, a lot of times those can be filled with hacker spaces. And so for those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept of a hackerspace originally came from the Loft crew. If y'all are ever familiar with Loft, they're one of the first hacking groups. It came to basically one of those ideas of, hey, I have some cool tools, you have some cool tools. Instead of us paying for each other's stuff, we can kind of collaboratively get together. And they had a physical space where they met and they worked on their projects together, ended up becoming a successful InfoSec company out of that, you know, selling out and all of that fun stuff. So when we look at the evolution there, that's like, you know, a group of people getting together and starting the Loft thing. But when we look at hacker spaces globally, if you Google that term or DuckDuckGo that term, you'll find a lot of different little spots in the universe in which someone can go and find like-minded individuals who want to work together or hack things together. And that's where we're going into the definition of hacking. What is hacking in this context? A lot of times in this space, we're referring to computer hacking, right? Which is only in reference to criminal acts, always. Anytime someone says hacker, you're a criminal, always. Yes, so no, when we look at the hacking in a way that the hacker spaces are generally defined, there's not going to be focus on computer hacking a lot of the times. When they use hack, they use it in that general sense of like your mom using it when she goes to Walmart and sees the Pinterest life hack thing, right? Like it's not, it's just a blanket term. So when we go to hacker spaces, a lot of times it's going to be associated with the maker movement, which is kind of overlapping with the hacker ethos, but it's going to be more focused towards people who are, you know, looking at making hardware from scratch or different types of woodworking things or whatever interest they might have there. It's very general in that sense. And for our focus, when we look at, you know, our local community and what we have here in Dallas, we have a couple of options when it comes to hacker spaces. You have the Dallas Makerspace, which is, I don't know if it still gets to have the title as being the largest hacker space, at least by member count in the world. You also have the Lab.ms, and a lot of us in this room, a lot of us in the local hacking community were a part of creating that. Now, the original goal for some of us was to be able to have a true computer hacking space. Instead, it seems like a lot of the people who are involved in those communities have interests that are more akin to the maker movement, not so much the computer hacking, ethos and just supporting that. So where you would almost think that we don't have anything to sustain that type of community, but we have probably the largest InfoSec community in North America, if not the world here. I mean, you got the list, right?
Yeah. So we have, Wirefall actually made these for BSides, and so I stole it from him. But it lists the Twitters and the meetups and everything like that. So we have like...
Yeah, but count it. Like
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 of the main ones, and there's still a few more on top of that. 12
that we'll associate with, right? We're all kind of together and all of that. So when you look at how many, I mean, that's at least one thing a week that you can go to in our local community here. So instead of sitting here and try to reinvent the wheel like what some people may interpret this as, we want to make it really clear that there is a vibrant InfoSec community here in Dallas, but we don't have the adequate resources to fully capitalize on the talent and the growing community that we have here. And so that's why we are announcing the, foundation of Black Marble. So
yeah, and then Black Marble is going to be more project-based versus where everyone's doing talks or showing other experiences or things they've done. This is where you go and do the things, and where you, once you do it, then you go to the places and do your talks.
Yeah, exactly. So as a rundown of what we're looking at here, the concept is around a virtual hackerspace. As much as it's nice to have a physical space, from our experience, there's a lot of overhead involved there, right?
A lot of money.
A lot of money, a lot of just difficulties in that space. So what we want to focus on is what we can do to enable our communities. So we have two key breakdowns here. And as you can see there with the local community and the global community, we're going to go through in detail here. But all of these projects here are what we're launching with, and we want your community input and feedback going forward. And obviously, your participation as well. So I guess we'll start off with the local community side of it. So civic hacking. When we're talking about civic hacking, this is using our abilities as hackers to enact change in our local community on a boots on the ground grassroots effort level, right? So when you're looking at your local municipalities and all of the terrible infrastructure that we have today that our cities and states are paying for or not paying for, there's a lot of things that we can actually help with, not only in day-to-day civic operations, but also in emergency response. And some of the things that we'll be talking about do have overlapping use cases in the civic hacking space. But we also want to be able to have an outlet for our communities to come to trusted resources such as us. I mean, there's so many charlatans out in this scene, so many people who are sit there and try to get whoever they can to come their way just so that they can hawk whatever bullshit they want to sell them. This is an opportunity where the true, we can engage in our local community and be able to not only help out with municipal functions, but also look at engaging them in a way that we can politically change the way that our local communities run. I mean, imagine how powerful we can be if half this room gets together and we work on one unified local campaign to change something that we feel is wrong. Maybe we want to make the city release all kinds of stuff under a Creative Commons license or something like that. That's something we can actually have happen if we band together. And civic hacking, I think, is something that we could find some creative ways to approach issues that we see in our local community. And for you, on this one.
So it was actually at DHA, someone came by from the project For the One. He was doing like a call to arms. He needed help. their primary focus is finding missing children or children who have been kidnapped and are now in the sex trade world. And so the primary goal they're trying to do is find the physical location of these missing kids. It's a pretty difficult process they have right now. Move over. So some of them, they know what kind of devices they have sometimes. The parents may know what kind of mobile device they have, but more often than not, they will actually ditch them, and the sex traffickers will actually give them a burner phone, or they'll be using their phones. But they still use their own like social accounts, social media accounts. And so the goal is to find those social media accounts, gather all the data, find out where they are, find out where they're posting, and find out the different locations. And so, let's see. Right now, the only thing they can really do is send like a link to one of the devices, and they'll get a public IP address. But as you know, the public IP address is kind of useless. You can get it down to the city. They can know if they switch cities, maybe states, but that's about it.
Oh, it's also the big challenge for them is the time of acquisition of that IP address, right? And like the location. So they might have that IP address, but still have to go through the bureaucratic process of law enforcement and all of the invested parties to get, you know, that IP address location. It's a Starbucks. We have to go to the ISP. It'll take at least 3 days, and at that point, the child's gone.
Yeah.
We can subvert that process. So.
Yeah, and so that's what we're going to be trying to do. Using social engineering to get friends, using the same methodologies that pen testers use to, you know, infiltrate a company, you know, create connections within LinkedIn, use the same tactics. And so we can be doing the exact same thing to get friends of the different accounts, you know, connect all the dots. De-anonymizing JavaScript. There's a lot of JavaScript out there that you can put on a web page, so when they actually click on that link, they don't only get the public IP address, but that JavaScript runs. And there's tricks that you can do inside of iframes, right? Where it will try to connect to like a Gmail account, and it will actually auto put that in there, so you get that Gmail account and you get that sent off to your server. So now you have an account to work off of, where the cops can use to subpoena more information if you need to. Instant apps. This is one of the things I'm trying to look into. When you open up a URL, I'm sure a lot of you have had this happen, it's really annoying, but those instant apps that pop up, they actually have the same API calls as a normal application does. So you can actually probe for wireless devices, Bluetooth devices, things like that. Exploits, I'm not sure, we'd probably need to get a lawyer on this to see what we can do and not do. But as exploits come out, we can actually use different exploits to find the location of the different devices. And then applications. Create an application what the user wants to use, put in a backdoor, all that fun stuff, and track them that way.
You moved the mouse.
Oh,
I know.
see how you are?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. Is to gather large amounts of public data is the second priority. So from all your social media accounts, like the main app what does this is traffic cam. So normal people go out, they take a whole bunch of pictures of the hotel rooms, and then they put it all into a database, but you need another picture from like a illicit image, and they try to do like object detection on it to find out which, you know, if that person was in this hotel room or not. So we are coming out with a new application called Escape, ethical software campaign against predators and exploitation. He came up with that one.
Yeah. Are you gonna kind of, yeah.
Not only will this collect photos like the other app will, but it will also probe for your Bluetooth devices. Think your alarm clocks, other like speakers, like the loft over here has a Bluetooth speaker. So we'll be able to pick that up. All your wireless access points, a lot of smart TVs will have Chromecast or other features on there that we'll be able to meet up with. So what the advantage of this is that we're not only just matching pictures, but all the other metadata around it. So wireless access points are a lot easier to match for a location than like going through the whole process of comparing images.
Yeah, and one thing to point out with this is, if it's not clear, the idea is that we're soliciting the crowd to go out as they're traveling or whatever type thing to collect this information. A lot of those, you may have heard of, take the picture of the hotel room and it sends in to try to help these kids. Come to find out, they don't just hand that over to a lot of these investigators. It's just a closed system. We don't believe that that's a good idea, right? We think that if you know the reality of this, law enforcement are largely useless in a lot of these things. I mean, they have to be brought in for these big fish. It's not, they don't have the resources, they don't have the know-how. And so a lot of these are private investigators who are going out there and doing this work and finding and giving the information to law enforcement. And if they can have access to this type of information where you're opting in for that small window of opportunity at this hotel place to capture all that data, send it into our system to where everyone who's working on these types of cases can use that to potentially recover someone who is being trafficked. And the ethical in there is key to this because we want to make it abundantly clear through this project on the human exploitation that we're looking for actual human exploitation, not just general sex workers in general. So the ethical side of this is that we will not work with law enforcement to bust people who are individuals doing sex work because that is a waste of everyone's time and resources. We want to find the people who are actually being exploited, actually being hurt without your moral, assumptions about whether an individual is capable of being hurt with their own life. A child, on the other hand, is going to be something worth actually going out and doing something about. So ethical, meaning that we won't compromise our ethics for law enforcement's goals.
And that's why we're working with For the One project first, because that's all they do is just children. And they have a very narrow focus. And so when we lease this technology to them to use, it's very crystal clear. The lines are drawn very clear, so we don't really have to worry about crossing that ethical line. As we expand, we'll have to probably bring in some other people to really tighten that up to make sure we don't cross any lines like that. And then the gamification part of it, is more of like a nice to have, but it's to keep people interested, right? So just taking pictures might not be that fun, but if you can get badges or say that your dad actually finds a missing child, he doesn't like that idea at all. But you can get a badge and you can showboat on Twitter or whatever saying that you helped find a kid. You don't have to have gamification. Apparently this guy doesn't like it at all.
Well, if you really think about it, there's someone in the audience that I'm sure could speak to you about how amazing it must feel to be a bone marrow transplant, giver, I guess you could say, knowing that you saved someone's life. That's a big deal. And to think that just by using an app, you could have saved a child's life, I think we would all view that as way more than just a social media tweet item. It would be, wow, who would have guessed that downloading an app could have literally saved someone's life? So
yeah, and I like the InfoSec community. A lot of the people travel a lot, especially a lot of the pen testers do. Like Rainmaker, I don't know if you guys know him, but he will go to a different hotel every day for weeks on end. Tinker goes to a whole bunch of freaking hotel rooms. So I really want to get it focused in on a lot of pen testers at first, just to help get a good, and then understand the technology too. So it'll be a little bit easier to get them to adopt it.
Yeah, and one of the things about this is that the importance of this is really based around the idea that if we can make something that is actually respecting privacy in the way that we would want it, right? I don't necessarily want all of my personal data. This is kind of scary, right? You're gonna download an app from some hacking organization that has all of this information. That's a big ask, right? Well, I think that if we have enough participation, if we can actually make this, a compelling argument can be made to actual sex workers to download this app and to be a part of fighting what is part of what's not legitimizing their work. So I do think that we'll get traction with this if we can design it and ensure that everyone, the data is handled correctly.
And probably shouldn't say this, but with the traffic cam, they actually have a couple of vulnerabilities I need to submit a whole report on, because they're old. I'm going to help them out, and hopefully after helping them out, we can share some ideas.
But if not, check the blog next week.
Yeah. They spent over $200,000 on this app. It was an expensive app for how the back end and everything works. Yeah, we're going to do it better.
Is this another one? Here we go.
So, call to arms. We need help. We can't do everything ourselves. So we need Android and iPhone developers, data scientists, image processing and AI object detection stuff, back-end coders, all languages, Python, C, Java, etc. Front-end stuff, we're mostly just going to use templates and just do the calls. That stuff is pretty easy. But if you're a front-end developer, we need you to, because we want to make it really easy. Because these tools, what a lot of they're using right now is a lot of just command line tools they're running over and over again. And then they have to take the data from there and move it to the other one, and then move that data from over here, and they just have all these artifacts, and it's just a mess. And we need to streamline that whole process for them and make it into more of like a easygoing application where anyone can go through and SOC analysts working on Splunk just do.
Yeah. And a lot of this, if you look at this specific part of it is, even if you're sitting here saying, well, I don't know how to develop something, if you're good at operations as well, they need that talent as well. If you just are willing to sit there and maybe even learn some of the OSINT that you may have picked up today at the workshops or whatever and be a part of that, that's also very important. With just a little bit of work, we can save this organization over 6 figures a year, right?
One application what we're going to be replacing, the licensing fee for it is around $100,000 a year.
6 figures a year that you're giving back to people who are fighting the real fight to save children. I mean, that's a huge win. And even if it's you spinning up some Ubuntu servers, that's a pretty cool contribution for what you're getting out of that.
I forgot one last thing on here. We're going to be breaking everything down into chunks, like 4 or 8 hour chunks that you can complete. So you're not on this long stretch, you don't have this time commitment for a whole year. Here's a chunk of work to do. You do that chunk, turn it in. We use our GitLab server with our board where you just fill it all out in the Kanban stuff. So it's really easy. You do your chunk and you're done. If you want to do another one, great, but you don't have to. So that way, you're not just stuck there and get burnt out on this project or anything like that.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go on to the next one. All right, there you go.
All the crypto party stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not really crypto party, but starting in 2020 at DHA, every third month, I'm going to be doing a threat modeling, so you can understand what your threat model is and what technology you need to use to protect yourself. And then each other month, we'll actually dive into that and go through how to set it up, how to, all the different software that you need to use, what, your pitfalls, things to look out for. We're going to go through that whole process. And then I'm also going to be bringing in other people, so it's just not going to be me, where we'll actually help dive into the different topics.
Yeah, and on this with the privacy and so when we look at this part of this, the general public awareness, we want to be able to have resources here so that the public can go to Black Marble and be like, okay, hey, I'm a journalist who is talking about some weird thing like SIM swapping and needs some scary hacker to show up to do a local news segment. We got you. If you need someone who is has real experience with dealing with combat scenarios with cybersecurity things, there's probably someone in our community who can do that. We want to be able to be that liaison there for people who we feel are actually the best person to talk to, not based off of who's popular or who's the cool one, merit-based. And also having an arm there that goes out and teaches kids at school how to properly handle themselves online, you know? Don't destroy the rest of your life by taking certain pictures with your face in them and those types of things. Going and teaching journalists how to encrypt their communications. Those types of things is going to fall under this purview. That's something you're interested in. We'll be actively doing this part of it. So on the media outreach, again, that's something that a lot of people don't like doing, right? Where they don't want to be in front of camera. They don't like the way the media will change things. Trust me, I've had some really gnarly experiences in the past. So let's all collectively learn off of that and be able to empower people when they are given those opportunities that's not set up for failure. I think this one is, all right, so when we look at the community support, this is a big part of all of our meetup groups here in Dallas and the Texas community at large, I guess. We have such a vibrant community here with all these different groups, and we want to make sure that for those who currently have groups, for those who may be starting those in the future or are carrying the torch at some point, we want to be able to have the infrastructure in place to be able to support that. Meaning, if you need hosting services, if you need GitLab repos, if you need chat services, if you need someone to do the live stream at your conference, those types of things, we want to be able to use our collective knowledge of all the people who are leaders in the community to be able to bring that into an ecosystem for those who actually want to contribute. So if there's different projects that you would like to start that you feel like Black Marble could help you out, we want to be able to provide a way to be able to sponsor your project, give you the resources you need, be able to funnel the resources as we are able to continuously grow with those resources and make it vibrant. So it's not about what we want, it's about what you want, and we can use our resources to make that stuff happen. One of the immediate things that we're working on the community side is a alternative to meetup.com. For those of you who are not aware, Meetup changed their pricing thing. WeWork really screwed that already terrible platform up. So it's time for everyone to move away from this website. But if you run a meetup, you know that this website is very, very good for exposure, and it's good for users to be able to see other meetups that they can, discover and go and learn. I mean, that's the whole reason why I'm even here today is because I found Dallas Hackers Association on Meetup and went to one. So we need to look at alternatives there. And everything that we're trying to do with Black Marble, we want to have the concepts of decentralization and federation built into everything we deploy, if at all possible. So when we're looking at alternatives to Meetup, we're looking at a software solution in which you can have the features that you would expect from Meetup, but also be able to federate this so that my instance that's running on Black Marble's infrastructure, and let's say another one in the community, someone else in the community wanted to spin one up, we'd be able to see each other's events. It would be as if we were on Mastodon, how that works with the federation of the messages. The same concept would work with this Meetup alternative, and that's something that is hopefully within a few weeks will be live. So we want to provide as much of these types of community resources because we need it ourselves, and it'd be goofy for us to not just share it with everyone else. So another thing, this is something I'm super excited about, is a print zine. So I know it sounds crazy that we're about to go into 2020, and I'm talking about doing a print publication, but that's the point, is that this will be a completely different take on how people traditionally do these things. Think if 2600 didn't suck. Think about if it was like the 80s and it was 2600. And there was only a handful of issues that are ever released, and it doesn't cost money, and you got to go find it in Dallas. It's not going to be just in the mailbox. It's going to be something that is really designed around hacker culture at large. So if we look at art, music and tech, the intersection of technology and art, in my opinion, is very much a part of the hacker world, right? If we look at what we're drawn to, the kind of culture, representing that in a way that's not just being a neckbeard, right? Like where we can look at our awesome community here that has some really awesome things that they do and talk about, but don't want this publicly published on the internet. That's why it's so cool at DHA that we don't film and record things so that people can come and drop 0 days that they would never do anywhere else. Well, what if you had a print version of that where it was like you could write a little article about something cool that you just want to drop it like it's hot and it's in print form. So even if there's code, it's going to be a pain to type it out, which makes it even better. So we can use this as an opportunity to promote our local scene and our events. We can learn about other cool things that are happening in our city. And to me, this is going to be a really cool cultural outlet. We've got local artists that are going to be contributing to the layout. We're going to have some people in the local music scene contributing in some ways to this. So this is something that I would definitely look forward to next year as we start putting out issues. All right, so moving on to the global community.
Yes. So O-Day All Day. There's a couple people in here I've seen who's already gone to a few of the events. So it's a virtual and physical hacking space. And we do real-world targets. And some of those targets are Guardzilla, or Chase, Nick, and Andrew. These guys are badasses. They dumped the firmware. Chase was able to find the AWS keys right into the firmware. And then we're able to actually see all the videos that were uploaded to the S3 bucket. We didn't actually look at them ourselves. We know that they were there. And they only changed the keys. They didn't actually fix it. So there's new keys out there. You go through the repo, you can figure out how to re-download the firmware if you want and learn to get another 0 day, I guess. And then the Zepeto Smart Hubs. I'm sure some of you have heard about this, where the Smart Hub was used by apartment complexes, and then they had a Yale lock, and the Smart Hub controls the lock. Well, we were able to, Chase and I found a couple of vulnerabilities. One was SSH key for the root user. So we were able to SSH into it. And then we found out all the API calls. And they just were doing, we were able to do it past the hash. So they actually just used the hash and then they shot it again. And that was your authentication token. We could actually open up all the apartments, 40,000 apartment complexes and all their apartments. We could open all the doors at once if we wanted. So that was fun. That took like 9 months or longer to actually fix it. It was fun, not really. Zoho Vault, it's a password manager, and they had this connector app where it would sync your Active Directory to their website. Well, part of that was typing your Windows administrator username and password, and then encrypt it into a configuration file. Well, their encryption keys were built into the actual software. And the way they fixed it was they moved it to the Windows registry. So no one actually fixes any of these things. We had a whole bunch of managed engine products. Well, they're kind of easy. The new one is a FIDO Smart Lock. It's an Indiegogo project. They keep on delaying the shipment. But as soon as it comes out, I'll set up a meeting. We'll get a whole bunch of hackers there and probably pop it pretty fast. Yeah. Some of the other things that O-Day All Day does is guidance for disclosure. So we'll help you decide if you want to do full disclosure, responsible disclosure, keep it, lock it up, sell it, whatever you want to do. We'll help with the technical write-up, just the basic formatting. Some people get a little overwhelmed by it. Yeah, they can find the vulnerabilities, but they might need help actually writing everything up. CVE requests, they're actually really easy to do, but at first, again, it's kind of weird. Once you understand how to fill out the forms, it's really easy. but we can help with that. And then also media contacts. He has a lot more than I do. But we have contacts at TechCrunch, Forbes, Vice.
A lot of
all
places,
over the
yeah.
And those media contacts, you know, you can use it to help raise awareness, get your name out there. If you want to stay anonymous, you can do that. But any vulnerability you find, it's yours. Like, you get to decide what you want to do with it. But you are in a room full of other people who you just know that found it, so know that.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the zero-tier part? Basically, zero-tier, I'll let him dive into it.
Yeah, okay, well, we got 30 minutes to kill. All right, so zero-tier.
No, it's pretty complex.
Yeah.
But I'll let you describe it first, and then I'll show you.
Yeah. So the idea here is we're going to have, so zero-tier is this technology that I love to rant for hours about to people and like just tell them how amazing it is. But basically what it allows you to do is have a decentralized peer-to-peer network. Well, not purely decentralized, it can be, but I know someone's going to be like, it's not purely decentralized. Zero-tier allows you to basically have an abstract layer, right? Where in software you can plug a machine into a switch regardless of where that is in the world, right? So think of software-defined networking, software, network of virtualization stuff. What this allows you to do is basically be on a LAN without ever having to be on the actual LAN, right? So it does this in a very clever way that I encourage you to go read their white paper. But what that's going to allow us to do is have kind of dark nets, but are traditional, you know, networks, sort of like what you would see with the VPN or something. But with this, you're just on that network. So with that, we'll be able to leverage that so that people can join these zero-tier based networks. So you can be on a LAN even though you're at Starbucks or your mom's house in the basement or, you know, wherever it is that you may be, you can still be on that same network and access our resources in a way that's not even touching the internet outside of that little encrypted space. So, yeah.
So on that, for example, I already have a couple servers set up onto a zero-tier network, and I'll have a whole bunch of targets on there where you'll be able to join that zero-tier network. And so you don't have to be at the event. You can actually start attacking these targets on your own leisure, because sometimes it takes several days to find that exploit, and then even more to really, you know, lock it down. And so I'm going to be releasing targets on the start of each of the quarters, so January, April, July, and October. And then we'll actually have the O-Day event in, you know, meet space where we can finalize it, you know, collaborate, you know, lock it down, party, and have fun, and then think about next targets for the next month.
Yeah, it's hard to say what the next one is. We're committing to something. Oh yeah, there's this whole thing. Yeah.
So one of the things we're going to be doing at O-Day is actually some of our targets are going to be applications and software what you can use for decentralized communication. So some of these applications are great ideas, but no one's audited them yet. They don't have the money to pay for a full pen test or anything like that. So we have a whole bunch of smart people here and all over the world who can connect to the zero-tier network, where we can actually pen test these applications, make sure they're strong, that there is no weaknesses, and that they do what they actually say they can do. And then you can pick it up from like what those applications are going to be doing.
Yeah, so the concept of this is it's called a protest of concept. It's a proof of concept reference architecture that's designed for communications and scenarios like you might see popping up all over the world right now. It's like revolutions in the air again. So Hong Kong, for example, where you know, you got these citizens there who are protesting, but it's in an environment in which cellular communications could be jammed. Cellular communications can be used to, you know, track you, or, you know, there's various reasons why we can't rely on traditional internet infrastructure in some of these high-stress environments. So what we want to do is develop a very low-cost distributed mesh net that's designed around protest use cases, or also could be used in emergency scenarios in which your core infrastructure is taken out. But this is going to be mostly designed around taking the idea of the pirate box, but making it on a stack that's not complete garbage, and updating it and scaling it out to where you actually have a usable mesh network with the concept of getting the lowest barrier to entry for the end user to use that network. See, that's the thing that no one ever addresses, right? It's so easy for anyone to use this one thing that requires you to have an app and understand how to use a command line. Yeah, but no, we want to make something here that a protester can be in an oh shit scenario, pull out their phone, connect to a network, and everything that's happening there is on this distributed, peer-to-peer network. I have done a lot of work and research on this topic and put a lot of, little proof of concept stacks together, and I'm never happy with it. I'm very unhappy with all of what I've worked on so far, and it's just because I'm reaching for things that just aren't there yet. So what I want to do is throw all of this out there and have people who are passionate about cryptography, peer-to-peer, decentralized technologies, those types of people to kind of look at this and be like, oh, well, that infrastructure, I get that decision here, but what about this? We can actually build a stack. I've got like 90% of it completed. I just need some help from some like-minded people who are interested in contributing some ideas, some criticisms, and some really awesome engineering that you can only get from the hacking mindset. So that's something that we can work in a chat room, in person, we can whiteboard, all of those things. It doesn't require us to dedicate a ton of time and energy. It's literally just throwing knowledge out there, and then once we've decided on something, we can actually work on, making automation around it, deployment, etc. But protest a concept, I think, is something that's overdue for our needs here in the United States. But definitely, I feel for people around the world that could be using some technology that's less than $100 to be a part of something that could actually free themselves from, whatever it is that they're being held back by in their local community there. So another one last thing that's not on there is that I want this project to also keep in mind people who are in the third world, where you have emerging economies, where a lot of people are mobile first, but the infrastructure is terrible. And so you have places where you have data caps for your cellular data. That's the only way that you have internet. And a lot of people are copying data back and forth in those communities via sneaker nets. So they're just throwing thumb drives around and hard drives. If you've ever been in the military, it sounds like that's something that happens quite a bit on the base. Is a lot of pirated movies get shared on hard drives and copied around. In those use cases where that type of data sharing occurs, we would want to have some kind of communications for those communities there. Yeah, good job on that one. There we go. But yeah, so keep in mind that this isn't something that's going to be just for protests. This is something that can help out in a multitude of scenarios. And again, it's just something that we need a little bit more help with.
Yeah, I made an application for, like you were saying, for the mobile phones, where the plans, you might have unlimited data through Google. So I actually have a, first in, first out on the actual Google Drive with a server and client, so you can actually transfer all your data through it. So you can use all your internet traffic, just pipe it right through a Google Drive. There's lots of different ways to do that. Here's my contact information. Init6, but on Twitter, Init3. If you know Init6 on there, slap him.
Yeah.
My personal GitHub and my blog.
And you hate everyone.
And I hate everyone.
Yes. Yeah, WhiskeyNeon. WhiskeyNeon on Twitter. Just don't contact me. As far as Black Marble, right now the best way to probably get updates is going to be on the Twitter account. But the website has all of the previous 0 day, all day content on there right now. And we'll be updating that as well.
There's also a chat on there. It's just blackmarble.sh/chat, or you can just go there and click chat. It's our Mattermost, and it's you don't actually have to have an invite link. You just open up.
Yeah.
And then we have GitLab. We have a whole bunch of different infrastructure that we are using.
And so I guess at this point we could just ask for questions if there's any questions from the. All right, we'll start with this one. No mention of securing the vote. Well, I don't know how much you know about
I
me.
actually already have.
No, really. Securing the vote is great, except for the fact that have you actually tried doing that before? Because I have. You go up to your political party or your local state, they run that. It's not like they're going to we could have volunteers that observe, but you're not going to be able to touch a Diebold machine and be able to secure that in any way. I guess paper ballots would be how we would secure our election in that regard. But no, I actually would say we don't want to secure the vote because there's no way to secure it in this climate we have. I say we hack the vote. I say that we use our skills to even out the playing field a bit so that when all of these people who have been, crushing us over time, we kind of use our collaborative knowledge to get our say. So securing the vote via hacking, I'm totally supportive, yeah.
The other side of it too, mentioned 0 day events. Why not get a couple of Diebold machines and show the local people how easy it is to hack a voting machine?
Yeah, bring one.
Yeah, it's like, bring one for sure. If you can get one on Amazon Prime, let me know. I got some gift cards I got to try to use up.
But I'm saying that stuff has been done in other communities to great effect.
Oh yeah, and that's why we don't need to do it, honestly, because we got that Rachel Toback video off of Twitter, so it doesn't even matter that it's not factual that it was a little girl or whatever, but hey, it got the scares out there. That's all we needed. So we don't really feel like we need to, hack the vote.
But I'll take it, though. I mean.
Yeah, if you got a Diebold machine, we'll totally do what we can.
Oh, yeah.
The 0 day, all day, I don't want to speak for you, but it's more of uncharted territory. Why go where everyone else has been before? We can do the exact same hack that someone else did on a Diebold machine and be like, hey, or we could do the exact same hack from 20 years ago on some brand new IoT device today, and that's always new and fresh somehow.
So that's how we did the smart lock one. Hack for Pancakes was whining about the smart locks being installed at her place. We found out, I got it down to 2 companies, and then I asked her, like, is it one of these? And she's like, yeah. And so dived into it, ordered all the crap off of Amazon and other places, set up a whole environment. And then we actually, from that time to actual exploit, was less than a week.
Yeah.
So we like to do new stuff and like off the cuff and cause a
I
ruckus.
I feel like the election thing's played out for me, honestly. So Tinker, what was your question?
So you're talking about doing, making an app for assisting on the sex trafficking and exploitation of children.
Mm-hmm.
And you did address, so I've seen that, it's an amazing idea. Everybody supports that, it's awesome. As you noted that a lot of times that initiative would be hijacked, sideswiped, maybe it was the original intent to traffic adult.
What's that? I'll wrap up the question. It's stopping time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, run. Run. Okay. This is the last question.
Right.
And you did mention, hey, going and seeing if this would affect getting folks in there. Have you reached out to the tech collectives and nonprofits that specifically create tech for sex workers, such as Assembly4, who does like Twitter, Mastodon?
Yeah. The question basically being, have you reached out to those sex worker provider platforms and asked for their help? How do I phrase this?
I mean, if you look at it, how many black trans women were killed in Dallas this year?
Yeah, an alarming amount actually, and But yeah, so if we look at the sex worker side of it and having participation from the people who run the websites, that's not an angle that we're going with right now. I don't think it's the right time for that type of approach.
Even just with the idea of speaking with them to see what unintended consequences could be, not you bringing them in.
Yeah.
Hey, here are our ideas. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, yeah, and that's what everything is being thought around the idea of not delegitimizing sex work. Honestly, if there was one ulterior motive in all of that, is to legitimize sex work, right? Is to get all of the bad people kind of like, all right, we're being cut off. Sorry.
Hey guys, great questions. Take outside.
Yeah.
And clear the room.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh, no.
taking more questions. Let's give it up. Thank you for coming.
Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. You got me so high, I can finally breathe. You're walking poetry. It's what you do to me. It's what you do to me. Touch me with no hands, hold me with your eyes. Unwind me with your mind tonight. Speak with no words, show me and I'm all yours. Show me and I'm all yours.
All that you are, all that I need. Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. All that you are, all that I need. Rising like the smoke, you linger on me. You got me so high, finally breathe, finally breathe, finally me. You got me so high, finally breathe, finally breathe, finally me.
And I'm all yours, and I'm all yours. Show me. I'm all yours, and I'm all yours. All that you are is all that I need. Sunset in your eyes, let me with your loving.
I just want to make sure that we're not going to have to feel like.
Thrill, it's you.
No, you're fine.
Make me feel. You make me feel.
Dalton didn't make
Touch me with no hands, hold me with your eyes. Unwind me with your mind tonight. Speak with no words, show me and I'm all yours. Show me and I'm all yours.
All that
that probably won't work.
all that I need.
Okay. So time's off of. Timer's off of 45 minutes, right? Perfect. We're probably gonna have like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, we should be alright. Just definitely, just definitely throw up this kind of 5 in case we normal, just a full 45. I'm Test. Yeah.
I come home from work, and those guys would be sitting there playing video games in my living room. Like, my roommate was like,
Soma FM. We love music.
Playing games, right here. But you can make sure nobody steals our stuff. You know what he did? Yeah. He was better than the cops.
Nice.
In the brain, in the engine room, the gamers are out. I got fires to put out. In the rain, on an eastbound train, rushing towards some kind of future. Where you found me, in the lonely wooden tower. Nothing's more real than what it is. And I'm trying to show you. And I never expect you to deliver me. No, I never wanted anything easily. Everything's changing, but we gotta stay for real. And the way that we speak is coming out differently. Nothing we wish for ever comes easily. Everything's changing, but we gotta stay for real. Don't be vain, don't swallow the bloom. Keep it plain and devout as the fires burn out in my brain. In an unlit lane, marking a road that leads to nowhere. Where you found me, in the lonely wooden tower. Nothing's more real than what it is. That's what I'm trying to show you. And I never expect you to deliver me. No, I never wanted anything easily. Everything's changing, but we gotta stay for real. And the way that we speak is coming out differently. Nothing we wish for ever comes easily. Everything's changing, but we gotta stay for real.
You guys gotta go check that out. There's some really cool stuff there. You can learn some cool stuff with your badges there too. Also, if you guys go to the chill out room, you guys gotta go check that out. If you go out the door and go around the corner, there's a chill out room there. A lot of drinks. There's lots of Pepsi Coke and a whole bunch of different snacks out there. Yeah. And there's some really cool things. There's a lockpick village in there. If you go out there outside of that, you have Wirefall out there. Talking about some of the other orgs here. That's really cool stuff to do. Check all that out if you get a break or if you want to sit out a section. great place to hang out there. You also, the Mental Health Village, or the Hangout. That's another place to check out.
Just like the entire side.
Yeah, I think they're offering massages. They offer like yoga and stuff like that. So, and there's also where you can meet and talk about some different issues. If you want to have like a impromptu counseling session or support group, if you want to just BS about the stress at work or whatever. So these are some really cool things that we have offering here. I would like for you guys to go check that out whenever you get a chance to. With that, I would like to introduce to you our next two speakers.
Here goes.
We have Josh Muncie and Joe Pisano. All right, today's talk, Josh and Joe are active duty Air Force members on the Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team, AF CERT. Dalton and Joe are threat hunters for AF CERT, and Josh works on the Forensics and Malware Analysis Team. All these guys, coincidentally, are aircraft maintenance technicians also, turned information security professionals who share a passion for home labbing, coffee, and White Claw. Really? Really? White Claw? Seriously? All right, so stand up and salute.
No, please do.
No, I'm kidding.
Please do not do
All
that.
right. Please give them a welcome and a warm round of applause. Let's go.
So, good afternoon. Thanks for coming out, everyone. We really appreciate it. Real quick, who went to the 11:30 talk with Matt and Aaron, the Purple Packets talk? So what they didn't tell you in that talk is that for two people who've never presented before, that's the best way to just ruin all of your self-confidence. Those guys are so good at speaking, it just makes it look so effortless. So no, yeah, like he said, I'm Josh Murchie. This is Joe Pisano. Dalton couldn't join us today, but he contributed to this project. So we're going to talk about threat hunting on a budget. These slides are actually available live right now at BSidesDFW.Murchie, my last name, .me. So if you want to follow along, we're going to have some like graphics and screenshots later that might be a little hard to read on the screen. But yeah, and then afterwards, if you want these for reference, they're there. They're going to be hosted there. So as you mentioned, we are active duty Air Force, so typical disclaimer as you would expect. Views and opinions expressed in this presentation are our own. They do not represent the views of the United States Air Force, Department of Defense, or any other government entity. No official endorsement of the product software shown in this presentation is implied. Just got to say that so we don't get in trouble when we go to work on Monday. So who are we? Like he mentioned in the intro, we're actually previous aircraft avionics maintainers. So the interesting thing about the military, right, is they don't really care what your previous skills are. They'll just train you into whatever they want. So a little dirty secret there. So we all had the opportunity to retrain into cybersecurity, and coincidentally all met up, all from relatively the same previous career field at where we work now, the Air Force Computer Emergency Response Team, the AFCERT. So we do all enjoy home labbing. We do all enjoy coffee. Some of us enjoy White Claw. But yeah, so again, I'm Josh Murchie. I'm a forensics and malware analyst at the AFCERT. I am a previous threat hunter there, and then Dalton is the current lead threat hunter for the team, and Joe is a senior threat hunter. That's our social media. Feel free to follow us, ask any questions that you think of after this presentation. We'd be more than happy to help. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about what threat hunting is. It's kind of a relatively new concept in the information security industry, and I imagine there's varying degrees of experience in this room, so we're going to set kind of a foundational layer of knowledge so that everyone's on the same page when we say threat hunting. We're going to talk about how to threat hunt. We'll talk about why you might consider or you might be forced to do it on a fiscal budget of some sort. We're also going to talk about some of the data sets or data models that might be important for you in order to complete a successful threat hunt. Specifically, we're talking about Sysmon, WinLogBeat, native Windows events, and ELK. If all of that's completely foreign to you, you have no idea what I'm talking about, I promise we're going to go over it later in the presentation. Also going to talk about OS Query and Collide, and then we're going to talk about how you're going to be able to use those threat hunt results to improve your detection capabilities. So what is threat hunting? I don't typically like to read verbatim off slides, but I have a couple different definitions that I think are very important for defining what a threat hunt is. So these are 3 different definitions from completely different organizations and people. It's the process of proactively and iteratively searching through networks to detect and isolate advanced threats that evade existing security solutions. Proactive analyst-driven process to search for attacker tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, within an environment, and consists of searching iteratively through networks to detect indicators of compromise, IOCs, and threats such as advanced persistent threats evading your existing security system. So why go to the trouble of reading 3 different definitions? Well, those are from completely different people, like I mentioned before, and there's a lot of similarities in those definitions. If you paid attention, and you can, like I said, you can look through the slides, you can thumb back real quick, all of them mentioned the process. Threat hunting is a process. A lot of information security takes processes. Threat hunting is no different. Whether you're talking the red teamers, the pen testers, they go through a process. Threat hunting should be no different. All of those definitions mentioned in part focusing on attacker TTPs. You didn't hear in those definitions anywhere mention, oh, we're going to focus on hashes or IPs or domains. We're talking TTPs, we're talking behaviors, we're talking the things that are harder for the adversaries to change. Also, those definitions mentioned the fact that they need to be tailored to the things you can't already detect. It's analyst-driven. If you can already detect in your environment with whatever capabilities you have, IDS, IPS, antivirus, a particular TTP or a particular tool, you're kind of wasting your own time if you're then conducting a threat hunt for that thing. You need to have trust and faith in your security stack that the signatures or whatever it is, whatever products you're employing can take care of that for you. Something that we kind of have struggled with at the AFCERT is the difference between threat hunting and incident response. This kind of gets muddied quite a bit in our organization because as a military organization, it's a very all hands on deck, everybody helps everybody else type organization. And so the incident responders and the threat hunters all sit right next to one another. So it's easy for them to just reach over, grab someone and say, hey, come help me with this, or hey, can you take a look at this? And there's not a problem inherently with that. It's just that it starts to muddy the waters of what constitutes incident response and what constitutes threat hunting. If you're scoping something that you already detected and that you have initiated an incident response for, that is not a threat hunt. You are still scoping within the confines of the incident response process. Every good security talk has to have a meme, or so I'm told. So is this threat hunting? Plugging MD5 into VirusTotal. No, that is not threat hunting. That's not to say that VirusTotal doesn't have its place within that process, but if you're just blindly blasting MD5 hashes into VirusTotal, you are not threat hunting. I'm sorry. So why should you consider threat hunting within your environment? Well, as we mentioned before, you're targeting the upper half of the pyramid of pain. If you're not familiar with the pyramid of pain, I've got that graphic coming up on another slide. But basically, the pyramid of pain is talking about how easy to how challenging it is for an adversary to change the things about their attacks, their behaviors, their tools, all of that stuff. By targeting the upper half of the pyramid of pain, you're targeting the things that are harder for them to change. You're making them change their behaviors. You're making them change their tool sets. That's going to impose cost on the adversary. That sounds like a very military thing to say, and it kind of is. That's something that we talk about at work. But what that means is if an attacker spends 6 months developing a tool that they plan to use against your organization, and you conduct a threat hunt and find that tool and burn that tool, they've just wasted 6 months of their time. That's a massive win for the defenders. And that's hopefully a massive win for the entire security community because ideally you're going to share that information with other organizations. You're going to reduce your overall organizational risk. We all know that there's things within our organizations that we probably can't detect or that we're not sure if we can detect. Can you sit here and tell me for sure that you know that your AV is going to detect on X or that your IPS is going to detect Y? You really probably can't. So by conducting a threat hunt, you're going to fill in those gaps in your security posture. And then overall, you're just going to improve your overall security maturity. You know, the new buzzwords lately, it seems to be, is like purple teaming. Obviously, pen testing, red teaming has always been hot. But pen tests, purple teaming, they all have their place. But those are the ones that have been talked about a lot more than threat hunting. But threat hunting is going to bring you to that next level, the same way that maybe doing a pen test or a red team would as well. It's just not talked about nearly as much. So here's that graphic about the pyramid of pain I was talking about. You can see on the lower half, we're talking things like hash values, IPs, domains. All it takes to change a hash is flipping one bit in a tool. That's not going to do you any good if you're targeting hashes. IP addresses, how easy is it to change your IP address right now with cloud infrastructure? Domain names, with domain generating algorithms, you can change that like this instantly. That's not something that you're going to be able to go after and get effective results. But the upper half of that pyramid of pain, look at that. Network and host artifacts from the tools that they're using, the actual tools themselves, and their TTPs. Attackers all innately have the behaviors that they enjoy producing, right? So as a red teamer or pen tester, right, there's things that innately they probably enjoy doing that they kind of always fall back on, or a process that they always fall back on. If you can identify those within your organization, when you find that adversary, you're going to be able to hit them where it really hurts, where they're innately enjoy doing. So threat hunting on a budget. Why would you even consider doing threat hunting on a budget, or why would you be forced to do threat hunting on a budget? Well, we all know security is expensive. Nothing about security comes free. If you're talking appliances, IPS, IDS, firewalls, all that stuff, that costs money. Licensing costs money. The infrastructure to employ all of that stuff, processing power, RAM, that all costs money. People, their time, that costs money. So if you're a fledgling threat hunt program, you're new to the threat hunting game, you're probably going to have a hard time getting management buy-off on a new threat hunt program. You're going to need to be able to show them that you're going to be able to deliver value for the money that's spent on that program. If you can reduce the total dollars that you need to spend to start up a threat hunt program, you're going to have a much easier time getting management buy-off on that. Also, I think a room full of security professionals, it probably goes without saying, but open source or free software doesn't inherently mean it's bad or that it's even less quality than some of the paid for software that's out there. How many of us have used tools from GitHub? Pretty much everybody. That's free and open source. And a lot of that stuff does just as good a job, if not better, than whatever you'd buy from a vendor. So there's nothing wrong with employing software that's free. So how do we hunt? We've spent a considerable amount of time talking about what threat hunting is and why you should consider it, but what does that actually mean? How do I actually employ it? So there is an organization that got bought out a couple years ago by Amazon called Squirrel. This is the model that they kind of pushed in the past few years. They did a lot of research and a lot of good work in the field of threat hunting. And so this is the kind of feedback loop, if you will, that they have kind of come up with that our organization has been employing with quite a bit of success. So step one, you're going to create a hypothesis of some sort. Ideally, that hypothesis needs to be informed by some sort of threat intelligence or something that it basically makes it some sort of an educated hypothesis. You shouldn't be coming up with a hypothesis that isn't applicable to your organization at all. If you're hypothesizing that an APT that's known to only go after financial sector companies and you're in the oil and gas sector, that's really probably not going to be a productive threat hunt. So you need to use intel where possible. If you're the type of organization that's not ingesting threat intelligence right now, there's nothing wrong with that. As defenders, you know the network best. You know what your gaps are. Come up with hypotheses around that. So just to give an example, maybe a really simple hypothesis could be an attacker has spearphished a domain admin and gained elevated permissions to the network. It's a really generic, really easy kind of hypothesis, but honestly, it applies just about everywhere. You're going to investigate. You're going to work to either prove or disprove that hypothesis. As defenders, as threat hunters, you can't be biased in working to prove or disprove that hypothesis. You need to set aside any sort of cognitive biases you have regarding the hypothesis. Maybe someone else on your team came up with it and you just think it's a horrible hypothesis. You don't like it. It doesn't matter. You have a responsibility and a duty to try and prove or disprove that hypothesis. So to do that, you're going to grab all the data that you know is relevant within your organization to do that. So whether that's PCAP, host logs, whatever you can get your hands on, you're going to work to dig down in the weeds and try and find if that is true for your network. Did an admin get spearphished? Now, in the course of your threat hunt, let's say you do find the adversary. Indeed, a domain admin did get spearphished, and yes, the adversary has higher level permissions on your network. Hopefully, in the course of performing that threat hunt, you've now uncovered some new patterns or TTPs that attacker took to do that. Because obviously, just saying that they got spearphished, that's not really saying a whole lot. But if you can start to determine like, oh, okay, they got spearphished, but we found this tool that they dropped and it's a new form of persistence we've never seen, well, guess what? That's the upper half of the pyramid of pain. That's a new tool. You've just burned a capability that they developed for persistence in doing that threat hunt. So then ideally, you're going to take that new pattern or TTP that you've discovered, and you're going to roll that into a new threat hunt. Okay, so we see that this domain admin got spearphished and they used this new method of persistence. Where else can we find that? Is that method of persistence employed someplace else on the network? And then finally, the whole goal of this threat hunt process is you want to never have to threat hunt for the same thing again. It's a waste of your time if you're doing the same thing every 6 months, every 3 months, whatever that looks like. You want to enrich your detection and analytic capabilities with the results of your threat hunts. So using the previous example, domain admin got spearphished, found new method of persistence. Can we signaturize that? Is there some place within our security stack, whether at the host level or at the network level, that we can employ some type of detection capability so this never happens again? So some of the data sets that you're going to want to conduct a successful threat hunt, you're going to probably want host logs. Like honestly, you need to know what's going on the endpoints. So you're going to be looking at your native Windows logging. You're going to be looking at Sysmon to provide some of the greater fidelity logs. You're going to be looking at anything you can get your hands on the host. Antivirus, EDR, any sort of telemetry, just bring it all in. Network logs, I also asked that question about the purple packets talk because they really harped on the fact that we're not paying attention to the network, that as defenders, it's kind of a blind spot for us right now because so much time has been spent on the host and focusing on detection on the host. So hopefully if your organization's the type of organization that's employing some sort of full packet capture or at least has some type of email gateway logs, proxy logs, firewall logs, whatever that looks like, bring that in, ingest it. This is not mo money, mo problems. More logs is not mo problems. Also, ideally, you want to be able to ask questions of your hosts. And no, I'm not talking about tapping on the computer and saying, excuse me, where's the adversary? No, you want to be able to have a way to scale a question across the enterprise and ask some sort of a question and get an answer back. What hosts on our network have cwindows, temp, evil.exe residing on it? Or what hosts are reporting high processor utilization? Anything along those lines is going to be valuable to you to produce results at scale. So if you didn't already pick up on it, data is going to make or break your threat hunt. You can't hunt for what you can't see. And I know that kind of goes without saying, but it's one of the things that we've even struggled with within our organization is that log aggregation, log correlation, that's going to make your life as a threat hunter vastly easier. So when we set up to do this talk, we kind of knew that just talking about everything from a very high level wasn't really going to impart upon you the validity, so to speak, of the talk that you really can do threat hunting on a budget. So Joe's going to come up here. He's going to talk about this. But we set up a small lab environment on our home labs and kind of did that as a proof of concept, so to speak, to show that you really can do this.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As he said earlier, my name is Joe. I am a senior threat hunter over at the AFCERT. Again, active duty Air Force. So for our implementation here, just to go along with what we were trying to accomplish, and that is threat hunting on a budget, we set up ELK. ELK is where we're aggregating all of our host logs right now. We actually installed, so let me just give you an explanation of what ELK is if you guys are unfamiliar. So it stands for Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Elasticsearch is basically, it utilizes Lucene syntax to perform quick queries across whatever database whatever data it is ingesting. Logstash is essentially just a way to standardize and ship logs to the Elasticsearch, and then Kibana is where the visualization happens. So if you want to visualize some sort of log, then if you want to see spikes or patterns within the logs, Kibana is a nice tool to utilize it to visualize that data. On each endpoint, we have WinLog beats installed, and all that is taking the Windows EVTX logs and putting them into a nice format that Logstash and Elasticsearch likes, because EVTX, a lot of these vendors do not like EVTX format, so obviously there needs some way to ship them over to the Elasticsearch or Logstash. And then we also have Sysmon installed on the endpoints, and Sysmon, just as Josh said earlier, it offers greater fidelity onto the Windows logging, more so than just normal Windows logging. So we also have an agent running on each of our endpoints. The agent's called OS Query. If you guys are unfamiliar, Facebook made OS Query and is actually open sourced it to the community. It's a pretty nice tool to be used to ask these types of questions. All you need to do is know a little bit of SQL, and you're able to ask computers throughout your enterprise, like what scheduled tasks do you have installed on your computers? What processes are running at a high utilization? OS Queries allows you to do that. We also have a Collide server set up in our infrastructure, and the Collide server is just basically a GUI that that allows us to craft these queries in a very, very easy format. So I'm going to go over 2 scenarios. I'll explain we're not red teamers whatsoever, so these are going to be very basic scenarios, the ones that we came up with and we're trying to experiment with on our home lab network. So our first scenario, just to give you a little overview of what our first scenario was, this is just basic malware utilization. We installed a piece of malware on a certain endpoint, and we're trying to find characteristics and behaviors based off the intel that was generated that we found about this APT organization that's interested in our infrastructure. And we're just trying to find that piece of malware or that malicious actions within our network. So the scenario reads, APT 1337, feisty feline, has been observed targeting business in your industry. Reporting indicates that they may be using malware which uses a high amount of CPU processing power. That's the intel that we have. That's very generic. We don't have atomic values. We don't have hash values. We don't have IP addresses. We don't have domains. So how can we capture this and try to look across our enterprise to see this behavior? So let's create a hypothesis. Basically, we took the intel, and we are just assuming that if this malware does affect our organization and the attacker successfully gained access to our organization, we're going to see processes that have high processor utilization across our network. So I'm not sure if you guys can see that. That's actually, I'm pretty sure you guys can. So all that is we put in Collide. We try to find the top 10 processes aggregated by name on the host to see what the top 10 processes on each host actually are. So after we put that query in, it went out to the OS Queries, collected, centralized that data for us into a nice readable format. And this is where analysts are being analysts. And knowing you as the analyst, you're going to be intimate with your environment. You're going to be intimate with what you know is normal on your environment and what is not normal on your environment. So here we're looking for just weird stuff. And most of my time, me being at the AFCERT, a lot of time that I spend on the job is finding out what's normal. I could go down a rabbit trail for 6 to 8 hours, an entire workday for me. And at that point, I'm like, this is just an admin. This is admin doing admin things at this base, and like, let me find out, let me call him or determine that this is legitimate stuff. So threat hunting is, again, that iterative loop, but a lot of the time that you're going to spend is finding out what's normal in your environment. And there's going to be weird things, especially in Windows environment, because Windows does some weird things to begin with that you just learn and you get intimate and you get familiar with the environment that you work in. So with our environment, we know that why is regserve32.exe, why is that at a high CPU utilization? That's really weird. I don't know if you guys are familiar with regserve32.exe, that simply registers or that simply loads or unloads a DLL. It's also used as a living off the land binary. So an attacker would use this binary to register the DLL that they want to use and make it seem like a normal Windows operation. So we know off the start, like, oh, this is weird. This is the only computer exhibiting this behavior. We're doing long tail analysis. This is the only computer doing this behavior. Let's look into this. It might be weird. It might be normal. It might be normal admin stuff. So we pivoted off that information, and we put in the host name as target2, and we just want to look for any logs that has regserve32.exe. We just want to see what logs got generated by this event that we see right now. So through these logs, we're able to see that regserve32.exe was executed by a parent command line, C Windows temp, BSidesDFW.exe. So now we start asking other questions. Why is this piece of well, we don't know it's malware yet, but why is this parent command line, why is it named after our organization or after a project that we're working on? And why is it spawning regsurf32.exe? Is this part of our development? We need to go to the development team if we're developing these types of applications in-house. We might want to see what projects they're working on, see if this is a legit project or not. And again, low-hanging fruit, we're just, since this is the sysmon logs generated, event ID 1, which is a process creation log in sysmon, we get an MD5 hash, which could be helpful for us, and sometimes it's all you need, a low-hanging fruit. And we found this hash through a process. We didn't sweep our enterprise for all the hashes and just throw them into VirusTotal. We found this hash through some sort of process through Intel first, and we simply put it into VirusTotal. And we see, why is 59 out of 73 antivirus engines detecting this? And Windows Defender is our AV solution. Why is Windows Defender not detecting this? This could lead to finding out bigger problems in your organization. You might have a misconfiguration. You might have another TTP that this adversary has created to disable your Windows Defender, and that leads to another hypothesis and another threat hunting iteration that occurs. So again, we're just trying to uncover new patterns and new TTPs from an adversary utilizing threat hunting, ones that your organization isn't already detecting. After this, we have a few new just things to go off of and new threat hunting loops to start occurring. So adversary is naming their malware after keywords related to the company. We can now give it to our incident response team as, hey, this might be an indicator of compromise. We might want to look for this throughout the company, or create a signature so that we could detect on it in future use. We could even reverse engineer this piece of malware and pull out other characteristics. Is there hard-coded domains, hard-coded IP addresses, a mutex that we could pull from the malware and give it to our signatures teams to, again, start alerting on it as soon as it's dropped on the box or seen across the network traffic. And here we just formulated a new hypothesis and starting a new threat hunting loop. And we're assuming that the compromise, APT 1337 has compromised the network utilizing malware named after the company or related keywords and using an unusual coding technique. Now, those may not be true, but now it's our job to prove or disprove this hypothesis. Again, a threat hunt's job is to enrich analytics. And if they're downloading an executable name after the company or with relevant keywords from external sources, that's not normal. That probably won't be normal in your organization. And that's easily searchable. It's easily scopable for your incident response team. And it's an easy signature to implement to start blocking these threats. So we have another scenario, and the intel sources is APT 101, ageless aardvark, previously gained access to your organization. Your infallible threat feed, twitter.com, says they may be reusing old TTPs and dumping credentials and using the admin dollar share to move laterally and execute files. Now let me briefly explain this scenario that we created. We were trying to stray away with the scenario a little bit more from just like malware being on the box, and we were trying to do a more harder to detect technique. So what this is actually occurring in this scenario is we have dumped the Kerberos ticket from a domain admin, and we were able to move laterally utilizing the admin dollar share throughout our network to execute a malicious binary. So our hypothesis is simply that. We're just going to say APT 101 has gained access to our network, is using the past ticket attack via dump credentials to spread malicious code and utilizing admin dollar shares to move laterally. Again, there's no atomic value here. So one of the things that we could look for now, one of the TTPs on MITRE's attack matrix is actually moving laterally through admin shares. So let's just look for that. Let's just look for stuff going through admin dollar share. And that's exactly what we're going to do utilizing ELK. So on this screen, you could see that C Windows notepad.exe is executing implant.txt, but it's executing implant.txt through an SMB mount through lab DC001. So this adversary has gained access to the DC from our lab, our target 6, which is just a normal host on our infrastructure. Now, we have a small lab environment. We only have 6 targets on our environment. So obviously, admin dollar, this only popped up once in our environment. And if you're at a larger scale, you might have more of these. But that just goes back to the fact that you guys are the threat hunters. You guys are the analysts. You're going to be intimate with your environment. You're going to know what's normal and what's not normal. And when I personally did this on my environment, it was very easy to weed out what was normal and what is not normal. So I was able to successfully create an actual signature for lateral movement through admin dollar shares. So we actually have a pretty good pivot point here. We have a timestamp. Timestamps are like probably the best thing to pivot off of. So we're just going to do a little bit of investigation now because we see something that might not be normal in our environment. And we actually see that the jpisano.adm, which is one of our domain admins on our environment, there's a 4624 logon type 3 accompanied by 4672. A 4624 logon event ID is actually a successful logon. Logon type 3 is a network logon. It's accompanied by 4672, which is a privilege logon, which means an admin has logged onto the box around the same time that implant.txt has ran. So now we're concerned that jpisano.adm's, maybe his credentials are compromised in this scenario. So we know that APT 101 likes to dump credentials and use pass the ticket or pass the hash techniques. So Mimikatz is one of the best tools to do that. So why don't we just try to look for Mimikatz on our network now? And we have in our logs, we see that mimikatz.exe was actually run on our networks at some time because of our sysmon logs being aggregated to a centralized location. And the adversary in this case downloaded mimikatz.exe and renamed it on the box instead of downloading mimikatz.exe renamed before they downloaded. So we were able to detect this in our environment, seeing that mimikatz.exe has successfully run, again, with the sysmon event ID 1 process creation logs. Then we just did a simple collide query just to confirm that the binary is still on the endpoint. So from there, we could pass it to our incident response team to do the proper triage on this potential compromise. So now we could ask the question, why was Mimikatz able to run on the host? Should an antivirus block it? It was mimikatz.exe. It wasn't some funky PowerShell. It didn't obfuscate anything. It wasn't trying to do antivirus evasion. Remember our last scenario, we had the same issue. So was antivirus disabled? If so, now we have a new hypothesis, and we could try to we could say that APT 101 and APT 1337 might be working together, or one of them might try to be disguising their techniques as the other APT. And we could utilize that as another threat hunting loop to occur now. So now we could just formulate a hunt and we try to enrich analytics based off of that. So did the threat group utilize a new tool to disable antivirus? So now we're trying to look for their tools and their techniques. Maybe this threat group, one of their TTPs is they can't bypass antivirus. They don't know how. They don't have the technology. They don't have the time. But they do know how to disable antivirus in order to bypass it at that point. So now we're going to try to find ways to detect that and make Windows Defender is not working. So we could start creating signatures off of that. So whenever we see those signatures, we could start alerting off of that. So that's it for the two scenarios that we have. In summary, threat hunting does not have to be reserved for an organization with a hefty budget. We're trying to showcase that here. We're successfully able to threat hunt with vanilla elk, and we're able to just threat hunt utilizing OS Query and Collide. Both open source tools, cost nothing to implement, and I feel we could do a pretty good job at it. Another thing that I want to harp on is processes and methodology carry over regardless of tools available. So no matter if you start using Elk today and then you move to an organization that uses Splunk tomorrow or vice versa, it's always going to, your methodology and knowing how to do these threat hunts is what's important. You could learn a new syntax tomorrow. You could learn Splunk syntax, and you could still do the job just as good as you were on Elk. Also, I can't harp on this enough. Log aggregation and correlation enables pivoting off of key indicators more efficiently. You want your data in one location where you could easily query, where you could easily pivot off of other data. It's very difficult when your host logs are on each endpoint and your network logs and your proxy logs are on the proxies, and you have to go manually pull it and you have to manually parse through it. You can't timeline it. There's a bunch of headaches, and you're not going to be as efficient. And then also, hunting feeds the betterment of other analytics and alerting. Again, it comes back to enriching your analytics and making better signatures and making your organization better as a whole and trying to detect TTPs and other tools being utilized on your network that you might not be trying to catch already, that you might not be alerting on already.
So Joe hit on it, processes, methodology. Even if you're not a threat hunter, or maybe you're doing red teaming or pen testing or whatever, the overall security of our organizations is going to be a whole lot better if we all learn to employ processes and methodology. So hopefully, even if this isn't your forte, if this isn't your thing within security, maybe you can at least take away that all of security will be better off if we all implement better processes.
So just some additional slides, some special thanks to other people that we work with. That's their information, their profiles, and Recon InfoSec OpenSock. We were able to participate in that in Texas Cyber Summit. That was pretty cool, pretty fun. Here are our references. Are there any questions?
Are there any concerns using something like OSQuery, which is running host side, with like tripping up, like notifying the attacker that you're onto them? Like, oh no, they're running something that's kind of close to what I'm doing.
So they will be able to see potentially that OSQuery's process utilization spikes. So for example, actually using the OpenSock as an example, we crafted some really terrible SQL statements, and we started hashing basically the entire file system. So obviously, if the attacker is monitoring that, you are potentially going to tip off the attacker, but that's just kind of one of those things you just kind of have to bite the bullet and accept the risk.
Was Whitney monitoring that?
Yes. You can go for that one.
So they're actually quite different. The Collide that uses SQL, and Splunk just uses its own language. It's not really SQL. It's pretty easy to learn, actually, because that's what we utilize at our work. I'm a Splunk fan too, but it's different languages, different, but the methodologies and the way you think would still remain the same between the two, whether you're ingesting host logs onto Splunk and you don't have a way to really query the host like OSQuery, you could still say, hey, I need to look for X, Y, Z, and you could still utilize either tool to pretty much get the same data that you would need.
Yeah, everyone seems to want to employ their own query language right now, and I mean, I'm not personally a fan of that, but hey, whatever. Like, you know what you're looking for, and as security professionals, we're all probably pretty good at Google, so you'll probably be able to figure it out pretty easily.
What do you find more often about triggers of investigation? Anomalies in VBA or an actual incident?
Yeah, so anything that we can't easily explain, pretty much at surface level or potentially call somebody, that's going to pretty much launch an investigation, because with being the military, there's a lot of, obviously, like, targets within that environment. So for us, it's pretty much any unexplained behavior is at least going to kick off some form of investigation. Now, how deep an investigation is obviously going to depend on the nature of it. If it's just a typical user level behavior and maybe there was some sort of an executable that ran that was a little bit weird, that's going to be a relatively easy investigation. But if it's something with like a domain admin, obviously that's going to be a whole different animal.
So have you guys or anyone else done any research or any investigation into using either directed or undirected machine learning to classify normalcy or abnormalcy?
Absolutely. We did not in this particular case, but there is definitely a lot of efforts to use AI ML to enhance this whole like threat hunting process. Elk in particular, I know, is implementing a lot of that. It's a, what is it, like trained or whatever AI. So I mean, you're still the one that's driving it, but yeah, that's definitely something that's coming up, and that's definitely going to be the next wave, I think, of technology in the threat hunting space.
So what's the timing for initiating a hunt, and how long do you guys try to do?
I can do that one.
Go for it.
So basically, like as I said, we use intelligence. So like we would basically take in intelligence. Intel might prioritize some stuff for us. Maybe we might say, Intel might say XYZ was more important at this time, and then we would start researching, doing some hypothesis, and depends on how much. Once we start doing the research and we see how much time it might take, that's when we start allocating, like, hey, this is going to be 1 or 2 weeks of we're just going to start searching for this. We've had hunts that have taken like 3-4 weeks easily before we have completely hashed out our entire hypothesis and all the ones that we have generated. It just depends on the maturity, and like sometimes you're in a hunt, like sometimes you're just doing queries and you're realizing, oh, this actually isn't working the way that I thought it would work, or this is actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. So that obviously adds time and takes time away sometimes.
Yeah, like Joe said, so for us, Intel is kind of a dual meaning thing, right? There's the military Intel piece, the closed source reporting, and then there's the open source reporting, the things that you're getting from like Semantic or whatever. But either of those can tip off a hunt and begin a hunt. We're lucky that we have a dedicated hunt team, so it's really pretty much at their discretion how long they dedicate till they feel that they have exhausted the hunt.
And I would also like to include, like sometimes we don't even use like some sort of intelligence. Sometimes we'll just go off the MITRE attack matrix and we say, we pick a box and we're like, okay, how can we detect this? How can we flesh this out? And we would actually also have our red team or our emulation team actually produce those effects on our network, and we try to verify that the ways that we were looking for it or the signatures that we helped create would catch that sort of attack.
Cool. If no one else has any questions, we're good, and thanks for coming to the talk.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Ah, if you was a newer Mac. I always want to say that. Remember to clean up after yourselves, people. Don't be sorry, just see, somebody left one right here. If it's not your trash, if you see somebody else's trash, please pick it up.
I'll use the power side. No, I'll use an active speaker. I got that in that plastic bin. Oh, yeah. Just make sure I get that.
That's what I have to be doing. I'm not nice by nature.
I thought he has.
What you do is you hand your ticket to somebody else. Okay. And you tell them to give it to you as a prize. That's the best way to have it all back. And you have to give it to somebody first. Don't give it to Tinker. Don't give it to Tinker. Which one? Are you the next one? I just said, hey.
Hello? Higher? Oh. You think all this technology I know how to work.
Here's your room monitor.
Hello, room monitor.
This is Matt.
Oh, you holding him?
Now. He'll introduce you.
Perfect. Ah.
Your CloudCopy?
Yes, correct.
I could see it.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, sure. These are very tiny.
What time is it?
It is, I think we have 15 minutes.
Go buy raffle tickets.
10 minutes. 20 minutes. 10. I don't know how to do math. Is there a clicker?
I don't know. Have fun. Enjoy yourself.
No. If I plug this in, will it work? This one okay?
Yes.
You always have to do this. Then it's like, oh, I don't know which keyboard is. I don't care. Ooh, not Japanese. Cool.
So let me see the first row.
Curse.
I'll have 10 cards. So obviously 10, 5.
Get the health stage.
Stop.
Right.
Stop means stop talking.
Sure.
And then after your presentation, you have 5 minutes Q&A. And what I'll do then is I'll go back here. 5, 2, stop. And after that, we get clear the room. So.
Ah, come on. Technology, man. Yes, sir. Seriously? Ah. Fixed it. Make sure that's going. Yeah, cool. Large room, not a lot of people. It's kind of fun.
having a good conference so far? All right. All right, today I'm going to introduce to you, for this speaker, is a guy named Tanner Barnes. He's going to present to you CloudCopy, stealing secrets from cloud instances volumes. Tanner is a full-time scope penetration tester for Aon Cyber Solutions, providing red team, social engineering, physical security, and source code review, consulting for a myriad of clients in diverse industries. As a software engineer, he discovered the cybersecurity world through his first job and has been hooked ever since. Now he applies his technology of writing software towards breaking it, along with developing tools to enhance his and other hacker abilities. So let's give it up for Tanner.
Thank you. If I'd have known you were going to read the bios out live, I'd have written something way cooler than that.
Just a myriad.
I did. Yeah, I pulled out the thesaurus for that one.
That's a good one, man.
Right. So like you said, my name's Tanner Barnes. This is my tool called CloudCopy about how we can steal the images straight out of the cloud and pilfer them for what's inside. And then suddenly this doesn't work. Really? We're off to a strong start. Oh, that's why. Cool. So we covered a lot of this in the bio, right? Who am I? I spent about 3 years doing software engineering for the DoD, and then I switched over to doing full-time penetration testing. So just a little bit of an agenda for what we're going to do. We're going to do kind of a backstory about what this tool is. This is actually, I guess, version 2.0. I don't know if anybody here actually saw like the tweet or any of the buzz around when I first released it, but this will have some new things. So we'll talk about how this all got started. We'll show how it works, and then this is supposed to be like a workshop type class. This tool doesn't really lend itself to that. It's actually a lot of setup to get a lab going. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna do what you never are supposed to do in a talk like this, and I'm gonna live demo it in front of all of you. So it's gonna go great. So we're gonna walk through the two type of ways. We're gonna do it against AWS, which was the first version I released, and then today we'll be doing, you guys are going to be the first people to see me do it against Azure, which is coming up today. And then we'll talk about how you don't have this happen to your instances. So story time. So this is really the fun part of this, about how this all happened. So I was on an engagement, and it was pretty classic business email compromise to a C2 beacon on the laptop. Now, funny anecdote about that, I didn't realize it was a laptop until about a week in. My beacons would like die, and I wouldn't have anything to do for like 3 hours. And then they'd work like late at night, and my beacon would come back. And I was like, oh, cool. And then, so I just realized like she was just shutting her laptop over and over again. So she doesn't really work that much, but that's a different story. So I'm sitting there, I go through like all the things you would normally do. I look for like GPO passwords, nothing. I look for like shared admins, they don't have anything. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So a week, I'm just to the point of desperation. I'm looking at like every single file in their file shares, like maybe someone just like got bored and wrote something down. Well, so I ended up finding out something pretty great. There was a Python file, and again, like 3 levels deep. And in it was a set of AWS creds. And I was like, oh, awesome, this will be great. Well, my first letdown, it turns out it was just S3 creds. So I could just read and write to their S3 bucket, which is a finding, but it's not really what I'm after on a red team where I'm trying to take over the whole domain. So I go back to the same thing, right? So I'm looking through every single file on this S3 bucket, and it is deep. Well, strangely, and again, 3 levels deep, is someone had committed an OVA file, which is a VM snapshot of their workstation, of their like Linux workstation, which was bizarre. I don't know why you would do that, but they did, thankfully for me. And in that, so I pull it down immediately, and I load it up in VirtualBox. And sure enough, he had AWS creds, but those were the keys to the kingdom. So now I'm sitting on their entire AWS infrastructure, which is cool, but again, you're not going to take over a whole network by owning AWS, except now. So I'm looking again. I'll go back to like recon, right? So I'm looking at like all these instances, and then I notice like they're running a domain controller, or at least a copy of one, in their AWS stack, which I'd never seen before. So I was sitting around like with everybody in our lab, and I was like, well, what can we do with instances? And I was just thinking around, and I was like, going in the list, and I was like, well, you can make a snapshot. I was like, well, what does a snapshot do? It takes a copy of the hard drive. I was like, isn't that the same thing as the shadow copy attack? I was like, oh, I guess it is. Well, let's see what we can do with a snapshot. So I take a snapshot of their domain controller. So now I have a 1-to-1 copy in cold storage of the in-moment domain controller. I was like, what can I do with it? Like, oh, I can take a snapshot and turn it back into an instance, like a disk that you can put on an instance. I'm like, well, that's fun. Well, what if I added that to a Linux VM? So I spin up a little like tiny micro instance, and I attach it, and I mount it, and sure enough, it's a flat, no-auth copy of their domain controller's hard drive. So once you have that, you can just go to the ntds.dit and system files, pull them locally, run secrets dump, and I had everybody's hashes. So I went from their AWS back from the C2 beacon and just pushed in the creds, which is amazing. So my first thought was like, this is cool, but maybe I just like don't know everything, and I've never I've stumbled across it, but like it's a thing, and I just have never asked anybody. So I threw up a tweet about it, and then I became like, for me, internet famous, which was like 250 likes, which is insane. So apparently it was pretty novel. So I was like, well, I guess I already did it. Let's just make it repeatable. So that's what CloudCopy is. It's doing the same thing as the shadow copy attack of old, right? But now we're doing it in the cloud. So I kind of went through this in the story, how it works at a high level, right? So you got to have creds, right? The nice thing about this is we don't have to have the keys to the kingdom. That makes it made this attack for that client very easy. When I was looking at the permission sets for what you would need to do this, you only need 2. You need the ability to create snapshots, and then a little tiny one called modify snapshots, which we'll get into why that one's important later. Those are 2 very low permission levels. That's pretty common on a lot of people who are just like individual contributors to an AWS stack and environment. Those aren't necessarily a restricted set that I've seen. So once you have those, you just call the API call to create a snapshot of that instance, which will give you the snapshot file. And then that modify permission, this is really interesting, and Azure's actually, or AWS is really the only provider that does this, and it's one line, and it's in tiny font in the middle of their snapshot API docs. You can make a call to a snapshot, and you can share it with any other AWS account in the world with just like one call, and they get a direct copy of it. So you need a permission set to do that, which is modify snapshot attributes, and you just add an attribute that says like, oh, that account can look at the snapshot. So with just those 2, I can make a snapshot of any instance running in an AWS environment, a flat copy of its hard drive, and ship it to any other AWS account in the world with 2 permissions. So once you have that, again, now we're on our attacker side, right? So with just those 2 operations, we've left their environment. So for a blue team, if you're looking at like AWS like CloudTrail logs, you're only going to see 2 operations. You're going to see me create a snapshot and modify the permissions, and then I'm off your environment. So if you're not looking for those 2, you're not going to see them, right? So we convert that snapshot to a disk, and then from there it's pretty simple. You spin up an instance in Azure or AWS. There's a setting that will let you attach like a data disk or like a second hard drive, right? That's not the OS disk. So that's all we're doing there. We're just taking that extra disk and slapping it on the side. We log into the instance and we mount it. So it's not automatically mounted, so we mount it, and then it's just a flat file system. We don't have to authenticate to it like a share or anything. It's just there for the taking. And from there, you just take whatever you'd like. If it's a domain controller, great. You have all the hashes. If it's a database, you've got the flat database file. If it's a GitHub repo, right? If it's an internal like GitLab VM, you have all their source code. You can go on and on, right? We can just go through every single instance and just start taking all the files off that we find interesting. And profit, that's probably going to look great on a report or money-wise. I don't know. I won't judge. Cool. So these next couple slides are more for like people to follow on later if you want to like play with this at home. Like I said, it takes a lot of setup to kind of play with this. You need 2 fully set up AWS accounts that have credit cards that you can actually charge instances to. So it's not really conducive to like doing this as a group. If this was like a 4-hour or 3-hour like talk, right? We would go through it all as a group. But so you're gonna need 2 AWS accounts. That's obvious. And then you're gonna need the tool. That's a no-brainer there, right? So this is on the victims account, right? To get it all set up and working with. You're gonna wanna create a user. Not a lot of permissions. Like I said, you only need those 3. So I guess you need the third one, describe instances. That's just for the API. So on the API side, you can like programmatically list out the instances. If you just wanted to go in the GUI and like copy them off, you could do that without that permission. But so you need create snapshot, obviously to make the snapshot. You need modify snapshot attribute to share it with the attacker account, and then describe instances so you can see which ones you want to steal hard drives from. Once you have that account, right below it, you just hit the generate to generate access keys. That's the way you're going to authenticate through my tool to the AWS command line, right? And then depending on which way you want to do it, so there's two, and we'll get into this, there's two different ways to use the tool. You can just enter manually the AWS like access keys, or you can just add them as a, that's really bright anyway. In the .aws/credentials file, you can add profiles, right? And the nice thing is it just lets you toggle quickly between them without having to retype them in. So that's one of the ways you can authenticate with my tool. And so you can just name it whatever you'd like, and then put the creds in there, and then that'll be one of the two pairs you use in the tool. Once you have that set up, then you just need to make an instance. The workflow I go through here in the slides is doing what I did on the original attack, which was steal all the hashes from the domain controller. So you're going to want to make like a Windows 2016 VM. Once it's running, you're going to want to promote it to a domain controller and then add like a dummy user just so we have a hash to pull down. On the attacker side, it's a little bit easier since we're just pushing VMs to it. You're just going to need an account that has all the permissions. That just makes it easy to do all the little things you got to do to the instance. And then it's the same steps, right? Generate the key, put it as a profile if you want to. If you don't, you can just enter it manually. So this is what you'll see. This is the like the splash screen. I'm no good with ASCII art, so this is just text. But it explains, like the different attack methods you can do, and I'll update this as we have, new ones. And then it works like its own little. It's a kind of a dumb version of Meterpreter's type of like walkthrough, right? So it's got drilled down menus. So you'll hit a base menu where you pick your type of attack you want to do, either Azure or AWS. And then inside of those, you pick which type of authentication mechanism you want to go to, and then you decide which type of attack, right? So that's where you can see there we've got profile, which is using in AWS, which is using the two profiles we made, or manually where we type in the creds one by one. And then the two attacks that I have currently working are, again, to steal the domain controller's hash files, or we can do a pretty simple one, which is just take the Etsy shadow and Etsy password files off of a Linux VM and save them locally. So again, like I was saying, for the tool setup, it works like a bunch of commands. So you just do set, and then you can tab complete all of these. So you'll need the attacker account ID, which is the actual root account ID for the AWS attacker. You'll need the profile name that you set up earlier. This is if you're doing the profile attack. The victim's name, and then the region that you're wanting to do all of this work in. So we'll stop there in the slides. Oh my, okay, let's try something here. Ooh, this is fun. Cool, so, you definitely need the Python. Cool, right, so like I said in the slides, this is it. So we're gonna start out with AWS. So profile, so now you can see it changes context right in the menu. So now you can see what things you need. Oh, I just realized, oops. So the nice thing is I do a lot of not hand holding, but I help you out a lot in this. So I'm tab completing those from the .credentials file. So it's actually looking at the file to see what profiles you have. So you don't have to have a note down with it. It'll just kind of tab complete it. Same thing with the regions, which is nice. So you can see all the regions. This is the part where I guess I wish I could ask you all to close your eyes, but I'm going to have to show everybody my root account, which is cool. No one saw that? Awesome. I don't know what you would really do with that. Don't fish me, I guess. Don't call AWS support and be like, get rid of his account. Cool. So you can see, if I do it. So you can look at all your options, right? I also obfuscate them, so no shoulder surfing, I guess, except if someone just saw you type it in. So not really, but for, peace of mind. Anyway, so if we look at like what we can do here, so you'll see the two commands at the bottom, steal DC hashes and steal shadow password. Along with some other things, you can shell out, so you don't have to necessarily leave the tool, you can stay in the one you're at. So we'll do the DC one. So first thing you're gonna get is you're gonna get a list. This is the describe instances, right? So all these, for right now, we're running all of these as the victim account. So this is all the account or the instances that are running on the victim. So we're gonna go with 3. We're gonna start with an unencrypted domain controller VM. So a lot of this, it explains to you as it's going along. So we're creating a snapshot. This can obviously depend the speed of it based on AWS, honestly. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes I'll spin these up and it'll just like, oh, you're done, here's your snapshot. And then other times, which I probably won't happen today, it's like 2 minutes. So I guess while we're waiting, questions? Yeah, go ahead. Correct, right. So this is like what I've done in the story at the beginning, right? I found creds somewhere and I'm loading in the tool. All right, so it created our snapshot, and then this is new also in 2.0. So in version 1, it would like recreate the whole stack of everything you needed. In 2.0, it does a little bit of living off the LAN. So you can see it'll look for a virtual private, not cloud. I'm blanking on that acronym. Anyway, so it needs like the internet gateway to reach the internet. It needs a security group, so we're not like opening these up to the world. The tool will actually make sure it only connects back to your public IP address. And then we need a subnet. We need all like a security key to log in. But this one will like look to see if you have things that match that criteria, and if you do, it'll use them. It's not gonna like fill up your account with like new subnets every time you run it, which is nice. But if it doesn't have them, it'll create them for you. So you can see there we spun up the instance. It polls. So now we're in it. So we're actually SSHing using Paramiko, which is a lovely API. So we're now inside the VM, and we're fetching the ntds.dit in the system registry hive. So you can see it pulls it back. They get kind of big depending. Yeah, go ahead. Yep. Yes.
Don't you have to encrypt the snapshot?
You do not. Nope. Yeah. No, you can share them encrypted, unencrypted. You can actually. So we'll get to that. Oh, so that's the fun part. So that's every hash, right, recreated from a domain controller I have no creds to. All I had was AWS access, and I generated every single hash. Even the KRGBT, which is the worst thing you could get, because if I have that, I can create golden tickets to anybody's account, and you actually have to scrap the entire domain controller and start over. Yes, correct. So that's what I was going to get to next. So if you encrypt them, right, it stops me from sharing it. It doesn't actually stop me from doing this attack. I just have to do it on your account. Yeah, so you're right. You would definitely have to have more permissions for sure. But like I said, when you get in a situation where like the one I found originally where it was the keys to the kingdom, right, I can still steal all your hashes. It is definitely harder if you encrypt them. So that is when something, we'll get to mitigations. I would recommend you encrypt any hard drives that are important that you don't want walking out the door. But it certainly isn't the be-all, end-all of this won't ever happen to you. So, yeah. So I'll show, this is another thing, right? So I keep, right, in memory, I'm not writing these down anywhere. In memory, you can see all the hashes, right? So as long as you keep this running, you can go like reference it and pull back into your C2. You don't have to like keep running this if you forget them. So we'll do, I guess actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't actually print those out, so we won't run that. So to go back, right, or I guess, yeah, so we'll go back to Azure, right? So that was kind of an example of how we go through it through AWS. Azure is brand new for 2.0 that I just dropped today. So again, same thing. You're going to need 2 Azure accounts. You're going to want the Azure CLI package, just so when you're spinning up the accounts, when we get to in a second, the way I'm authenticating, you'll need to create security. Yeah. You need to create accounts. And so the easiest way to do that I found is just through the CLI. And again, you're going to need the tool. Security principle. That was the words I was looking for. I should have just clicked the slide. So you're going to need, the way this attack works, there's a handful of ways you can authenticate. Just like in AWS, you can do certificates. You can do what are called security principles, which are just like accounts you designate for a service. And that's the route I took. It was the easiest to kind of spin up for 2.0. So this is how you would do that, right? So once you have the CLI, you do the AZ login. So you log into the account. And then you do the second one to create that user account. And then you pipe it out to a JSON file, which has, it's basically, a good way to think about it is their version of the .aws/credentials file, right? It just gives you all the login information you need to get into the API. And then again, just, create an instance, promote it to a DC, create yourself a dummy user. Oh, right. So attacker count is much the same thing in Azure, right? You're going to need to create a set of credentials to log in. And then I copied a slide wrong. You don't need to create a second DC. That would be kind of cheating. Don't just make one in the attacker account and say you're done. So same type of thing, right? So we just log in, and then the name for this one is Azure Sec Principal CloudCopy as opposed to Profile Copy. So for this one, it's a different set of parameters, right? You've got the victim auth file, which is that .json file we made for the victim. You've got the attacker, which is the attacker's version of that. The region, which again, I'm tab completing for you. And then this one is something I need to actually port back to, or actually, this is kind of a stopgap. If you noticed on AWS, right, I'm generating like security keys and it's just SSHing into with the private key. This one uses flat username and password. That's not really the best. I was a bit on crunch time for this, so this is kind of a stopgap. But for now, you get to set whatever password you'd like for the instance you're creating. Oh, that's sneaking ahead. Right, so to go back out of context, you just hit exit, right? Come on. You'd think I'd know what the keys were. I wrote it, but I don't. That's the thing. You make tab complete in your own thing, and then you never like learn them. You just hit tab. You're like, just tell me what it is. Oh yeah, I called it something different in this one. I don't have a lot, I'll just keep it to myself. I don't have a lot of good things to say about Azure after building this tool. Like, why do you just put an underscore? Easy. Why do you make it spaces? Like, that's just a terrible idea. Feel free to use that password, the next time you need an account. So it's a really good one. Cool. Oh, that's a bug. Look at that, finding bugs already. The attacker account ID, it's not clearing state between going to AWS to Azure. That shouldn't be there, actually. And I think, well, we'll find out. It's going to probably going to cause problems. Yep, that's okay, fixable. So that's actually interesting. So again, more of the hand-holding, right? If you don't set all the things you need, it's not going to let you try. So it's checking to make sure you set all the, set everything. There we go. So much the same thing, right? So this one's a little bit different flow because there's a different kind of the ways you set up instances for Azure. So the first thing we ask you for is a resource group. That's kind of the overarching thing that you put resources into in Azure. So I'm just gonna do instances. From there, it's kind of getting more familiar, right? These are all the instances that are in that resource group. Then we get a disk, right? So we get to pick which disk it is we want on there. And then for here, it's much of the same thing. Now this, I will say, I'll actually take questions again, because this is probably the only bum thing, and just me having to learn more about Azure. When you create, I'll give you a second. When you create VMs for like a Windows server in Azure, it makes a 127 gigabyte disk. And there's when you like create it through the console, they don't even like let you change it. It's just like, it's 127 gigabytes, deal with it. So what you're gonna see in a second is I'm about to, and this is something I'm getting to, well, I'll take your question before you forget it, and then I'll get back to it. Yeah, so this is interesting. So I just made this one with the default, like I just created an account, and I was looking at like, well, let me like restrict permissions, like their IAM policies on this thing. And it was just a drop down. It was like contributor and administrator. I'm certain there are ways, right, to restrict it just like there is in AWS, but and maybe this is me giving myself a bone, but as a person who I don't know a lot about Azure, so if I was having to try to configure an environment, I played with it for a day and I was struggling to find a good way to like lock it down so I couldn't do this. So I don't know if that means I'm just not good at Azure or it's kind of opaque. So the best I can tell you is that you just need a contributor, which is the default when you just create the instance. Like I was getting to, this is the part that's slow. You can't push in, I can create a snapshot in Azure, but there's not a command to like, here's the snapshot. You create a link, which is like a shareable blob, which is just like a flat file to it, that you then have to like copy into blob storage and then back into a snapshot. So what it's doing right now is copying 127 gigabytes. So that's kind of the bummer there. So questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Is there an easy way to abuse your tool to get the full disk image?
So you have the full disk image. So
like, is there any option for exporting a DE or an OVA or anything like that?
no, that's a good point though, or a good suggestion. I will say I don't wipe away as long as nothing bad happens. Like if there's an error, I clean up after myself, or the tool does. But if everything goes right and we create the instance, it stays around and you still have the keys. So if you're like, oh cool, I have like the DC hashes, but I want to go see like what do they have in the sysvol share, you're happy to go dig around in the instances. I don't delete them until you want to delete them, because I'm fully aware that like I think I think you two were mentioning truffle hog, which is interesting because someone was talking about I should implement truffle hog in this, which I could. It's another Python project, but to me it seems easier to just let people like, here's the instance, run truffle hog on it. It's a flat file system. So that's kind of where that's at. Yeah, go ahead. That's a joke only you and I are going to get, and the answer is no. And I guess I'm just going to start, while we're waiting, I'm just going to get into well, actually, you know what? We'll do fun stuff. We'll just come back to it. Oh, sure.
Other than the instance that you discovered all this on,
Sure.
have you been able to use the tag?
So I have sadly not been on any I haven't been on like a red team or like an internal where I've gotten AWS access, but I check every time because I always want to run it. It's always fun.
As an infrastructure administrator,
Sure.
I can never see a role where my users would need to modify a snapshot to give it access to an external account, right?
Sure.
So I'm thinking about right now how to segregate that out, because they may have a need to create and to modify snapshots. So if I'm understanding what you're saying, you can't really segregate the modified permissions in the snapshot versus modifying the actual.
No, so you can. So that snapshot or that modify snapshot attributes. Well, no, I guess it actually is. It's all the attributes of the snapshot, right? So no, if you're giving someone access to change attributes about it, you are also giving them access to share it. That is my understanding. I want to be perfectly clear. I don't work for Amazon, and I may be very wrong about that, but that's my understanding. Yeah.
I was going to follow up on Nathan. I think you can in the conditions in the resource policy. If you can't, what I do know is a lot of organizations will put a policy or AWS Lambda function in place so that if anybody tries to share something up to another account, it's reversed or it's prevented.
Would that be through service control policies?
You can do it. There's several different ways you can do it, but it can be done.
That would be.
I've done
Please share.
Because I think I kind of want to log into my laptop and do it right now.
You should do that. Good. Yeah.
The account you had in your victims, or the user you used in your victims
Right.
account, would have to have access to the key that you used to encrypt the snapshot to share it, and your attacker account would have to have access to that key to then convert it into a volume.
You
Otherwise-
can share encrypted snapshots. It has to be decrypted first,
Right.
and then you can share it.
You have to encrypt it with a non-modified.
So to answer, to me, and for this tool, it's kind of moot, right? Because I'm not, if I see it's encrypted, I don't even try to share it. I just try to do it locally.
So not talking about, so you're taking a snapshot of EBS volume.
Right.
Right? You cannot share a snapshot. So your snapshot that you create has
Right.
to be encrypted before you can share it with an external account. Not talking about the EBS volume, I'm talking about the snapshot that you make from the EBS volume.
That's interesting because in the code and when I do it through the console, unless it's doing it behind the scenes and decrypting it on my account, I never had to encrypt anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Just in my experience, when I create a snapshot from the EBS volume, it encrypts it with the default AWS key.
Sure.
Standard in every account. And if I try to share it with my security account, it says you can't share it because it's not encrypted. So that's why I was curious. It's encrypted with a default key. Yeah.
Oh, but it's the default key that everyone has. Well, so yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. All I know is that I was able to share an account across boundaries.
What you'll find too in most organizations, if you have credentials to a user in AWS that has the ability to take snapshots and modify snapshots, they are probably going to have the ability to start EC2s, and you won't have to go to another account, unless you're trying to evade detection of the last ones.
And if you're encrypting it with your account's key, how can another account?
They're going to have access to that as well.
You can allow cross-account access to keys too.
Well, but then it would have to be enabled cross-count, but he didn't say that there was cross-count access enabled.
That's why I asked the question.
Right?
Yeah, so when I originally did the attack, and then when I just demoed it, I'm not encrypting any, unless it's happening behind the scenes and AWS is doing some magic to share those keys, which if it is, I'm not aware of that. It's sharing those snapshots unencrypted. And I'm able to generate a new volume off of it on a separate account.
That's really interesting. I'd like to see the case where it denies sharing an unencrypted. It's only because I think of the two accounts, right, and each would have their own key, and how would you share?
Yeah, so I think we're confusing two things. When you launch an instance in AWS, by default it encrypts the EBS volume with the EBS key. And you can't create an unencrypted snapshot of an encrypted volume. You have to encrypt it. But if you keep that default AWS key, you cannot share it across.
You can only share if it's unencrypted or if you use the same.
Yeah, so, okay.
So it's by default, if you set it.
If you, when you launch the instance, if you say, I want my EBS volume to not be encrypted, which I guess you could have policies against.
Well, like there's a service control policy level where you have to opt in to encrypting all your EBS volumes by default.
We're finally done. All that talk, we just finally got done copying 127 gigs. It's maddening. Can you imagine, like, I had to test this. And so every time I wanted to do the next increment, I was like, well, here goes 127 gigs. I'd like walk off and walk the dog, come back. I was like halfway done. So it's the same thing. So I haven't implemented live off the land yet for Azure, so we're recreating it. The nice thing is, part of the reason I did the live off the land in AWS, if you already have like a subnet for a CIDR range, you can't make a second one. Azure could care less. Make 100 of them. Does not care. So I just do like, for Azure, I just put like a UUID on the end. I'm like, I don't know, just keep making them. It's fine. It's a student account. I've got $200 free. So. All right, so we're doing kind of the same thing, right? Availability set, which is like their VPCs. Oh, look at that. So that's the other thing I hit because I was hoping this wouldn't happen. I meant to delete them. It's frustrating. The student accounts, you can only make 4 VMs. So I already made 4. So too bad for everyone. And I'm not going to redo it. Again, it's 127 gigs, and we don't have that many more questions, I don't think. Yeah, right? I have a very long Twitter thread about the pains of going through this. So like kind of what we were talking about, like mitigations, right? And this is kind of what we've been getting at. First off, please enable 2-factor. If you have cloud and you don't have 2-factor, that's just a mistake. Like this whole thing, like it's really interesting. Like if that person had 2-factor, like I'd have never probably stumbled across this, and I wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be here listening to this. It's just weird how things like that happen in life. But 2-factor, please. Encrypting again, right? Please encrypt your drives. If you encrypt them, I can't just ship them out to wherever I'd like, and then I have to try to find a way to do it in your account. It's trickier. I won't say that it's the be-all end-all, right? Because if you look at tools like Paku, which is a lovely AWS attack tool, it has methods that the whole point of it is to just search around your entire AWS infrastructure looking for ways to escalate privileges. And I'm sure we're all very smart people in here, and even us people whose job it is to manage infrastructures are debating about the best ways to do things. It doesn't seem inconceivable that someone would misconfigure something somewhere else, and then I can hop from that back to a permission set with more things, and I'm back to doing what I was doing in the beginning, right? So certainly encrypt them. It's like anything, right? Put up another wall. It helps in the long run. And it's just, again, this is more of a warning, right? So like me creating a snapshot of a drive and being able to ship it across accounts is the cloud equivalent of me just walking in your data center and like pulling the drive out and leaving with it. It should probably come with the same type of like worry and protection. Logging alerts, I think, is again another thing. Like I would have never thought about like create snapshots or modify snapshot attributes as being a big thing to like worry about. But, and again, I'm partial to this, but me knowing this and how easy it is to do, if I was logging on an AWS environment, I'd have those 2 things first up in my logging, just like who's messing with the snapshot and who's messing with the snapshots of a domain controller above all things, right? So some future work, more live off the land is a lot of fun, especially like I was saying, for looking to replicate a little bit of what Paku does, of like looking around the environment to see if I can escalate in certain ways and bounce back to creating those snapshots. More modules for doing some more interesting, like looking for Git repos or things like that. Implementing truffle hog and things like that for more robust attacks once you're on the instances as opposed to just these 2. Google Cloud support I was going to look into. I'm even less familiar with their platform as I am with Azure. The last time I think I looked at GCP, I think it forced you to do 2-factor to even make an account, and if that's the case, like, well, okay, this is kind of moot. And then community suggestions, like you were mentioning, right? Being able to like export the image off to a mountable format would be quite a cool thing, and bugs as I find them, but for sure, if you have suggestions. This is the fun slide for any people who are on, kind of the evil side like I am, or for people who want to test against their own infrastructures. That is the repo. Please submit issues. I just found one while I was doing the live demo, so I'm certain there are more. Suggestions, again, like you said, put them in the Git repo or tweet them at me. That's a good way to like keep them fresh in mind. And that's where to reach me. So I guess while I'll leave that up there, we'll do questions if there are any more. Sure. No, can you make snapshots of those? Yeah. Oh, well, that's dope. So look at that, 3.0. You'll see me here next year. He'll be co-presenting on how to not let that happen to you. Thank you, that's great. Awesome, that's it. Thank you guys for coming.
Good to go.
Yeah, we don't even really allow access keys. So we use profiles instead. So we don't have access keys in this situation. Yeah, that's right. I don't know. Then you're fine. Yeah, then they have to actually go find the host. Right, and then that would be definitely privileged too. That's really, yeah, yeah. I get a feeling like I really
What do we need to do to turn this thing on?
Okay. Right here, button.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it.
All right.
Talk.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
They can hear.
Fantastic.
And mash the button one time, it'll turn on. That's mute.
Okay.
And then hit it again.
It'll unmute.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I won't need that. I don't even have slides. No, I'll be staying right here. I got to be at the computer for this one. It's all demonstration.
So David and Evenden and I, we run a meetup association. And I'm on the national committee. We're putting together a cybersecurity program for 2020. It's going to be about hackathon, space that savings program.
Yeah, let's connect on LinkedIn or something if you want. Yeah, we got a 4-person team here. Our boss is like super nice. I think too, he worked at AWS for a couple of years. So it's really not anything here, but yeah, it's like a good connection we can work with as well. Yep. Yeah.
He probably knows our names.
Oh yeah.
So Aaron Wilson was the guy that's website. He built this security practices in AWS.
Yeah, so I should not just move here too. He knows Chicago, so.
Oh, that's cool. I love Chicago. That's where our original meetup is.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
How's it going? Doing all right.
All right, so kind of same situation as last year. Make a little introduction.
Sounds good.
And also we got cards for the times. So do 50 minutes.
50, all right.
30, 5, 10.
Mm-hmm.
10.
Sounds good.
this little bio that I guess you provided this.
Yeah. Or yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll just read this.
That's fine with me. Whatever you want to do, man. You can make up stuff about me if you want to. I'm good with that too.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing from last year too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. It used to be that the marketing team just took what was on the website as my bio and pasted it to the conferences and stuff. And they didn't realize that what was going to happen was that they were going to read that in front of everybody, and so it winds up being like 5 minutes long and redundant. It sounds good when you read it on a website, but it gets a little tedious after a while.
Yeah, last year, we weren't provided these like prepared bios, so like before your talk, I went through your information, like trying to find like summarize a lot of that long stuff.
Yeah.
Summarize it down to like the important points. So.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Some people don't do that. They just print it up off the website, and then they don't realize how long it is until they start reading it. It gets to be kind of a mouthful.
But this is nice. Like it's all condensed.
Yeah. Mississippi.
Are you going back right away? Or?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, flying back tomorrow midday.
Did you just get in like when you arrived here?
No. I came in yesterday. Just making a weekend of it. I don't like speaking like the day I travel because like invariably like flights get screwed up or something happens. Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Hey, everybody. All right, welcome to the last talk of the day. This is Wesley McGrew. So Wesley is a director of cyber operations at Horn Cyber and oversees and participates in offense-oriented services for clients in many areas, including finance and critical infrastructure. He teaches a class, a self-designed course on reverse engineering to students at Mississippi State University. He has presented on topics of penetration testing and malware analysis at DEF CON and Black Hat USA. Last year, he was here to present on reversing ransomware, and that was a really good talk, so I'm really excited about this one. So please welcome Dr. Wesley McGrew.
Thank you. So you can tell how much I love PowerPoint. The idea with this talk or this demonstration really is to get you as much information about Ghidra and reverse engineering as you can get into your head in 45, 50 minutes, which is to say not much, right? So how many of you are brand new to reverse engineering, have not done any of it? That's great. You should be able to get something out of this. You won't be able to really get started reverse engineering anything in particular, likely, but you'll at least get an exposure for the puzzle solving aspects of it, the procedure of it, get a taste for whether or not you actually like it or not. Some people don't. Many of my students don't. And figure out whether or not this is a learning path that you want to go down. And for that especially, the idea is to give you some resources and some direction as far as to how to do self-study in this area, which is really going to be a months or years long process of getting up to speed on this. Ghidra is a big opportunity for people who want to learn about reverse engineering because it gives us some free alternative for disassembly. And we're going to talk about what it means to reverse engineer something, what it means to disassemble something in a little while. But basically, a good disassembler is a key component of any modern reverse engineering workflow. And up until now, for example, I teach a software reverse engineering class at Mississippi State University. And I want to make it as accessible as possible to the students. I don't want to make them pay for a software license to take a class. I don't want to make them, I don't really want to tie them into a commercial platform as part of a university degree program or a course in a university degree program. And so, but up until now, to have a good disassembler generally means using IDAPRO. There are some alternatives to that, but basically IDAPRO is the gold standard for this, and you've probably heard of it. And IDAPRO is a couple $1,000s for a basic license of it that just does disassembly, another couple grand if you want a decompiler for it that brings the assembly code back to C code. It costs a lot of money. Now, there are free versions of IDAPRO that is what we used in the class, but they're feature limited. So the demo version of IDAPRO that I usually used in that class was limited to 32-bit Intel binaries and now 64-bit Intel binaries. Didn't have any of the decompiler support in there. Didn't have a lot of the bells and whistles, but it sort of worked. So there's IDA free, which is basically that, which you can learn reverse engineering using IDA free, but it's not free for commercial use. It's only free for educational purposes. And so what I'm doing when I teach a class using that is I'm tying those students, I'm tying their future employer into buying a license for IDAPRO if they're going to go off and work for somebody doing this. And since it's an industry standard, it's not too big of a problem, but just kind of fundamentally I don't like that concept of it. And so there's also, if you're into reverse engineering, there's also a demonstration version, not a free version, but a demonstration version of the latest IDAPRO, but it doesn't let you save projects and stuff. You can use snapshots to kind of, VM snapshots to get around that, but basically there's trade-offs on what you can actually use there. In the open source realm, there's been Radare 2, R2, which is a very capable disassembler, but very, very difficult to use. there's a learning curve to it, and it's unapologetic. I think that it's not meant to be. I think in a way it's easy to use and nice, but only if you put a lot of time into learning the interface to it, which is a lot of time spent away from the act of reverse engineering. I was in the process of considering moving the class over to Radare and refactoring all the coursework around it and spending some time myself getting more familiar with it because I had not used it on any big projects, just some small stuff. But sort of developing sort of a ground-up approach to teach the students this. When the NSA announced that they were going to release their disassembler that they had had in development internally for a number of years, Ghidra. And so Ghidra is much like IDAPRO, and it's a graphical disassembler and has a very full feature set and decompiler support, and it's open source. And if you look into that open source and everything, I was curious about how long had this been in development at the NSA, how long had they been using it before they decided to open source it. And if you dive around in the source code files, you can find a few files in there of some base classes that date from 1999 or so. And so you're talking about something that's been in development for 20 years and then just sort of dumped into our laps in a 9.0 version, right? And so it's a pretty full-featured, mature product, and it's a lot of fun to use. And it's a good competitor to IDAPRO. Now, there are people who are in reverse engineering and been in reverse engineering for a long time who are IDAPRO customers. They like the support that they get from Hexrays, the folks who put out IDAPRO. They like the API for IDAPRO. They have tools and plugins and scripts that are designed for IDAPRO. Their workflow has integrated it already. For those people, IDAPRO is going to continue to be their disassembler of choice. But if you're getting started in this, you can't do better than this, right? Like for free especially, right? And so this gives us an opportunity in education when we teach people to do reverse engineering. It gives us a tool set and a workflow that's not encumbered by licensing restrictions or technical restrictions, really. And so the question here is, what is it? What does it do? And so the act of reverse engineering is taking a compiled program, or in the case we're talking about is specifically software reverse engineering, and binary software reverse engineering is specifically what we're going to look at today. In general, you can consider reverse engineering just what it says on the tin, a backwards version of the engineering process. If you think specifically of software reverse engineering, think about most of you who know a little something about software engineering. If you've ever taken a class in it, the general flow of it is that you develop or elicit a set of requirements from your customer. What is this software supposed to do? What is a successful development of this software supposed to look like? Or if you just develop it for yourself, you have an idea of what it's going to do. You create a software design, or you have a design in your head of how you're going to make this happen. You don't have the code, but you know the major components of how they communicate with each other, what their interfaces are going to be, what its output's supposed to be, and all this. And so you have a software design. And then you implement that design in code. And so that's the literal rubber meets road, knowing C, knowing whatever web application languages you're into, and developing the program, implementing that design, right? You're not just starting from scratch writing. Sometimes I do, right? You start a software project just writing code, right? That's the naive approach. But if you have a design, you can write to that design, and you have modules to implement, you have interfaces to implement, and you sort of create the software from that. And then you deliver the software, you test it and then deliver it, right? I don't know. From that point on, it's kind of a blur. But anyways, your deliverable is this piece of software that embodies that design and meets those requirements, ideally. When you talk about the specific case of, so in the general case, this is fairly easy with software reverse engineering of a Python script or a PHP web application. Not all that difficult. All it requires is somebody who is fairly fluent in whatever programming language it is, and can sit down and read the code and say, well, this is what this function does. It takes these inputs, it does this processing on it, and it has this output, it has this return value. And over time, reading those functions, you sort of build an idea of what the modules are. And you have names. You have names for variables, you have names for functions. And so everything sort of goes smoothly. If it's well-written code, then the design is apparent from that, and from the design you can kind of decide what they were trying to go for when they were designing something. And so, so when you're talking about interpreted languages like Python and PHP and things like that, software reverse engineering is ultimately not all that challenging. Obfuscation is possible, but ultimately it's not as hard. Where it gets difficult is when you start talking about the very specific case of binary software reverse engineering. So when we talk about binaries in this context, we're talking about the output from a compiler and linker. So you're talking about languages like C and C++ that are compiled languages. There's a process when you write a C program where you're implementing the design, you write the code, you run it through the compiler, and the compiler takes your code and translates it into machine code for whatever architecture you want to run the program on. Intel 32-bit, Intel 64-bit. Most malware, which is what we look at in the software reverse engineering class, is 32-bit Intel code running on Windows. And so that's sort of the go-to that I'm talking about here. And so imagine it being turned into 32-bit opcodes for the Intel processor. Those, in that process, in that compiling process, the Intel processor doesn't need to know that the name of this variable is number of widgets. It doesn't need to know that this function is calculate max widgets. It doesn't need to know any of that. All it needs is a set of memory addresses. And so all those variable names, all those function names, all the comments, all the nice sort of syntactic sugar is what we would call it of C and C++, as what it is, gets stripped out. And it all turns into assembly language code, which if you've ever read, tried, or looked at assembly language code, and not even assembly language code, the actual opcodes that gets translated into. But if you look at opcodes or assembly language code, it's not meant to be a readable language for you and I. It's meant to implement a set of primitive operations that when you combine them together can be Turing complete or efficient at processing data, something that the processor can interpret. It's meant to be machine readable. If you read an introductory book on C or C++, they'll tell you that that's just a black box, that you're not meant to read it and that you can understand it, and it's only meant for the computer to understand. Because all those names, symbols, comments, and all that get stripped out because it's not necessary. So that output from the compiler is meant to be unreadable. And you'll see this in a security context. You'll see people who have been taught how to program and don't have any experience on this side of the field who will hard code passwords into binaries, thinking that that's going to get compiled out, that black box that they read about in Chapter 1 of how to program in C is going to protect their secrets that are embedded in this binary. And you don't need to know software reverse engineering to do that. You can run strings on a binary and find that, right? And so people get surprised from that. And then if you really look at it, you can read that code. It's just not very pleasant to, right? The disassembler helps with that. Any kind of the goal of the disassembler is to take that binary code and translate it into assembly language that you can read, but to do it in a way and to do it with a user interface that more people can put some meaning to it and put some context to it and explore around it usefully. The linking process is where we link in external libraries. And so after you compile, you link to libraries such as the Windows APIs for doing network connections and stuff. A process by itself can't do a whole lot. It has to talk to the Windows API to really do much. And so that gives us clues, though, because the Windows API is documented. There are names for those functions. We know what those functions should take. We can go to the MSDN and look them up, right? And so what we do is we basically, every time you get a new malware sample, it's a new puzzle. And that puzzle, it's like a Sudoku for an entire program binary with hundreds of functions, right? You start off with the things that you know, right? You know it calls message box, you know it calls internet connect, you know it calls this or that API. We look them up in MSDN, we find out, hey, this argument's a string, this argument's an address to a website, this argument's this, and this argument's a file name and a path. And then we say, well, now we know, because that's what gets passed into this function in this black box of a binary program, we now know that that memory location is a string, or a server name, or a file path, or an integer meaning something, number of widgets, right? And from that, we can propagate that information back through. Say, okay, how does that get here? Well, this other function passed it to it. Now we know what that variable is in that function. And you continue to build and build and build a picture of how this thing works. And you can't do it in your mind. The worst thing that my students try to do in their first assignment is to try to just read the code and understand it and to keep a mental tally of what functions or what names are what. You got to have an interface for naming them. And that's also what a disassembler does for you, is it gives you an interactive environment to keep your notes in, so that you don't lose that information. You can have your breadcrumbs. And so the disassembler is that step. The decompiler part of Ghidra is a bonus, right? So the decompiler, you shouldn't be able to, and some books will tell you you can't do this. You can't just take Intel binary code and translate it back into C. And the reason why most people will give you that this happened, my computer went to sleep on me there, no problem, it's coming back. It got bored too. So the reason why the decompiler shouldn't be possible is that there is no one-to-one, there's a way to convert from C to assembly, but for a given assembly language program, there could be multiple C language code that generates this same assembly language, right? Like if you know C, you know do-while loops. A do-while loop could easily be implemented after it's in assembly language. You could easily implement the same thing with a while loop or a for loop or something else, right? And so if you look at it's sometimes hard to tell the difference between switches and cases and in a cascading if-then-else type structure in assembly language. Well, so the process of reversing it into C code is not perfect. You also lose all your names and everything. But it is something that people have researched and gotten sort of good at. And Ghidra does that as well. And so it's a pretty powerful set of tools. And with Ghidra, the big difference between it and IDAPRO on decompiling is that with IDAPRO, you pay for a separate decompiler per architecture. A separate decompiler for 32-bit Intel, 64-bit Intel, ARM, MIPS, what have you. With Ghidra, all of your processors are implemented using a language that describes what each opcode does. And so there's an intermediate language that it basically lifts all the assembly to. The decompiler is written to generate C code from that intermediate language. So anytime you implement a new processor module for Ghidra, for a Motorola 68K or something like that, as long as it's using that intermediate language, the decompiler will work with that code. So you can take old Commodore 64, 6502 code and decompile it to see if you want to, right? And so that gives you sort of a layer of abstraction. So that's the general idea of what this does. Ghidra, to set it up, the majority of this is going to be demonstration. And so to set this up, the installation of it's very simple. It's literally just a zip file that you unarchive out to a folder. That's the gist of it. And the reason for this, the reason why this is useful is that moving forward as they come out with more and more versions of this, you're going to have old projects that are in old versions of Ghidra, and you may want to keep using that old version of Ghidra with that project. It may not port forward very well. It may not port backwards very well. And so having multiple versions, moving forward, right now we only have like 9.0, 1, 2, and 3, right? But moving forward, it may become a time where it may be useful to have an old version of Ghidra for a specific behavior that it had. And so you just extract it out into a folder, and all it requires is a Java runtime. And for a Java program, it works pretty good. And so to get, so it's kind of like you know, I'm not a fan of Java, but I really love Burp Suite, right? And so I have Java on there for Burp Suite. It's like that. And so if you don't already have it, installing OpenJDK 11 is what they recommend. I've had no problems using it in 12, but 11 is what they recommend. You don't want just the JRE, the runtime environment. You want the whole development kit because you can use the JDK to compile new scripts and new tools for Ghidra to interact with it. And so I've already got that installed on this system. On Windows, it's as simple as downloading and unzipping out OpenJDK and setting your paths up. And so you can follow the instructions for that. There's nothing special about that setup. When you extract out Ghidra, you get a folder that's all self-contained of everything that it needs. The Ghidra run is primarily where you want to go with it. We'll show you something, a resource ahead of time, that caught my eye early. And until you sort of get into reverse engineering, this may not be super useful to you. But if you look in your Ghidra folder under Docs, since this is a Java program, I saw this Ghidra class folder here when I first opened up Ghidra, and I was like, okay, this is going to be some class API documentation for some base classes for Ghidra and everything. I go in there, and I'm like, no, this is courseware for Ghidra, which is really cool. So this is literal Ghidra classes and classes that you attend, right? And so if you go into these folders, so the beginner one, you have a couple of nice nice HTML files here. You would want the one with notes unless you're presenting from it. And it's a slide deck on a class on how to use Ghidra. And so I actually just, there we go. And I don't even know what framework they use to develop these slides in or anything, but it's a really cool little step through. And so every bit of the user interface of Ghidra is documented in these. Between the beginner, intermediate, advanced, and advanced development, you can step through how to use it, right? And so that's nice. And so you'll want to avail yourselves of that because what I'm going to do here is just a straight run at showing you what this thing can do. Ghidra run will load up the Java runtime engine with it, and it's actually booting up on my interface over here. So when you load it up, you're going to get a tip of the day. I keep that on. If you keep doing this tip of the day long enough, there's some really funny ones in there, joke ones. And so the Ghidra projects interface here, this is a little bit different from IDAPRO if you've ever used IDAPRO. In that IDAPRO, a project is a binary. You load a binary up, it creates a database of that binary, and you're interacting with it, and you have this .idb file that contains it all. With Ghidra, you have a project that can have multiple files in it. And the nice thing about that is you have a binary that has associated DLLs that can load up additional stuff. You can have all those in the same project, and it's pretty nice. I'm going to create a new project here. I'm going to do a non-shared project. There are shared projects where you can do multiplayer Ghidra with a server. It's kind of fun, multiplayer, yeah. Demo project. And we need some stuff to load into here. And so on the website here for this, actually it's just a zip file on a Google Drive here from that short URL. On there we've got some stuff that we can use in this demonstration and more, right? I've created a big old zip file of common malware samples that I use for the stuff like this. And URL doesn't work. Google's good at this. Like the last time I did this, say what? Yeah, well, I think after a few visits, like Google starts looking and seeing what it is, and they're like, that looks suspicious. Now, like the last time I taught this, Google immediately was like, there's malware. Problem with preview, download. It ain't going to be able to preview it. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I guess give it another shot. It seems to be behaving sort of for now, but you never know when Google's going to be like, I don't like that. The last time I didn't put a password on the malware, and it's like, there's malware in here, and then like, I know. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, so let me go into. So this is the contents of that, and I've also created that demo project in here. I'll dip into this manual here in a little while, but to load up a sample, the samples.zip that's in there and that notes file is just what I've been presenting from roughly. I can extract this here using Archive Manager or 7-zip or whatever it is that you use on your stuff. If I extract this out, the password's BSidesDFW, all lowercase. And what you've got in there is, I like to use nation-state samples in my class. We use malware in our software reverse engineering class because there's never any intellectual property concerns. There's no end-user license agreements to get in the way, or trademark concerns, or DMCA violations, or anything like that. We have yet to have a malware author contact us to tell us to stop using their samples. So you've got some neat stuff in here. You've got the Chinese APT1. I like those samples because they're so bad. They're so badly written. Those are old right now, and so pretty bad stuff. Let's see. This is another zip file of them, and so you probably don't need that. There's some Iranian malware in here. The North Korea Sony malware, that's cool. It's a little hard to get a hold of too. GandCrab, I do this in a little more advanced session where I talk about program obfuscation. This is a whole bunch of stuff in here. And then there's a toy program in here that might be useful to you. This is just a program that goes through all like the C constructs like ifs, thens, and else's independently, so you can kind of see those. We're going to load up the Chinese malware onto this one. Pick on them today. Written by old ugly gorilla. Oh, I shouldn't have loaded that up yet. I needed to import the file first. So you do have to import something before you have anything to disassemble. So I'm going to go into File, Import File here. And this import process implements the loader process or emulates the loading process of Windows. And so it automatically detects this is a portable executable file. So an exe file or a Linux binary, it's just a bag of bits, right? Any file on your computer is just a bag of bits, a sequence of bytes, right? The way they are in a sequence and how the program gets interpreted by the computer, that's what gives it meaning. And so the header of a executable file tells Windows how to load it up into memory to start the program. Because it's not just as straightforward as just copying it in memory and hitting go. There's some stuff that has to happen here. And so it detects that it's a PE file. That's the format for exe files. It detects that it's a 32-bit Little Endian Intel x86 for Windows. If you you go ahead and hit OK here, it's going to load it. And it's going to parse out, and it popped up on my monitor, so I'll move that over to y'all's. It gives you some stats on it. It tells you where it loaded into memory, and so every binary on Windows, as every process on Windows gets its own view of memory. And so if you're talking about 32-bit Windows binaries, they all get a 32-bit address space of 4 gigs, and they all think they have the same addresses and everything, but in reality, virtual memory maps that to physical pages and pages off on disk, and all that gets loaded up dynamically and everything. And so this is where the program's virtual memory starts for this number of bytes. It's a fairly small program. It detected that it was compiled with Visual Studio. There are certain artifacts of Visual Studio that it can tell. It can tell not a whole lot else interesting. It actually tried to find the DLLs, but since I don't have those present on this system, it didn't find them. But it's no big deal. These are Windows APIs that Ghidra already knows about. And so I have that imported, and I can load this up in the code viewer. And this code viewer, code browser, is one of 2 different tools that are built in to Ghidra. A tool is a window like this with multiple user interface elements with multiple windows in it. You can build your own user interfaces in this and save them as your own custom tools for different types of workflows. And that's a little more advanced and you'd get into it, but this is similar to what you would see when you load up IDA Pro, and it's at least as configurable as IDA Pro as far as that's concerned. And so we're going to do some auto analysis. So not only so if you talk about disassembly in terms of strategy, right, your initial gut check would be like, okay, let's go into the program code and just look at every single offset and see what those Intel instructions are. Well, it gets a little complicated. Intel instructions can be variable width. And so it depends on where you start as to what those instructions mean. And so the way that this works is through an algorithm called recursive descent. And it's literally a recursive algorithm for disassembly. So you start at the first instruction that's defined as the entry point to the program. You treat that, okay, that's going to execute. What's the next instruction? What's the next instruction? What's the next instruction? And it's going to keep disassembling those and telling you what those are. And when you get to a point where it has to make a decision, okay, I'm going to do a jump to this address or a conditional jump. If this is greater than this, go here. At that point, you have two different paths the program could possibly take. And so it adds both of those target addresses to a list of things to start recursive descent disassembly at. And then for each of those addresses, it starts the process over again of disassemble here, go to the next instruction, and the next instruction. And it keeps, every time there's a branch, every time there's a call, every time there's something that indicates another place that program flow can go, it adds it to the list. And that's its best chance at figuring out where all the code is. When you see code that's obfuscated, that people are trying to hide it from your analysis, that is there. Most of the time it's involving an attempt to fool the recursive descent compiler. And it's usually by trying to jump into the middle of instructions and things like that. Because if you have a sequence of 20 bytes, you start at the beginning, that's one set of instructions that can execute. If you were to jump into the middle of a 5-byte instruction, well, that's going to be interpreted as a new instruction and a completely different set of instructions. And that's how obfuscation works. And so this thing is pretty damn smart at it, right? And so it's smarter than you're going to be doing it by hand. The only additional analyzer I do is this to propagate external Windows call parameter information. This is to say, when I make a call to the Windows API, find out as much as you can about that and propagate that information back through the rest of the program. So I'm going to hit Analyze on that. For a small program like this, it's already done almost. It's very close. Yeah, now it's done. If it's a very large program, say you're disassembling Skyrim or something like that, it's probably going to take hours, right? It's going to take overnight. People complain about Ghidra being slow at this versus IDA Pro. I don't care. I'll go get a cup of coffee. I'll go home for the day. I'm fine not paying that license fee, right? So, so the error message that you get here, don't get discouraged about it. This is saying that there is not PDB information for this binary available. So with Windows, you can compile in those variable names and function names and external references and all that sort of stuff and line numbers into a program so that when you debug it in Visual Studio's debugger, you can debug it nicely. All that stuff can be compiled with it and brought along with it. However, most malware authors don't do that. And with Linux binaries, you have that debug information built into the executable. With Windows binaries, it's typically included in a separate .pdb file that needs to be with it. And so even if a malware author compiles their malware with the PDB information, that information, you never have that PDB file. What you do get out of it, though, if somebody does have PDB enabled, there is a path in the binary to where that PDB file is, and it is the path on the malware author's workstation. And so you get C:\users/ their username, /projects/ whatever, and you get the name of the project and something about their workflow and stuff. And so a lot of times in these nation state ones, you see these big like network drive paths and everything, so you can kind of get a feel for the complexity of their operation through that. But you don't actually get the PDB. One time I did see an email come in with malware that had a zip file attached to it that had instructions in the email for unzipping and running this. And I was like, what's in this zip file? I opened it up, there's malware exe, but the PDB file was along with it too. I was like, how fortunate am I today that I got the debug information for this binary. And so what we have here is a multi-pane interface for your program. And when we talk about the data structure of a PE file, we have different sections. And so the sections here, you have headers that describe the PE file. You have a text section that has code in it. You have, and then data sections that hold program data. And so these are things that are like initialized data and stuff. You have imports and exports. Imports are the functions that it will call in the Windows API, and exports are the functions that it exports. If this were a DLL, it would have lots of exports, but a normal EXE program is only going to have entry point, which is where execution starts. And so this is where code starts executing. And you can see through the Ghidra interface here on this center pane, memory addresses with a byte or 2 bytes or 5 bytes, and then a decode of what that assembly language instruction is. And then over here on the right, you have the decompiled C code. This is Ghidra's attempt at creating C code from this. And it's not very readable yet because we don't know what any of these variables should be named. But as you figure out more and more about the program, you're going to name these variables, and it's going to start getting more and more readable, right? And when we look at these instructions, at first, the hard part is going to be that you're not familiar with Intel assembly language. But really what's going to happen is you're going to get used to the subset of instructions that Visual Studio normally uses to generate code, because it doesn't use the full instruction set. One thing that you do have that is handy, though, is by right-clicking on an instruction, you have processor manual. It will take you to the processor manual, and it's, let's see where it loaded it up, what tab that was in. Yeah. It will take you to the Intel manual for that instruction. And so you can read Intel's documentation for it, which has the opcodes for it. It has a description of what that instruction does. It has pseudocode for the instruction, what flags it involves, that sort of thing. To get that in place, you have to have a file in place. I've given you that in that zip file. You need this version of the Intel manual. And I'll show you how to find out what version, because it changes sometimes in Ghidra. But if you go into Ghidra, in your Ghidra folder, inside of the Ghidra folder, under Processors, under, in this case, x86, these are all the other processors that you have support for. Fantastic. You can disassemble old Sega Genesis ROMs. All right, you can load up into the data folder here, manuals, and in here you have an index file, and this tells you exactly what you need to have. You need to have a file named this, and it needs to be this version from Intel, basically, to have all the pages correct. And so if you don't have me around, you don't have the file that I gave you around, you go into that index file, you Google this. This is the part number from Intel, basically, for that manual. You Google that part number, you're going to get that PDF, you can drop it in place and use it. And most of the processors have a manual index like that you can use. Now, that's probably not a great way to learn assembly language, but it's a good reference, right? So we have a view of the imports and exports. We have the disassembly view. We have the C code view. One strategy for disassembling this stuff in order to figure out what this code does is to take it from the leaf nodes up, right? And so if you think about it, your program execution typically starts at WinMain, and I'm going to show you, we're going to cheat and skip right to where WinMain is. This is the call to WinMain in this function. And so this is going to be the WinMain function. This function is going to call other functions. So to understand this function, we need to understand all the functions that it calls, right? In some level. We can sort of fake it by reading through code and seeing how it behaves and everything, and sort of understanding it partially. But to fully understand WinMain, we need to understand all the functions that WinMain calls. Otherwise, we don't know its impact on the system. Those functions call other functions, call other functions. We can get a view of this, and there's lots of windows that are not in this tool right now. One of them is the function call graph. And so here you see that WinMain, and let's see if we can, WinMain calls all those functions. Those functions can call other functions, and so on and so forth, and this gets more and more complex. If you can find a function that only relies on Windows API calls, you found what I generally call a leaf node function, right? And so these function calls here for get temp path, these are small, oh, I'm sorry about that. Copy files, load library, get proc address, things like that. These are things that we can look up. So get system directory A, for example. We can look that up on MSDN. What was that? Get system directory A. So get system directory A takes in a buffer, takes in a size, and it tells you what it does to it. It receives a path. Okay, so that's what's going to take the path. We pass a buffer into it. It's going to have the system directory for Windows System 32 put into there, and the maximum size we can put it into is that. And so if we go to that get system directory A function, and now that I've double-clicked that, it'll have loaded up a reference to it in the interface. Or might. Thought it would. We'll do it from kernel 32 then. So it will be an imported function. So this get system directory A, for example. This is where the jump for it is. Basically, the address for get system address A in kernel 32 is going to get loaded into this address. It's going to be called by reference. We see a list of references to it. I can also right-click on this and get a set of references. Show references to this, and I get a list of them. And so you get the ability to cross-references. We see in the data, this is where that address is going to be. Here's the only call to it. And so this function calls it. And so at this point, we know that EAX is going to be the length. EAX is going to be the buffer for get system directory. And it's even added comments here for that function. The maximum length of it's going to be this, which I think is 256. And so EAX, the register at this point, has in it an address for receiving that. And so that's something that you would need to understand this function. It's here you can see it in C code right here. And it's conditional upon IVAR3, so on and so forth. And you're going to build up information about a program using this type of interface. Now we're getting kind of close on time here, so I'm going to cover some resources that you're going to be able to use to get into this. And so this gets you sort of going. So you have the ability to see the API functions, what it does from those. Imagine if you, for example, really quickly, if you saw something like an Internet Connect A. If you see Internet Connect A and you see references to it, here you see variables being passed in for IP addresses. And so that gives you a clue, not just running strings and looking for IP addresses, look to see which IP addresses are actually being passed into functions that are of interest, right? You can get your strings, right? And so more so than, let's see, define strings, right? So this is a list of strings in the binary of interest, and so you can go find those. And so error messages are typically very interesting. Let's do error order. And so there's error order. Where is that used in the program? And so more than just running strings, you get to see the context in which they're used in the code. And so both from a functional standpoint and things that you can read like strings, you can start attacking this program and documenting more and more knowledge of it. To really get into this stuff takes more than 45 minutes, obviously. And so what I recommend to my students is the primary textbook is No Starch Press's, Sikorsky and Honig's Practical Malware Analysis. I think I actually already have this up in a tab here. So this is what we use as the textbook for the course. Basically, chapter for chapter in this, you have exercises that have real-world malware samples in them. At the end of the book, there's walkthroughs of all the solutions to those exercises, which is nice. There's a chapter in there that teaches you IDAPRO so that you can do the rest of it. If at that point you switch over to those Ghidra slides that I showed you about, you're going to be in good shape. Or learn it with the free IDAPRO and then use those Ghidra slides to port your knowledge of IDAPRO over. To get some familiarity with the Intel assembly language, open security trainings, introductory Intel x86, architecture, assembly, applications, and alliteration. This is a 2-day video course using Linux as a base for it, using object dump and not using IDAPRO, not using Ghidra or anything like that. This teaches you Intel assembly language from the viewpoint of a reverse engineer, not a programmer. So you're not going to be writing a lot of assembly language code, you're going to be reading a lot of assembly language code. And this is taking it from that viewpoint, which is very handy. So I like this. I recommend my students watch this if they're having a hard time getting up to speed with Intel code quickly. The linking and loading process, I don't know that I have that tab still open. I don't. This link right here is for a book called Linkers and Loaders. It's for a pre-press manuscript of it, so all the diagrams are hand-drawn. You can spend just a few bucks and get the book itself somewhere. But you can get the PDFs of it here, basically. This teaches you about the process of creating a binary and how to load it into memory. And that will give you some background on how that linking and loading process is working in terms of what Ghidra is implementing. And then finally, there is this. And so if you're absolutely not going to pay money for the No Starch Press book, which you ought to, and it's often in humble bundles and things like that. Some people I talk to find out they already have the book because they bought a humble bundle that happened to have it in it. This book, Reverse Engineering for Beginners, is enormous, and it basically covers a number of reverse engineering projects. It's not probably as well structured as the No Starch Press book, but it's got a lot of stuff for you to work on and play with. And it's free. It's a very good book. So with that, that's basically the idea, is just to get you started on this process, to sort of get you a flavor for what this tool is for, what it can do. It's easy to set up. It's easy to load a binary into and start navigating. And then get into the details of what the code's doing. You're going to have to do a little research. You're going to have to do a little homework. And so with that, that's all I've got, and I'm happy to take questions. But otherwise, I appreciate your time. Oh, and I have stickers. Not Ghidra stickers, but I've got Horn Cyber Operations stickers. These are cool. Cards, all that sort of stuff. So on your way out, drop by. Thank you.
Closing ceremonies will be in here.
Awesome.
question for you.
Yes.
Corelight, we're doing a raffle. Do you want us to do the drawing on stage, or do you not have time?
No, you can do it up here.
Okay, awesome. About what time you want us to?
As soon as we get to the raffle section.
Okay, all right.
Test, test. Okay.
Now it's on.
Okay, so mute will. Fair enough. Good. Test, test, test. Test, test. Good enough. There's a reason why I stayed out of chill out most of the day. Oh, hey, go back. All right. Well, get him in here. Yell at him.
Hurry up.
Oh, by the way, we had 2 found items, some pepper spray and a vape. Is that 72? Cool. Wow, that picks up. Are we good? All right. All right, let's close this thing down. It's a team effort to pull this off. And I just want to say thanks to everybody that took part and helped. A lot of players in the game. So just a big round of applause for everybody that helped us out today. It might be a little obtuse. Obviously, I'm lead coordinator. Pyro, who is actually in Germany, did most of our sponsorship solicitation. The ladies that were on our CFP, our second year having an all-female, or no, this is our first year having an all-female CFP. Allie, Dora the Explorer, Jack, Larcy, and Litmoose all are responsible for the people that spoke here today. Nibble Nibble, or Abby, was herding the cats today with all the volunteers. And Cyber Lowdown did a ton of work organizing the villages this year. And of course, as usual, WhiskeyNeon and Alt Beer pulled out all the stops, making sure that, along with that, we also had TCC helping us this year with recording the sessions. So WhiskeyNeon and Alt Beer put in a lot of effort to get the videos and the badges, and thank you TCC for assisting with the videos. And then the folks that hosted the various workshops and all the individual volunteers, thank you. Couple people I do want to point out specifically is Philip in the house. Philip, come up. If you're not familiar with Philip Wiley, you've been under a rock somewhere. In the last year and a half, this man came out of nowhere and has just been taking over the world. He started Pone's School Project. He became Bug Bounty's ambassador late last year. And I don't know how he does it all. He is a supreme champion for the community and general education. So just wanted to get him a little something special, especially since this was the second year he's been doing fairly intensive web app workshops for us. So I heard somebody say that you go to the movies often with your family. Mm-hmm. So we just got you a little card so you can enjoy that some more.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Alt Beer. It's not entirely assembled, which maybe not this week, sir, but next month after you relax. Got you a little baby Tesla coil. So.
While I'm here, I got something for you.
Oh, geez.
I saw you eyeing the colorful rainbow badge I built. And so in the soldering, the Hardware Hacking Village Soldering Center, I built you one of your own.
Excellent, thank you. And hopefully next year we'll have the budget and we can talk Alt into getting the badges pre-assembled. I mentioned it on Twitter. The progress in the last 2 years on his badge development is awesome. And if he keeps going at this rate, we can't do it in a kitchen. We just got to get it done right. So a couple years ago, somebody got snookered into monitoring lockpicks at DHA, and it surprisingly stuck and blossomed, and I took advantage of that, and Mobius has been doing lockpick for us for, 4 years now, and has started getting attention from other conferences. So if you know her Twitter handle, we thought it would be more than appropriate. So she also had a recent tweet talking about she needed more storage for her lockpicks. So Mobius, you can use that either for makeup or lockpicks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, and again, this wouldn't happen without funding, and that comes from our sponsors, both monetary and some of the villages. It was just time, effort, and sweat equity. So again, huge round of applause for our sponsors. And the part most of you have probably been waiting for, prizes. So, sponsor drawings. Yeah, we can do that. Does somebody want to help? All right, I'll do two hands. We got a skate deck from Prisma, a division of Palo Alto. So. What? Oh, yeah, never mind. Sorry. I'm not paying attention. They already drew the winners. So, the Prisma skate deck, Brian Tate. Brian Tate. There you go, sir. Let's see, what else was from them? Oh, yes. $50 gift card. Barry Merritt. Actually, they probably already have that information. And the big $100 gift card. Kim Reed. Because we like making them work.
They will not us.
Thank you. Okay, did we have another sponsor that had some drawings? Yes.
So those of you who saw our talk this morning, we were talking about Grow and Zeek, and so something we thought would be kind of fun would be making a website for. Awesome one that's got like 4 gigs of RAM. So go to Zeek, go plug it in, watch stuff come out of your network. So we did a drop stuff on Sergio Gallardo? Awesome. You've got everything you need to go home and play with this right now. Absolutely. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Any other sponsor drawings? No? Okay, CTF. Yeah, I'll get you.
So this year we have a first place winner with 270 points, Voltacac, VLDKAK. Come on up. Voltacac, you earn a DC 214 Dallas Hackers coin.
All right, scavenger hunt, Juno.
The scavenger hunt was real, the flash drives were not.
Flash drives were real. I have the evidence. The flash drives were really strong.
Well, so for those who believe the scavenger hunt is real, we had a really, really awesome, intense competition between two teams. So can both of those teams come up here and like stand on opposite sides? I want to show the age height difference between the two teams. What's your team name again?
Crystal Gems. Crystal Gems,
All right.
Steven Universe.
Oh, I have you guys written down as Crystal Gyms, I think. J-I. So after, if you guys saw people running back and forth, thanking sponsors, building catapults, and wearing 20, I believe it was 25 shirts. That was
26.
Oh, I'm sorry, 26 shirts. That was for this. And so our winner in a very, very close competition was the Crystal Gyms. And we have. Please feel free to boo them. And we have prizes for all the participants here, and then you guys get a bunch of gift cards for caffeine.
Now, hackers need caffeine, but
Hold on.
But I think kids need caffeine more, so here you go.
All right. So we were planning a war driving competition, which got sidetracked and was going to turn into a war walking competition on site, and that also fell through. So moving on to lockpick.
Was there an award? Give out an award?
I don't think that even got purchased.
weeding them out. I did have to already give the third place prize to the person, but first place went to Tyrone.
All right, alt beer, hardware hacking.
Okay, so hardware hacking actually had two comps going. We had the soldering challenge and the crypto challenge. The crypto challenge was on the badge. So we had a total of 13 people solve the crypto challenge over the course of the day. However, the winner who gets the trophy is LeetNet. Malcolm, are you in the room? Here is your trophy, sir. All right, so for the soldering challenge, we actually had 3 different prize kits worth over $100 each. So the first place will get to pick which one he wants, and then we'll go down the list. So Andy Integral, if you want to come down here, we'll. Oh, and my daughter says I have to call you Bowtie Guy. So Bowtie Guy 1, and you get your choice of 3 different kits. You have an Arduino kit, a Pi Pen Tester kit, and the which one? The Pi Pen Tester?
No,
or
no,
the
this one
IoT
right here,
hacker one?
yes.
Okay, so that is.
You should see some of the solders, they're not pretty.
That's not the right one. It's
I think it was the NASA one.
You just wanted a lunchbox. Yes. So this is yours. All right, and so that leaves 2 prizes, the Arduino Hacker Prize and the Pi Pen Tester Kit, and second place, who gets to choose that, is Malcolm Leetnet. So come back down. Oh, and I forgot the trophy. You want the pie? Okay, so that is, I think that's this one. Let me just double check again.
Locked.
That's little pie, that's big pie, that's book. That's you.
Thank you. Damn.
And if I could get Andy, you to come back down here, you got to get your trophy. As first place winner, you actually get a trophy that blows when the batteries work, stand, and a box for it. Okay, so third place, we actually had a tie between David M.C. And Jeff C. And we looked at it came down to the tiebreaker of quality between the 2. We looked at the photos, and Jeff C. got the extra 1 point to put him into third place. So Jeff C., you won the third place prize.
Is he here? Is
Yeah?
he?
No?
Jeff C. Jeff C.
I think it's Jeff Carroll. All right, well then, if that's the case, then fourth place, David MC, who is going to be picked up by Tarina. Yeah. So it all fit inside the box.
Sweet.
So.
I'm hoping he's going to give me this lunchbox.
Thank you, everyone who participated. If you didn't get a chance to take the soldering challenge, I got about 20 kits left over that you can take home. Come see me after the close. Thanks.
All right, and before I forget, some numbers. We came down a little bit this year. Final tally on participants was 372. So we're just about 13 people under last year. Not totally surprising, seeing as how we did switch sides of the Metroplex. All in all, with the raffle itself, we raised just over $1,000, $435 for Spark, and $664 for EFF. All right, so now I need somebody to draw a ticket. So first up, we have a couple DHA coins. Yes. So 991534. There you go, sir. Next. 991684. 991684. Oh, yay. Yeah. Actually, if you want to go around the front there. Oh. No. Oh yeah, sure. Okay. All right. 641036. 641036. No. You already got one. Coin. All right, another white one. 640930. 6409. There we go. All right. And the last coin. 964. Beauty. Ah. Not the coins. Next up, going along with the theme, socks and DVD of Akira. So we got
992487.
Again? No. The number one more time.
992487.
Going up. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, for the pack of DVDs, Sneakers, Hackers, Johnny Mnemonic, and War Games from North Texas ISSA, 992264. 992264. Going once. Going twice. Stop. Two. Beauty. All right. For the Hacker Cybersecurity Logic board game, 641089. White ticket 641089. Okay. 641060. 641060. 641211. 641211.
641081.
641081. All right, this one was next, right? Pink ticket 992408. 992408.
Finally, mate. I picked Rex. I picked T-Rex.
Oh. Hey. Fork over your. Okay, cool. All right. So nah, go. I'm not gonna draw it twice. So we've got a solo USB FIDO2 key fob, basically a generic YubiKey. There's also a mini mic lock in there, so to secure the microphone on your laptop or phone. 641229. Okay, soldering kit. Actually, is that okay? Thank you. I think soldering kit is after that. Dash cam, because they come in handy. White ticket 641024. 641024. 641046. 641046. 641062. All right. So soldering kit. White ticket 641191. 641191.
What is up with half the ticket?
Well, the white ones everybody got, and half of them aren't here. 641210. 641210. All right, next one. 641120. There you go.
Sorry, Mobius.
So we got Book Pack, Tribe of Hackers, and Tribe of Hackers Red Team. Another white ticket, 641193. So there you go. All right. We have a WiseCam, another one from ISSA, North Texas ISSA. White ticket, 641204. 641204. 640922. There we go. We've got a USB write block cable, USB-C, and a power bank. White ticket, 640962. All right. We have a smart card reader, mag strip reader, writer, or I'm not sure if the mag strip writes, but an NFC reader writer. So if you really want to do something fun with cards, pink ticket 991696. 991696. Oh! Oh, you know they're going to build that into a badge. Right. The what? 991696? Okay. Yep. All right. I think this is like a little TV streaming device. White ticket 641001. 641001. All right, next. 641226. All right. Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, Gunner eyewear, blue blocker glasses. All right, pink ticket 991584. 991584. There we go. We got a couple more here. You got the, okay. So we've got, I think they're passes to ISSA, ICCSS something. There. We've got 3 tickets to North Texas ISSA's annual conference. $75 value.
It's a cat litter box.
640912. Just one. 640912.
Just one.
640912. Oh.
It was backwards. The numbers were backwards.
Oh. All right. 991687. 991. There we go. One 687. Cool. 641129. White ticket. Oh. Cool. 641021. So, there we go. All right. And, oh, yeah. Okay, so we've got 3 one-year subscriptions to Linux Academy. Whoever wins these, we need to collect your email address so they can either create your account or credit your account. And I'm horrible. Does somebody have a pen? Okay. All right. 641068. 641068. Oh, geez. Six 640905. 640905. Next. 641099. 641099. All right, next. 991895. 991895. All right. 95. So hold on. I need your email address on that sticky on the back of the envelope. And actually, yeah. Pen's not working.
I got it. Here's your ticket.
Oh, is.
We need a pen.
Got it.
I'll bring the pen back since I gave you a ticket, remember?
Yep. I didn't build it. All right, and so you can have the envelope if you want. All right, next one, 641195. Oh, he knows Linux. He doesn't need it. Oh, hey, I need your email address. Okay, 641041. 641041. Six 640982. S 0982. But I need to get your email address. Okay, cool. Because it worked.
A cat litter box?
Because dogs don't use litter. You pick one. You're the picking. All right, thank you. Okay. Just one. Oh, hey, they're stuck together. All right, we'll work with it here. 992099. This is for the 3D printer. 992099. Yep. All right, and he had the next one in line anyway, so. All right, so thank you guys. That was all the raffle prizes we had. One other thing of note, now that we're done here and we're coming up on the end of the year, things are kind of winding down. However, there is one more event, and Philip, you may or may not, are you still here? You may or may not want to comment on this. If you're not busy on November 15th, Pwn School Project and Philip Wiley are hosting the Hackers Ball. It's a fundraiser for the Innocent Lives Foundation, and they assist tracking down folks that are partaking in human trafficking. So all proceeds are going to that foundation, and if you can make it out and share some love, please do so. That's the Eventbrite, and it's at Picasso's Pizza and Grill on November 15th. Yeah. And with that, well,
Isaac thought that he was getting off easy. No, we are not done.
One of these years I'll get out of here.
Yeah, no. So Isaac was right to thank the sponsors, to thank the vendors, to thank all of the speakers. I think you neglected to thank the audience, the participants. It wouldn't happen without you as well. But there can only be...
Thank my wife for her patience.
See, for those of you that only know Isaac from here, he has also run DC-214 for years. He just recently passed that off to Juno. Absolutely. Juno, thank you very much for stepping up for that. So we need to recognize him for this, because if he walks away from this, we're screwed. Everybody was very important to making this happen, but there can only be one captain. And in sports ball, that captain would get a varsity jacket.
Oh, God. Oh, it's not a... I was expecting a straight jacket.
This is just to be tried on. Tried on. Does it fit? Is that a good fit? Because if it's not, we'll trade it in, but before we desecrated it, we had to make sure it fit.
Yeah.
You can't see this, but it will be embroidered with, on the back, BSidesDFW, President, and patches with the graphics of every single...
Oh, wait. He's the president. I'm technically the treasurer.
No, I'm the secretary.
Or you're the secretary.
I'm the secretary.
Kyle, okay, so technically Kyle's the president, I'm the treasurer, and he's the secretary.
We'll put treasurer. He does everything. So this will have images of every one of the B-Sides logos for every year they've had it as patches, as well as the DC-214 legacy he has on the front, or however you'd like to customize this.
thank you. Yeah, thank you. It was supposed to be a one-year thing, and that was 5 years ago. My first BSidesDFW as a leader was 2015, and he's not here this year. Mike Goth, every time I started to complain, he would berate me about wait till you have 5 years. I was hoping he was actually going to be here this year so that I could tell him I now have 5 years. But thank you so much. I enjoy making sure this happens, and I am trying to delegate more and bring up the next team behind me so that it isn't just largely a lot of work. But yeah, so hopefully next year we'll have more communication and notices for external help throughout the year rather than crunching it all into the second half. But now I'm just going on. Thank you all. It's been a great day. I hope you had fun. We do have a after party location. It is Jake's Burgers and Beers off of, I forget the road, Sundance Square. It's just annoyingly within walking distance so that you don't have to move your car and fight for another space. The room is sort of smallish, about 50 people, but that's where we're doing the after party. So if you want to have some drinks and a burger, come out and join us. Thank you.